जमापुर एक ऐसी जगह है जहाँ स्ट्रेस, टेंशन, लफड़े, झगड़े सारी वीडियो को जमा करते हैं। तो फुकट शॉट मत लो, सिर्फ देते रहो।
शॉट देते सर पे सीधा जमापुर, कराओ टिकट सारी बीटी भेजो जमापुर। कोटी पटेली देना तो भागो यहाँ से दूर, और 10 लेवल पार सीधा सामने से वार सगे ऑफ सारे कार। जमापुर बदले शॉट फुकट चीजों का भी जमापुर। मेरी सोच इन लोगों से पहुंचे ज्यादा दूर, जिसको कल का बहुत पार आज में जी ले तू यार, कर ले यार या तो पार। क्यों करते ही फाइव स्टैक सारी वीडी भूल जाते, नुस्ता मचाते भूल जाते, घर के लफड़े जो बता नहीं पाते, खर्चे रोजे बढ़ते जाते, जूते नए लेने हैं पर खुद का कुछ कमा नहीं पाते। मेरे पास सारे खास, मेरे हाथ में नहीं ग्लास, है माय ड्रीम्स नहीं है नींद, बस एक काम का बुखार। तुझे चेंज करना कल तो फिर घिस लाला आज, रो मत बीटी लेते टाइम ही ये जो देगा सब जवाब। मेहनत करते रे मत रुकना नहीं तू करना मत सवाल, फले मीठा पर ये सफर उससे बहुत ही लाजवाब। सारे रास्ते बंद तब कर देगा वो कुछ ना कुछ कमाल, फोकट वास्ते देने वाले लोग तो बहुत ही ये जरूरी, ठोकर खाकर ही तू लेगा सबसे लंबी ये उछाल। बस कर दे लाला झर्रे तेरे बाल, स्ट्रेस को तू भाड़ में डाल, खुश रहे मिला तेरे को खाने को डाल, रख अच्छे विचार, जाना है आखिर में कंधों पे चाल। तो टेंशन का को ले रहा सीधा भेज जिसको किधर को जमापुर, कराओ टिकट सारी बीटी भेजो जमापुर। कोटी पटेली देना तो भागो यहाँ से दूर, और 10 लेवल पार सीधा सामने से वार सगे ऑफ सारे कार। जमापुर बदले शॉट फुकट चीजों का भी जमापुर। मेरी सोच इन लोगों से पहुंचे ज्यादा दूर, जिसको कल का बहुत पार आज में जी ले तू यार, कर ले यार या तो पार। 8 साल का ग्राइंड तब करा शाइन, ट्रेन के खाए तके अबे फ्लाइट एवरी टाइम। टूटा हुआ पीसी पहले लो दे बहुत फ्रेम्स, तभी नहीं गिव अप किया ये पूरा करा मैंने गेम। जितने का था मेरा पीसी अभी उतने का है हेडफोन, नहीं थे नेट के पैसे इंटरनेट पे अब हूँ वेल नोन। घर पे सबको खुशी मिल रहा नहीं चाहिए अननोन है सब, सपने से बड़ा ये सब। गिर गया फिर भी उठ के ट्राई करा बार बार, हर बार रास्ते बनते सारे आंखें नमते मेरे लिए तब राम नाम। रास्ते बनते सारे आंखें नमते मेरे, करना बहुत खाली बच्चन फूक दे रहे, सोच से कल के पर आज ही सोते रहे, सुनते कुछ नहीं खाली बनते बहरे। बोले गए अब टाइम नहीं है रील स्वाइप करने में बिजी, कल करते यार आज में वाइब नहीं है, मिलेंगे ऐसे सोचिए बोलने झूठ अपने आप से। तू सिर्फ डर अपने बाप से, बाकी दूर कर दिमाग से, और करा फ्री टिकट किधर को जमापुर, कराओ टिकट सारी बीटी भेजो जमापुर। कोटी पटेली देना तो भागो यहाँ से दूर, और 10 लेवल पार सीधा सामने से वार सगे ऑफ सारे कार। जमापुर बदले शॉट फुकट चीजों का भी जमापुर। मेरी सोच इन लोगों से पहुंचे ज्यादा दूर, जिसको कल का बहुत पार आज में जी ले तू यार, कर ले यार या तो पार।
मरीज स्ट्रीमर आ चुके हैं। द मरीज स्ट्रीमर इज बैक अगेन विथ अनदर लाइव स्ट्रीम। कैसे हो दोस्तों, स्वागत है आप सभी का एक और नए लाइव स्ट्रीम में। होप यू गाइस डूइंग वेल, होप यू हैविंग अ ब्यूटीफुल, वंडरफुल and amazing day and night of morning today. If not, your boys here to make it a mods कैसे हो दोस्तों? भाई आवाज चेंज हो चुका है, आवाज चेंज हो चुका है। What is freaking happening? What is freaking happening? मैं अभी जस्ट सो के उठाऊँ दोस्तों, अभी जस्ट सो के उठाऊँ क्योंकि मैं 1 घंटे पहले सोया था। सोचा 1 घंटे की नींद ले लेते हैं, क्योंकि ये वाली मैचेस कब खत्म होंगी दोनों मुझे पता नहीं है, फिर रात वाली दोनों मैचेस कब खत्म होंगी मुझे पता नहीं है, और फिर उसके बाद में वो वाली दूसरी मैच कब खत्म होगी वो मुझे पता नहीं है। तो उससे अच्छा मैं थोड़ा सा सो लेता हूँ, इसलिए मैं सो लिया। बट अभी मैं उठ चुका हूँ और अभी मैं लाइव स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ। तो तुम लोग कैसा लग रहा है? गुड मॉर्निंग, गुड मॉर्निंग। आज GX वर्सेस फंटास्टिक है, लोअर राउंड 2। जो हारेगा वो घर पे वापस, और जो जीतेगा वो जाएगा अपर। नहीं, एक और लोअर राउंड होएगा शायद। हाँ, एक और लोअर राउंड होता है, फिर उसके बाद में अपर नहीं, उसके बाद में पता नहीं, जो भी होगा मजा जरूर आने वाला है। फनेटिक कल जीती अगेंस्ट केसी एनी हाउ वाज सपोज टू विन दैट गेम बट फनेटिक समहाउ स्नैच इट फ्रॉम देम। रात को आपकी स्ट्रीम देखते देखते सो गया। अरे आज भी सो जाना वैसे ही, क्योंकि आज पूरी रात स्ट्रीम, पूरी नाइट स्ट्रीम, मिडनाइट स्ट्रीम, एवरीथिंग। तुम और मैं आज पूरी रात। कौन कौन है आज पूरी रात? कौन बैठेगा इधर ही स्ट्रीम पे? कौन है इतना आज वीसीटी यड़पट? वीसीटी पगलू भी नहीं भाई, वीसीटी यड़पट। फिर दिन में नो स्ट्रीम, कौन बोला? कौन बोला भाई? ऐसा नहीं है, डेली स्ट्रीमर है भाई। भाई आप इतना वीसीटी देखते हो, क्या करोगे? गेम प्ले तो वही रहेगा। शिशी खाओगे मेरे? शिशी, हाँ शिशी खाओगे? रोज ये लिख के फनी नहीं हो जाता कोई? बीटी मत दो मुझे, गेम प्ले देखा हो मेरा। फ्रिकिंग इडियट। अबे यार एक स्टोरी डालनी थी, भूल गया। चलो ठीक है, गेम ऑलमोस्ट जब चालू होएगा तभी मैं डालता हूँ वो स्टोरी डालूंगा। एक्चुअली कैसा है, इंटेल गेमर डेज चालू हुआ है तो कुछ तो डिस्काउंट चल रहा है आरओजी लैपटॉप्स पे, उसका स्टोरी डालने का था। और तुम्हें मालूम चैट, आरओजी नेपाल में लॉन्च हुआ है। तो नेपाल में यहाँ से कौन कौन है चैट में से कौन कौन है नेपाल में? विषय ऐसा है कि नेपाल में बहुत सारे जगहों पे मेरी एड्स चल रही है, एंड वो चल रही है नेपाली में। वो वाली मेरी जो आती है, वो वाली मेरी जो ऐड है ना, जो टीवी में आ रही थी आईपीएल वगैरह में, कुछ आंखों को लगते हैं उनमें दिखते सपने, वो वाली नेपाली में मेरी वो ऐड चल रही है। तो अगर आप लोग नेपाल से हो और अगर सपोर्ट करते हो तो ज़रूर स्टोरी पे डालना। भाई आप इतना वीसीटी देख के क्या करोगे गेम प्ले का? अरे वापस भाई आप वीसीटी देखते हो ये बंदे को बैन करो चैट में, अगर मोड्स देख रहे हो तो प्लीज। हर्ष भाई आपका गेम प्ले इसी रास्ते पे चला तो लॉजिटेक वाले चापटी देंगे। ए हगा से कल का मेरा गेम प्ले देख के मैं हर गेम टॉप फ्रैग कर रहा था, हर गेम टॉप फ्रैग। शिशी कुमार यादव भाई आप क्यों वॉच पार्टी करते हो? दिस इज अ नाइस क्वेश्चन। ऐसे क्वेश्चंस पूछो। ऐड दिखाओ। तूने ऐड ही नहीं देखी आयुष? मैंने पूरी एक वीडियो व्लॉग बनाई है उसके ऊपर, अभी जाके देख। हर्ष घूम रहा है, सर्च कर यूट्यूब पे, अभी चेक कर। अभी आईपीएल में ऐड आई थी भाई की, आईपीएल में टेस्ट क्रिकेट में ऐड आई थी, और तेरे को पता ही नहीं। इसको शिशी खाओ, शिशी खाओ। नेपाल वाली दिखाओ। अरे नेपाल में भी वही ऐड दिखाएंगे जो आईपीएल में दिखी। हर्ष भाई अपना माउस दे दो। What is this? We just gave this mouse so I can give it to you? No. ये माउस को मैं लेके सोता हूँ, क्योंकि ये माउस ना सिर्फ माउस नहीं है, ये माउस उससे ज्यादा है। Look at the shape. Look at the curve here. Look at this curve. This curve right here, chat. Crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. NVIDIA रिफ्लेक्स की ऐड तो कर ली, खुद के रिफ्लेक्स कब ठीक होंगे नूब? बात मत कर मेरे से। थंबनेल रिव्यू कब करोगे? अरे यार आज भी फोटोशॉप स्ट्रीम के वांदे लग रहे हैं मेरे को। I'm sorry guys, but एक्चुअली आज फोटोशॉप स्ट्रीम के वांदे लग रहे हैं। भाई वीसीडी आप देखते हो, स्किल्स एनिमी का इंप्रूव होता है। ओ ट्रू। तो ओ शिट, अबे ये बहुत ट्रू है। मैं वॉच पार्टी करता हूँ, मेरे सामने वाले मेरी स्ट्रीम देखेंगे, वो लोग इंप्रूव करेंगे। चैट आई गेस वी नीड टू एंड द स्ट्रीम। आई कांट लेट देम गेट द एडवांटेज ब्रो। साला मैं इतना एक्सप्लेन करता हूँ गेम, उन लोग को एडवांटेज मिल जाएगा। आई एम सॉरी चैट, बट वी गोटा गो। नहीं करोगे? अच्छा ओपोनेंट नहीं हो मेरे, अच्छा सब लवर्स है चैट में, सब लवर्स है रे, सब लवर्स है, सब लवर्स है। चैट मुझे बताओ चाइना में क्या हुआ? बिली गेमिंग वर्सेस डियर क्या कुछ तो नाम था। इंद्रनील भाई ने 40 रुपए दिया, लिखा है नशे में वॉइस नोट भेजता है इंस्टा पे हगासा। अरविंद भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 40 रुपीस। आप जितना कटे हो उतना तो गेम में हक देते हो, आप जितना खाते हो उतना तो गेम में हक देते हो। थैंक यू अरविंद भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द 40। और इंद्रनील भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 40 रुपीज अगेन। अबे यार आज मैंने ना बहुत जनों को है ना सोते टाइम रे मैंने देखा, बहुत जनों के मैसेज आए थे ना, तो मैंने सबको वॉइस नोट भेजे यार, वॉइस नोट में रिप्लाई किया मैंने। सब लोग लिख रहे थे भाई हमको तो रिप्लाई नहीं करेगा ना, हमको तो रिप्लाई नहीं करेगा ना, तो मैं वॉइस नोट लिख के भेजा उनको बोल के कि भाई जो भी हो तुझे रिप्लाई नहीं करूँगा अभी अगले बार से। आज कौन सी नई गेम खेलने वाला है? अरे आज नहीं खेल पाऊंगा ना बंटा है, आज तो वॉकआउट चालू हो चुका है। फनाटिक वर्सेस जीएनसी बेबी। प्रिजन एस्केप खेलना इनको पता ही नहीं, मैंने खत्म की। प्रिजन एस्केप मैंने खत्म कर चुकी है। फ्रिकिंग फदू। कोई स्टोरी डालनी है, स्टोरी डाल लेता हूँ, स्टोरी डालनी है दोस्तों।
The lower bracket run starts for GIANTX today. They are the highest seed. They were the ones that were able to win out their game in that upper bracket, only to drop now. And they were just one round away versus Team Liquid. You heard it there from Pipson. There's a lot going on right now.
11 रुपए भेजे हैं गूगल पे जीत भाई ने और लिखा है देख भाई लोग अब बुराई करने के भी पैसे देते हैं सुपर चैट पे, तू तो वैसे ही जीत गया। यार बात तो सही है यार जीत भाई। गाइस हेट मी, कम ऑन कीप हेटिंग मी विद सुपर चैट्स, लव यू। अबे लोटस से पहला मैच, ये लोटस बहुत बोरिंग हो जाता है बंटा है, और ये फनाटिक तो है ना लास्ट के 20 सेकंड में अटैक करती है फन इसमें भी, उन लोग को तो मारना चाहिए। चलो स्टोरी बना रहा हूँ चैट।
Yeah, and I think as well because they've left that sunset open, obviously GIANTX are going to pick into it, which to me,
Yo gamers, Intel Gamer Days starts on August 25th by an Asus ROG gaming laptop only from the Asus.
But of course, this is kind of an unknown Fanatics due to them insta banning, and I really like them banning Haven to force GX to.
कौन हिल गया यार? One take हो रहा था।
That is pretty good if you are a Fnatic fan. If you don't want some harder.
What's up gamers? Intel Gamer Days starts on August 25th by an Asus ROG gaming laptop only from the Asus eShop and get Battlefield 6 free. Limited time offer.
And it's not only
Click the link here
that we
and
kind of
level
saw
up your
them
game.
playing this map. They were
Asus
running a
ROG.
double duelist composition, which we obviously don't really
One
see
take
too
artist
often,
in the chat.
especially from Fnatic. So yeah, I think for me it's just kind of how much time as well have they actually had to prep this sunset, given that they've been banning it recently. Are they going to have to pull out things that they were maybe
Focus
hoping
नहीं है!
for champs? Yeah, it's a little bit of a difficult one because we don't really know what to expect. And we don't, but let's talk about this Lotus because surely
अबे गरम गरम पी लिया
इसने
फोर्स
don't change comms.
Yeah.
Don't change
इसने booster में।
anything is Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, they're the kings of this map. I'm excited to see what Giants does.
यार,
They haven't played
focus
Lotus in
नहीं है
almost a month
यार।
now, so we'll have to see.
And what is the answer you think
One
into
more
that
take, Chad,
Fnatic
one
comp
more
that
take.
they've run like 5,000 times at this point?
I mean, they want to play retake. If you look at them, they always want to play retake C. I think it's just abusing C.
What's
You
up
don't have to play
gamers?
around with the macro against
25
Fnatic.
अगस्त से
You
शुरू
wanna
होने
get
वाला है
situations out
Intel
there.
Gamer Days
Yeah, I think
by
for
an
me it's
Asus
interesting
ROG
because they both
gaming
run a similar
laptop
kind
only
of
from the
composition.
Asus eShop
Last time
and
we
get
saw them play Lotus,
Battlefield
of course,
6
the only difference being that
limited
Sentinel
time
with
offer है,
GIANTX going
यहाँ
for
पे लिंक दिया
Cypher
हो,
and
क्लिक करो
Fnatic going
and
for a
level up your
Killjoy.
game
I think
with
Alpha
Asus
has
ROG.
looked a little bit strange on the
W1
killjoy
Descartes!
recently, but we know that he can be a really great sentinel, so it's just about, seeing if he can kind of come up and perform today. Yeah, and this is the thing about the Fnatic
W.
comp, right, on Lotus. It's everyone says, oh, it's not the strongest comp anymore.
Oh,
I also
shit!
agree. I
भाई
also
सेव
don't
नहीं हुआ
think
क्या
it's the strongest
भाई
comp
क्या बीटी
anymore,
दे
but
रहे हैं
somehow
यार
it's still
भाई मैं रिकॉर्डिंग ही नहीं
successful
शुरू
for
किया था
this
अभी तुम लोग
team
पक गए रहोगे ना
specifically.
देखा
So,
इतने
Fire,
रीटेक
is
लेता
there
हूँ
any need for
अभी
them
मैं म्यूट
to
कर रहा हूँ
cook
ठीक है
more to bring
मैं
another
रिकॉर्डिंग ही
layer
नहीं
to
शुरू
this?
किया
I mean, personally, I like the Vice more than
वो नहीं
Killjoy,
किया था
but
किया था किया था किया
if it's working, you know? They just keep playing it.
Yeah, and I actually really like Alpha your Vice too.
Yeah.
You know, his Vice on Corrode really
किया था
solid.
किया था किया था
And looking at this, you know, you can't be too surprised, Billy, at what we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a map that's been working for them, so it would be kind of a surprise to see them change anything here. But GIANTX sticking with what they usually run as well. So yeah, no surprises on either side.
Yeah, with Groovy on the team, Flyer, tell me about what kind of win condition he brings onto a roster.
I mean, he just loves fighting people. He's super, super confident, and just overall vibes, he'll never complain. He's a very positive guy. I love it.
That's the kind of crashy stopper. We know you're not going to play ISO.
He does this every time.
We know if he hovers the raise, I swear to God, this guy's just farming impressions during Agent Select.
स्ट्रीम देख रही हूँ देख के आ रही हूँ मुझे भी रिप्लाई नहीं देते मुझे भी वॉइस नोट चाहिए ठीक है
likes to fight. Pound for pound, firepower wise though, Billy, they gotta bring their A game.
Yeah, they definitely do. I think both teams will probably be feeling the pressure today as well, though, because Fnatic want to keep being able to get these reps in on maps that they've not played for a while, especially before champs. But then you look at GIANTX, you know, the stakes are so high for them, because if they lose today, then they are just completely out of contention for champs. So yeah, both teams going to be feeling that pressure going into the server today.
Yeah, and I want to also wonder what Pip.
Sorry यार chat यार ये मेरे को करना था लेकिन मैं सो गया ना तो इसके वजह से रह गया
into GX, especially from a team like Fnatic. He's so familiar with them as well. The opposition head coach quite literally used to be his assistant coach, somebody he worked with for a very long time too. So the mind games will be nice. Flyer, very quickly, who you got on Lotus?
Fnatic all the way.
Let's go Fnatic, I say.
Well, I hope there's some GIANTX believers out there. Hopefully these two gentlemen, Hazza and Khelraay.
It's the story that many would like to see, as all roads lead to Fnatic in the lower bracket. We don't expect to have them in this part of the competition in stage 2. It's always towards the uppers. But if GX are to prove that they really have that dark horse aspect to them, that they can keep this dream alive.
कैसा स्ट्रीमर है स्ट्रीम कर रहा है लेकिन स्ट्रीम कर रहा भी नहीं है
For Fnatic, they can
बदुरा
go and do the dirty work for 3 other teams, Team Liquid, Team Heretics, and obviously BBL. This is the first matchup of today that could potentially qualify a lot of teams. Let's be having you.
चश्मे में दिख रहा है कि मैं स्क्रिप्ट पढ़ रहा हूँ
Indeed.
कोई ऐसा सब रिप्लाई नहीं करेगा ठीक है बहुत मारूंगा
A new composition from Fnatic on this map, of course, since 2023. 6 agents.
Alright, the lower round 2 is on.
And
Fnatic versus GIANTX. जो हारेगा वो घर पे भाई लोअर ब्रैकेट रन जो टीम करती है ना चैट उसको मेरा रिस्पेक्ट है बनता है क्योंकि लोअर ब्रैकेट रन करना सबसे टफेस्ट टास्क है तुम्हें 50 मैच जीतने भाई डू और डाई
Does need to be careful.
क्यों रे मेफिस्टो
Are identified though, so Fnatic aware of this push and being forced all the way back. Kron low, despite managing to escape the grasp of GX.
वो भाई नुस्ता पुश किया ना चढ़ के अरे दो फटे
with the nade.
Buster with the first kill अरे almost second ओए पिस्टल राउंड जीत गए वो लोग चैट बारसा ने क्या कमबैक किया है क्या गोल मारा है फेडरी ने
Too much of an ask here. So they're two top performers, but Crashies and Kron. A quick reminder posted, as they will make their way over towards the C site. Spike in transition still, but should go down without trouble.
Crashies, Sheriff in hand, knows where the next player's coming from, and unfortunately leaves Kron 1 HP decayed all the way down. Spike in the back pocket.
तारिक महमूद भाई ने 10 रुपए दिया है गूगल पे पे लव यू तारिक भाई
The macro from GX has always been pretty good. It was the small details which they needed to iron out. It's a quick reaction to stop the plays from being made.
कल जिस हिसाब से खेल रहा था उस हिसाब से उस हिसाब से 18 HP पे अगर क्रॉन ने ये राउंड निकाल लिया I won't be surprised. Spectown.
Players to find, and
अरे
well,
माँ
oh,
कसम
right up,
यार,
Flick
इतनी
was
चीजें
lying
डाल के
in
रखी है, क्या करेगा वो?
GIANTX finding the pistol.
Is Fnatic way better than GIANTX? Who knows? I haven't watched any game of GIANTX. लेकिन West Side नाम का जो प्लेयर है उनके टीम में, उस पे 50% डिस्काउंट चल रहा है मॉल्स में.
They do like to overload C, try and force the rotation
Sorry. Chat, GIANTX कैसी टीम है?
Diffuse coming in from Flickless once Westside's gone all the way to the other side of the map to recover the shot.
GIANTX कैसी टीम है?
But no harm, no foul. A very strong start for them. Not often you see them win pistol rounds.
No, it's not, but it's a great start. I mean, Fnatic need to be careful of letting this defender side get the momentum.
लाला,
on
आज
notice as
handsome
well.
लग रहे हैं.
Teams
शादी
have
करेगा
been a lot
मुझसे. तू तो
better
लेडा है बनता
at it
है.
in recent history, but still a three-side map. Still, you expect the bias to be towards the attackers.
Exactly. And even for the close
Eco round
matches
on
that we had
Fnatic.
against Liquid a couple days ago, just one
मैं तो
pistol
नाम
round
पहली
picked
बार
up
सुना.
from
नहीं, वो
GX,
पहले भी
so
था
already
player.
equaling their tally in that regard. Fnatic is going for a similar play. A lot of rounds you're going to see Grubby playing towards Rubble. In a pretty easy fixture into
West Side, East Side.
GX lineup in terms of the role that he fulfills as a
बहुत टाइम
striker.
पे क्रॉस किया यार काजू ने. देखो ना, ब्रो एक्सपेक्ट ही नहीं कर रहे. इतने टाइमिंग पे उसने गया है. That's a 0.01
I
timing.
feel this one doesn't get too far out of control unless there's a glaring
There's no cam.
error from GX, and that is the second point to the wider conversation that we were having.
जाना आगे, West Side है.
Gibson was saying in
अरे
the
आगे जा.
pre-match that, you know, sometimes
भी पूरा राउंड Fnatic है ना, काजू के लिए रुकेगी. काजू उधर बैठा है.
Thinking there, probably finding crashes, but he is extremely low. And Poster waiting to maybe set up Kayak through the paranoia, and he goes. But
यहाँ पे
Flickless
timing
up
सही
to
नहीं
the
था ना.
task. And
यहाँ
now
पे
with
timing
all
सही नहीं था.
bodies outside of C for Fnatic, you expect
अगर
this to be
आज
really
काजू
a
चला
comes
नहीं
in.
तो बाय बाय फंटास्टिक हो जाए चैट में.
sort of realizing this is a little bit of a lost cause, so let's get
30
the
seconds
orb on
left.
Kron. As Fnatic have confirmed their positioning in sand. And
तारिक
GX
महमूद
not
जी ने और
overdoing
10 रुपए दिए
not
गूगल पे
overstepping at all.
थैंक यू.
Keeping them condemned to where they
One
stand
enemy
should be a confident anti-eco. In fact, is set up to be flawless, even though Flickless takes a shot to the dome piece.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing we saw in the game versus BBL. Fnatic really good at being able to threaten those anti-ecos as well. Not able to do it here, but that's because of how reserved.
हाय भाई, मैंने आज आपका पावर स्पोर्ट्स वाली स्ट्रीम देखी. उसमें मैंने ये देखा कि आपने 10,000 बार डायबोलिकल बोला.
Another of the questions that we had about GX and whether this was
इज्जत से
a
बात
possibility
कर.
of a dark horse run as
Professional
they will
caster बुलाते
play
मेरे
an
को.
in-zone flawless heading into their bonus round. To really strengthen it was finding their identity and how do they want to try and play. And it's this level of directness that we've not really seen from them before that I think has suited them so well. Aggression on A to start. As expected, Westside is ready.
अल्फा ने कोई यूटिल नहीं लिया है.
As he always is.
जरूरत भी नहीं है
One of
वैसे,
the
क्योंकि वो साइड जा रहे टीम के
anchors that
साथ.
we've seen come through the tier 2 system.
So heavily touted.
Turret-
It saw the potential
turret
there.
लिया था बस
Stage
अल्फा
to
ने.
stage when GX didn't have the results.
फ्री
but
में आता है टरेट.
He's now
मैं
part
बस
of
ऐसे ही बोल रहा
a
था.
wider system project that has found success.
Yeah.
Fnatic still defaulting, but proactivity.
Through Boaster. Next one up.
Zoopla,
Can't
booster,
quite hit the
Zoopla.
shots, but
Call दे रहा था, call.
feeling the pressure and looking to dip
एक साथ ही
away.
हो रहा है.
At the same time, Fnatic are starting to create their own pressure pockets.
नहीं भी यही जा रहे.
Behind the wall, they walk out.
40 सेकंड नहीं, Fnatic वापस सी जा रही है. They are cooked. GIANTX knows कि Fnatic को 5 साल बाद
Yeah, and you're seeing
Attack
the
करना
movement
जरूरी
outside
लगता
the
है.
scene now. Fnatic queuing up.
they are going back A.
But it's a reconsideration as we hit the 30
They're
seconds.
going
mark.
B!
Split looking all the more likely now as the two players move through main, Kron and Alpha.
That's the thing. We're starting to get towards Fnatic time. Down towards 20 seconds. In the corner, we're seeing GX deposit. There's 3 bodies here.
Bela.
Flickless gets the
बैठो अभी.
first. He's the
Wait,
one in the
oh,
corner,
nice
finally
catch.
gotten out.
Wow.
And Fnatic, they look as if they're falling to the
nice.
wayside, but as always, they buy themselves out of
Oh,
it.
the satchel.
Still need to be careful of Orbit as our players making
शिशी
it
किया ना.
way
किया ना
in.
शिशी.
Robbie,
राउंड जीत जाता वो.
and Fnatic can reset.
Fnatic needing to
किसने
search
तो
for a
ऐसा
little
round
bit of
निकाला
extra space here. Post plant on site.
As Grubby's
Bonus जीत जाते भाई.
Fnatic straight away, deal with any problem coming their way. And the Lancer back
Only
with the
one gun
rifle round.
saved.
Ruby going
One
down
gun
in orbit there
shaved.
makes life that much more difficult. It was a bold move from Flickless, committed to the far corner on site. But Fnatic running the clock down.
भाई कल मेरा
as they
एग्जाम
like
है
to do.
फिर भी तेरी स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ
We
विश
saw a
मी
little
लक
bit of this in the Liquid game as well. When I talk of GX being a
क्या
direct
करेगा
team,
लक्का
they like to play these quick, snappy rounds where the protocols play themselves. They're not really wanting to lean into the slower game, which makes it feel to me like we might have a bit of a stylistic clash.
क्रैशिस 0 पे
Important to mention between the two IGLs, Cloud has never bested Boaster in a series before.
ब्रो ये क्या नसीब है क्या नसीब है बूस्टर का उपवास है आज अरे प्लेयर अरे बूस्टर का उपवास है बंदा आज जीत गए बूस्टर
And look at this. We speak about how slow Fnatic can be, but when they get a chance to, they're very quick on the mark. On towards the A site they go. 3 bodies strong, but Boaster's hanging around. They needs to be careful because Flickless is
अरे
there.
माँ कसम
And now we go back to a 3-on-3.
Standout performer in the last game.
ब्रो अल्फा अगर फास्ट आता ना इजी किल था उसका
From the Viper, trade pit to
that's a
Chronicle.
bad ult by Chronicle
Sight covered in fumes, choked out Alpha, trying to
feeds भाई feed drop गया है
Fnatic is still not committed to the plant hit.
Still not comfortable, but they've got so much of sight when you actually look at the map. GX finally making the pick up from heaven though.
पीछे चले गए
Fnatic, I think they're looking to leave, eh?
Yeah, reading this as an
नहीं
overcommitment.
अभी
GX,
Fnatic 30 सेकंड ए पे ही रुकेगी और फिर बच जाएगी
They want and go searching for anything here as I say that.
ये देखो पप्पी दे दी ना इसको ले पटेली मार और
And then having taken him down, the illusion
अभी ये रेज मारेगा दोनों को
Ara on the B site.
Oh my god
Now
wow
with the opportunity, and he'll get the spike denied, leaving Alpha in a 1 versus 3.
Plenty of work for Alpha to do, and just simply not enough time on his watch to do it with. Flick straight into the site there. 3-1 lead now for GX, continuing to grow after the rifle round.
Osbai, all the best for tomorrow कल पता चलेगा
Fnatic again, I mean, it feels as if we get to that spot, right?
Yeah, good.
They make a decision, it seems like a good one, and then they just overthink, doubt themselves on that.
अभी फोन ऑलमोस्ट फ्लश में गिरने वाला था
I feel as if we're seeing this time and time again, Fnatic, just like with
Bathroom में
the
फोन
amount
लेके
that they've
बैठा
played. I
है।
mean, Billy was talking about the
बेशरम।
fatigue that the players have been
हाँ?
going through. Maybe they're just starting to come.
बाथरूम का दरवाजा खोलो दरवाजा खोलो दरवाजा खोलो जल्दी से इसको बाहर निकालो टट्टी अटक गई है अटक गई है अटक गई है
Today as well, Fnatic have played the most rounds of any team in the playoffs so far, and you expect that from them. GX are second in that statistic though, so I think if we want to paint a fair picture, it goes both ways. Even just kicking things off on Lotus as a map, right? It's rare that we've actually really seen Fnatic pick into it this year. For the whole first stage, they played it 9 times.
It's always felt like a Fnatic stronghold,
Yeah.
right? There's certain maps that we always think of, Fnatic, and Lotus is definitely one of them. One of the teams who were most dominant back in 2023.
काजू
when
ने
it first
हेवन
came
पे
out.
निकाला था सैचल
But
से
as I was saying,
ओह
9 times in the first stage, and now in stage
भाई
2,
तेरी
only a
स्ट्रीम
handful,
देख
and
के
every single
यूपीएससी
time
निकाल
we
सकता हूँ
picked
क्या
into them. This is the first time we've actually
जरूर
seen them
यूपीएससी
elect
आपको निकाल
for it
सकती
early
है
on.
Leave their brains intact.
And interesting enough, Lotus in decline in the EMEA.
Lotus has been nicknamed as Fnatic tried to brawl with the A-hole that we've been seeing
Ego,
GX
ego है।
win out.
ईगो है कोई दिक्कत की बात
It's
नहीं
going to
है
continue that way.
Stronghold for them on the map right now. West side is looking at the time. Has to be a little bit cautious.
West
in how
side,
he
east
approaches
side.
This.
Yeah, I mean,
North
the
side,
Alpha
south
has this
side.
Guardian,
हर
something
साइड
which
मेरा
could
साइड
take a head or
शरण
two
ले
off.
हो जा साइड
GX are starting to
ए
push
हो जा
this map
साइड
control that Fnatic have,
हो जा
or
साइड
lack thereof.
उड़ा था मैं काइट
Side also watching over Sand. So
डांस इन नाइट
Stronghold, which he is relied to be the custodian of. It
खाना
has been
खाता,
relinquished though.
लेके
Alpha
36
into the
बाइट
kill that sets up a 2 versus 3, and it's these 2 clutch players again that we're
अच्छा
looking
मेरा
at.
डाइट
Kron, most importantly.
Yeah, 3 clutches won yesterday, but he won't be able to chip in for this 2 versus 3. Now 1, just Alpha all alone. A lot of bodies to try and deal with, and a lot of utility as well. Managing to escape the horn. A timing, but it doesn't work out in his favour. flickless aware of
अच्छा
it.
मेरा डाइट घर में है नहीं, लाइट नहीं है घर में, तो कैसे करूँ पढ़ाई नहीं हो रही मेरी, तो कैसे करूँ स्ट्रीम नहीं होगी तो बनना पड़ेगा स्ट्रीमर।
GX. A clean up in this round. And coming back to that statistic as well about Lotus.
अच्छा वो स्ट्रीमर हुआ है,
I think as you look later on into this veto with
बाकी कुछ नहीं जमता।
right at the back end, when they had success on that
फ्लिकलेस देखो 10-1 ने बनता
first
है।
time, you know, coming in as a new map, it translated to success for them on the international stage. That's what they're trying to
रैपर
achieve
नहीं
here.
रैपर है तू।
Getting this one up to speed. Big fight about to go down in sand.
ओह सैंड में देखो, अब भी लगाई उसने। Oh my freaking god, absolute cinema incoming।
Fnatic not really interacting much.
भी नहीं कर रहे।
True utility thrown either way, but
स्मेल आ गया।
to just leave this and Boaster deposited. Has his ultimate if he wants to get out.
स्ट्रीमिंग कौन सी जमती है, बहुत मारूंगा, इज्जत से बात करना।
Is something which Fnatic will have to deal with later on. It's against teams with high operator usage that they have tended to struggle a little bit more. Didn't see that against KC, but might be a different story here. Still the spike inclined towards C. Kayak and Kron just
ये फाके कर रहे, ये आरा अकेला राउंड निकाल सकता है भाई। आरा के सामने 50 जन आ रहा, आरा को जो आ रहे हैं ना उनको बस देना है ताकि वो लोग आना बंद कर दे। वर्ड प्ले रैपर
Has presence known on that seaside.
Short escape insane.
And so quickly the reaction is made on the Fnatic side. 30 seconds yet again. Crashy's making his arrival now on A, but it's double layered Sentinel utility. The anchor of the Viper.
जाओ सेव करो।
Oh, Cypher utility taken offline.
Bro काजू साइट मारा, crazy, flickless मार रहा है बे बहुत। Bro the spike is down। कितना important frag निकाला उसने। There's no time. 15.
Alpha's still part of this puzzle as well, and with the spike on the other side, it's in no man's hand. No way to recover this for Alpha
Bro,
yet.
काजू को क्या मारा है?
The clock has won it for them, as it has gone against Fnatic multiple times already in this playoff stage.
Fnatic का pick है।
Slight lack of commitment, perhaps, or just an incredibly late one. But a 5-1 score
काजू
line with
कतली,
GX having won
तू है बटली,
majority of the right
चल ले ले
rounds
इधर
of
से
the
कंटी। सुबह में लेके निकलता हूँ बाल्टी।
When it has come to rifle rounds, GX have continued on this rampage.
Nice! Good job, boys. Well done. Well done.
It feels as if as well, like the player performance on Fnatic.
दर्शन भाई ने 10 रुपए दिया गूगल पे पे। शुम्मा दर्शन भाई। Oh.
Just have to track if there is improvement as time goes on. GX with the same setup towards C again. 2 players through the door this time. Cloud finding one and Kayak.
भाई GX मचा रही है, aggressive खेल रही है भाई डिफेंस में।
Is on to the next.
Wow. Crazy.
With Grubby following it up. Fnatic staring at 6-1 here and sure.
तरुण भाई ने 40 रुपए दिया और लिखा है Do you remember me या भूल गए? तरुण अग्रवाल। 40% याद आया मुझे तरुण भाई। आप हाँ 40%।
What more can be said? They're in zone flawless, and it feels that way. GIANTX look dominant on this defender side. I mean, you really need to see Fnatic show something different. I mean, Lotus for Fnatic last time they showed it up against Apex. It wasn't a good showing, right? It was shaky. They were able to buy themselves out a difficult spot. And that's against one of the worst opponents in the league.
Yeah. I hate to say it, perhaps the worst. But on this map,
GX उनके ग्रुप में सेकंड है बंदा है।
a little different. Big realizations for me is
GX चैंप्स जीतने वाली है।
the Fnatic did
Clip कर
very
लो।
well in their 5v4s, converting advantages yesterday.
EMEA में
but
सेकंड आएगी।
So far, it doesn't feel like they've really been in a position where they've had
Hacker.
numbers. And again, Ara cracks the whip.
Hacker,
Not
he got
finding
the smoker
Boaster.
like that.
Forced to make a move elsewhere, but already GX cottoned on to this.
Yeah, the reactions are spot on, and not only that, look how deep Westside is on C.
He's walked all the way out in sand. So confident, chest puffed out in front of his own setup. Happy to take the jewel on the chin. GX queued up for a Fnatic on A.
Calmness about this defender's side,
Alt
the
है,
way that they're making a
fade alt
decision
है,
making.
oh ये भी alt है,
Fnatic,
bro they can pivot to B, they should pivot to B with fade alt.
They're going to use the
No, they are going A still.
rid of it, and And even look at Kayak, looking for more space up through stairs.
Condemned. Still Flickless hanging around on site. We'll get
Oh, attacker ulta. Attacker ulta.
as well, but Cloud has been on a heater so far.
And he continues to do so, in through drop, and Garbino out of Hobbit door.
The envelope as much as possible. Kron is the hard clip. Tries to take the engagement himself. Look at it, a little more forthcoming. Cloud.
और एक क्या flash डाला है भाई वो.
Grubby looking for a little bit more.
Nice pick, crashes.
And crashes to cut
Finally around भाई, finally. तेरे फोटो को सीने से या the hell?
A lifeline, a little bit of relief for the attack.
फनाटिक इतना लेट क्यों कमिट करती है? साइड केसी के अगेंस्ट भी स्ट्रगल किया एंट्री में. आई थिंक स्टैट सेव कर रहे चैंप्स के लिए. बता नहीं सकते बनता है. वो लोग इससे बड़े मैप पे ही स्ट्रगल करते हैं, मतलब लेट एग्जीक्यूट करते हैं. ये मैंने नोटिस किया. नहीं एक्चुअली करोड़ में भी ऐसे ही कर रहे थे. बट करोड़ में डिफेंस में येड भगा दिया ना. क्या कमबैक किया. वन साइडेड. आपका लाइव देखते देखते घर पर इंग्लिश में कुछ भी बोलता रहता हो. I don't speak English, कुछ भी. My language is immaculate.
All the engagements, it just comes back to this theme that's been following GX up until now, the closing from those positions, those small errors, those micro synergies that they've been working so heavily on from groups into playoffs. Need to bear the fruits of their labor.
Being held. I'm not sure if that was Kayak or even if that was Ara on the other side of the map, but at the same time, still Fnatic playing with the clock and
bring them down.
And if it is Kayak, which I believe to be the case, just trying to create a distraction again, because so far it doesn't feel like he's been a hard entry for Fnatic on this map. He's been used elsewhere.
काजू ने अटैकिंग को अब निकाली है.
This is where Fnatic have often tried to go, but been stopped out by GX. The difference this time is there is no Sentinel setup, but Ara is here.
Oh my god.
Land the next.
Yep, that spike down on the ground. Where does Fnatic go with this one?
Hey, Groovy.
He can use Boaster's ultimate. He's out of the server. And look at
अरे
this.
माँ वो निकल गया था almost.
Trying to continue on. Kayak now.
Off पे switch किया.
But Flickless is there and up to the challenge. Fnatic.
भाई डिफेंस अच्छा कर रहा है वो लोग बहुत. मतलब जिस हिसाब से मैच चल रहा है ना, वो लोग जीतने वाले मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है.
Next half guaranteed for the defender side.
Fnatic really feeling like they've run out of steam on some of these rounds.
Yeah.
You're just waiting for that execution to come in, and then all of a sudden, Ara finds such a key kill. It's the third time now he's picked up Boaster with that op.
Yeah.
Something that I mentioned earlier as well, because I think just dealing with this, you have to be using your utility correctly and searching him out as much as possible, because he's been an absolute nightmare to play against as it stands. Second timeout Fnatic very well.
नहीं वो वाली किताब अब तक खोली नहीं है स्ट्रैट वाली. अरे बोस्टी भाई टेंशन मत लो. वो किताब अब तक अंदर ही है, नहीं निकाली. चिल है, एकदम चिल है. बाकी बताओ फ्लाइट कौन सी करानी है? अच्छा. नहीं ठीक है. विंडो सीट. अरे तुम जो बोलो. अरे अपना तो पक्का है. इनको करने दो ट्राई. अरे आराम से खेलो, कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं. और 30 सेकंड में साइड एंट्री हो रही है. ऐसा क्यों है? 20 सेकंड में होनी चाहिए. ठीक है, 20 सेकंड काम नहीं कर रहा, 5 सेकंड में एंट्री होनी चाहिए. ये स्ट्रैट है.
Last there was any change, Boaster was on the Astra instead. That's the one that I mentioned at the start, and yeah, it's not for the post-2023 that we've seen that. So the theory is there, it's been written into the tablet, the stone tablet, as long as is required now.
पिछले साल का चैंपियंस का टी-शर्ट.
From the
W ना.
On the biggest
बहुत excited था ये टी-शर्ट के लिए.
more recently, the grand final of Toronto against Paper Eggs.
फोन कट नहीं किया था, sorry.
Going against them, it was the final map in that series.
He wants this.
This is a glass op from Kron, by the way. He's down to 700 credits. Yeah. Hey, listen, I can't remember whether he picked it up in the previous round or not. I'm going to be completely honest. Either way, it's found the first pick, and Fnatic are on the site now.
Yeah, they are. Spike down, but post plant, but Boaster now with his own picked up from Ara.
No, I mean, oh my god, if this is the round
Kaju bhai, ab chhod do.
then
Kaju bhai, ab chhod do.
about Valorant gone in an instant. They have just, you know much about
What a round.
walked up with the op and said, yeah, you know what, we'll fight you. And against GX,
Bro.
that apparently works, but still 2
Are
on
you
3.
serious?
Hunting their
Are you
chances to defend the
serious?
side, flush with cash.
The Odin, all the spam not working out, and Alpha
Bite me,
takes his
Silai
time.
machine.
Cloud now trying to get out of tree, but 3 players trained
Shot.
his position gives Fnatic the third.
Champions bundle कब? Champions bundle आ चुका है.
So with Kron saved up and Boaster picking it up off the corpse of Ara, they have just shot their way through the site. And
Like मारिए,
that's the
like
sort of
मारिए,
conviction
subscribe
that you
करिए,
expect
subscribe
from
करिए.
Fnatic to bring it all back and put a bow on it. They are playing GX a little bit of their own game, remembering who they are. As it seems like this double down on the A fight will continue onwards, but this time GX have brought numbers.
Beast Royale, thank you for the response. We're going to the power gang
They went out
gold.
the initial util dump. That's the way it's been with Fnatic looking to re-engage, and it will continue to be that case. But
भाई पकड़ लिया ना.
from Kayak,
Crazy combination permutation.
Ara,
Bring them down.
this defender side going to be even more stricken for options. They're trying to push forward.
Onto route again they go, 2 players, but no overstep yet, and Chronicle guarding for it as he so often does.
Toxins going up.
Is there an angle here? It looks to be the
Wow.
case, but Kron better.
Short
Trying to get
decade
out,
guy up.
so now Fnatic 2 to the good. So a decision can be made on where this spike was.
Beast Royale, thank you so much for joining in the power gang gold. Lala, love you.
Blake double stacked it with util defending position, but Kron continues to fan off this onslaught of GX players that are trying to
Booster,
create problems
booster
on the
मारेगा इसको देखो.
backline. This shot from Boaster opens the
दो
door to
मारा.
the west side quite literally. Second shot through will find Kron. 3 on 2.
Oh,
5v2 निकला है.
timing.
God, WWWWW.
Activates, so does the rest of Fnatic. So, with that being said, 1 round remaining, a 7-5 half wouldn't be a bad recovery for Fnatic.
Oh, absolutely. It would signify 4 from 5 when GX had only dropped the bonus, coming 7 rounds in. It's Chronicle once more, the boss in the server. Anything has to get past if you're to have half a chance.
Yep. They just need 1
On him,
round.
they were so reliant in keeping this lower run going against a KC. who had a point
कमेंट्री
to
ऐसे
prove.
करो कि
Frisky
गंदे
homecoming.
एम वाला बंदा खुद को रेडियंट समझे.
GX ending
ओए
the half with a little bit of pace.
ब्रो बूस्टर
They
क्या
might be
ऑफ चला रहा है.
themselves. GX trying to force the fight.
Almost.
Boaster trying to get
Nice
out,
try.
but it doesn't work out. Cypher utility on the A side to gain that extra information.
क्लाउड का अल्ट है रीटेक के लिए. क्रैशिस का भी अल्ट है. आई गेस ये easily आना चाहिए
round.
राउंड.
Towards CT, GIANTX trying to show some sort of resistance.
All on Alpha to find this next jewel and does.
भाई
Hit placed inside
यही तो
the
फनाटिक को
side.
फनाटिक बनाता है भाई. इंडिविजुअल प्लेयर्स ही इतने डेंजर है ना.
Difficulty for GX.
Nightfall to try and clear out the next couple. Allow Grubby a chance. Vulnerable up though.
अरे भाई देख लेना वो कीड़े कहाँ जा रहे हैं.
And now it's up to Cloud. 1 versus 3. Time ticking
निकाल लेता
away.
बंदा वो.
You can't help but expect this to be
Good round.
a Fnatic round. 7-5.
Beast Royale with the 5
identified
gifted.
Alpha
www in the
And
chat. Thank you so
exactly
much Beast Royale bye for the 5 freaking gifted मेरे भाई.
Slow start to the evening.
Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. पोटैटो ताई भी खेल रही है. पूरा क्लच भाई भी खेल रहे हैं. 5 स्टैक वर्सेस बिग्स भाई चल रही है.
भी गया तुम्हारा
लग रहा है मेरे को.
कौन जीत रहा है चैट? बिग्स भाई क्या खेल रहे हैं सामने?
अरे सॉरी.
भाई यार ये लोग अभी साथ में खेल रहे हैं यार सब लोग यार गैंग. मेरे को खेलने का मन करता फिर. गैंग कभी रहती नहीं है भाई साथ. और ये जिष्णु भाई भी है.
ट्रिप नहीं है रुक जाओ.
पूरी गैंग है.
एक इधर है एक ऊपर है इसके ऊपर. गाइस मैं फ्लैंक करूंगा.
मेरे पे अल्ट है कर रहा मैं. हां
Legend.
उधर खड़े हैं।
My goat.
साइफर लॉन्ग गया, एक कभी है और एक ये कभी इसको निकल के मारो ना। ओ सॉरी,
Long, एक long.
एक और लॉन्ग।
2v2.
Last long. Nice.
Dream team. Legendary team. Dream team. Heretics Gaming Wadi channel.
जिशु भाई मेरा अल्ट खत्म क्लिक कर दिया, जिशु भाई फ्लैश हो गया।
क्या बोले क्लच भाई? बस है कर रहे।
Yes sir.
भाई क्लच भाई क्या बोलते हैं मालूम क्या? अभी देखो दोस्तों, मेरे को है ना डेली प्लस 30 आरआर चाहिए। एक हफ्ते में मैं रेडियंट चले जाऊंगा। आरशी में तोड़ देखा है? मैं उठ के आ जाऊं ना बिना नहाए तो भी उनके क्लोज फ्रैक्स करूंगा। क्लोज फ्रैक्स या तो कभी कभार डायरेक्ट टॉप फ्रैग भी कर दूंगा। एंड ये इंसान को लगता है ये रेडियंट जाएगा। He needs to eat my shishi to do that. Thanks for the gift, WB Sral bhai.
Being a real playoff contender, right? When we think of like how everything started to slot into place in terms of roles.
तुम क्यों नहीं खेल रहे हो हैदराबाद के साथ? वो actually लफड़ा हुआ है।
Seeing Giants actually have a roster with a lot of promise, right? As sure as split 2 it's come into its form, but I mean something to build towards for next year.
See that the roles are just that much more strict, and Rubinho has his part to play in it. As he does, this be execution. Paranoia in hand. As the toxic screen goes up, GX start to turn their gaze elsewhere. It's towards Kron.
क्या बात है अल्फा यार, तू अकेला खेल।
Alpha lights him up, Flickless gone.
Brilliant timing as well. But it looks as if GX are looking to just hit in towards C. There's 2 players here. It's Crashes and Kron.
Almost a little too straightforward. Into the open arms of Kron. Plenty of damage already done. Standing on his own 2 feet. West side pin to the corner. He's a dead man. Still Lara overlooked.
3v2 और एक B से आ रहा है। Oh, Booster versus Rubinho is huge. Never mind. हार गया round. Big round by Fnatic by 7-all.
The player that we just highlighted.
Controversy viral कर दूं?
It's a big moment to turn this one around.
Let's keep it in us.
Absolutely ran for the hills, giving nothing away to Rubinho. Doesn't want to allow a decent advantage to start to slay. Boaster low, caught in transition. Eventually does give that pick.
Yeah.
So 2 versus 1.
Pyaparix का मैच कब है? Pyaparix का मैच है
So Grubby should know
संडे
what
को।
he's walking into.
अगले।
The other way Grubby could have gone would have been
अभी आज संडे है ना? हाँ तो ये आने वाले संडे को।
The B main door hasn't opened. Double stack Fnatic, and that's going to be the round. So number 6 locked in. Grubby walks into trouble, as do the rest of GX. A pistol which didn't really get going.
Yeah, I mean Alpha does so well in this round. So does Kron to drop the spike. The fact that you get 3 orbs towards your killjoy, you...
He won't. Look. You're doing this, bro.
Yeah, so speaking of calmness, maybe a little bit more required there.
Oh भाई।
GX make no investment to the following round. Expect much to happen here, but this player got behind.
Okay.
Grubby has
Okay, Boasty.
one.
Only one.
They're escalating this very quickly. This is the directness I was talking about from GX.
Yeah, and Crashes has a rifle, so he needs to be really careful. There's plenty of bodies to protect it though. Kron being one of them, Kayak the other. As Fnatic are dealing with many problems.
भाई लेकिन 2 guns नहीं ठीक है, लेकिन राइफल से दोनों।
Or at least fake it.
Already sighted though, so that's the problem solved. Fnatic with the equalizer back to 7-7. Well, we do have a little time, yeah, just to build on that roles conversation. I think that's something that's been so pivotal for GX. They're playing quite standard across a lot of maps.
The nation wants to know.
Couple of agents, the pool, very minimized, but that's just made them a little bit more
जरूरत आ गई है, इसके वजह से लफड़ा हो गया। वो जरूरत मिट गई ना, तो लफड़ा मिट जाएगा।
Mechanics perhaps, and how that fits into the team picture. Well, they have looked a little bit more effective.
दोनों को 1 करोड़ चाहिए।
Hits where you really see the prowess of it.
Please मिटा दो ये तकलीफ मिटा दो।
commitment behind the early A wall this time.
Taking no time to scale up.
Bring them down.
That being said, though, not plenty of utility to try and
Crazy na Kaju.
Kayak does it completely dry, catches Grubinho, which is a big loss because when you think of it, GIANTX, when they go to execute, will have to deal with so many hard angles. You think towards B heaven, you think towards
like the stream if you're new, guys.
A heaven as well.
This is the buy round for GIANTX. If they want to win this, they have to win this. Win this round.
But you have to try and deal with Boaster having to deal with the push, and unfortunately for him, these crashes all alone.
Oh.
Solo on site, but he's found his first.
Yeah.
Big kill. Oh, side wala bhi mara. Are they winning this? 2v3. भाई लेकिन Chronicle मारेगा ना. Alpha का भी दिन है, Alpha मारेगा.
And a big key 1 versus 1 out of Orbit. GIANTX win the rifle round.
One dream ends.
Make the most of the A fights there.
अगला round मारेंगे.
In terms of their priorities of which space it was that they wanted to fight, Boaster getting caught here again. In terms of those first duels, he has had a pretty torrid time so far. When it comes to advantages, like we said, GX are going to open a lot of these rounds.
Player लोग यार तुम लोग, player लोग.
Can close them from a deficit.
Time out.
That's the more poignant. And
क्या हुआ? Problem है क्या कुछ?
delay, just
शिष्य लगी है किसी को?
nothing too much to worry about, but Sarah, I think while we have the time to sort of continue to bring that conversation forward, what is it that GX need to do to beat Fnatic today? Where are the advantages going to come from this playstyle of theirs?
I mean, for me, you've got to be looking about, like, for instance, you think towards that A, right? You had Kayak just swing out.
पंछी बनाया भाई उसने यहाँ पे.
Aware of where Fnatic are going to try and take their opportunities.
Like the stream, guys, we are close to 1 million likes.
Open as well when you think towards
अच्छा कीबोर्ड काम नहीं कर रहा है बे, इसलिए राउंड आ रहे हैं, तो जीत जाते मालूम.
You can see the players, I was going to say in high spirits, but
yeah,
just
hey,
stoic expression on his face, knowing that, of course, the job is not yet done. It's far from it, in fact. Fnatic's goals, I think, at this point, like you say,
like the stream, if you're new, subscribe to the channel too.
Making those improvements towards champs, that's what their focus will be on.
भाई मुझे कॉल आया कि काजू की शीशी नहीं आ रही, आप जाके निकाल के आ जाओ.
Crop up in an official environment is especially poignant in times like these when you're going to play against, you know, a GX side that like to be quite straightforward. So many different styles that you'll run into in an international event, and how to handle that, of course.
Oh, I mean, Alpha's just walked out straight into Ara's outlaw. Fnatic find themselves at the back end of a poor buy. Even after the success they were having in the initial rounds, forcing into that third one is what's cost them.
You have Kayak here out on an island. Decides better of it. Gives up the space after Alpha Yez's demise. His fate settled in a similar manner to what looked to be panning out in front of his eyes. Stall from Kronzorb. He's currently sat in B main, waiting to react off of this execution.
नहीं, Booster ने flash डाला.
He got the entry. After that, though, it's all GIANTX. So, with that being said, Kron crashes. Have to try and pick up into a 4 stack of players, but there are players low. The key point being.
भाई तू कौन सी टीम के साथ है?
The stinger at that
जो टीम
range
के साथ
will struggle. Ara is on 6 points.
वो टीम खुद के साथ नहीं है.
If Grubinho would maybe drop
चैट
in the
तुम लोग को क्या
outlaw,
लगता
but it's a
है
little too
जी
much ground to cover
अगली
in
बार
this 4
सेम
versus
स्क्वाड
2.
रखेगी या वो लोग डिसबैंड कर रहे हैं?
Each retaking from different positions.
मतलब नया रोस्टर बना रही है.
Pawn immediately destroyed. GIANTX, they know exactly what is needed.
Shot.
Nice first shot, but that's all it's going to be. So that gap gets grown to 2. GIANTX find themselves 1 away from double digits.
Yeah, looking more than up to the task so far in this elimination match. Dark horses all year long. And the significance of this fixture is the Fnatic game in the previous stage was the first look that we got at some of those new signings, Flickless and Ara from UCAM. And when you really felt like maybe there was a little bit more potential behind this new iteration of GX, given the time to work on things behind the scenes. But into the next rifle, Kayak's op is out on A. From the breakable door, he is ready for GX.
बाय राउंड आ चुका है फनाटिक का. They have to win this round. They want to win this game. नहीं तो फिर बहुत बड़ा डिफरेंस आ जाएगा.
Has found his pick. So entry 5 versus 4 for Fnatic to try and convert from, with the spike going down.
As the spike goes down, Cloud has the C's, and that's about all in terms of utility here to fall back on. Very regressive positions through tree. Now moving out into grass.
Oh, this fight.
Stop against Fleckless.
भाई सो गया है अल्फा.
And that's going to be a big
भाई उसका स्प्रे कनेक्ट नहीं हुआ बनता है.
That's not an angle that Fnatic
Chronicle
can
जिंदा है.
approach
Chronicle
from.
जिंदा है.
But at least Kron
Tiger
gets
अब भी
cleared
जिंदा
from
है.
stairs. And they go. Looks like Fnatic
They missed the flash, but
so
still.
in towards tree.
2v4.
Good
round, good round, good round.
Doesn't work out.
ये round जाता तो सीन हो जाते.
Trying to spam, completely helpless.
How's you doing today? I'm doing so good.
Would rather keep the rifle in towards the next round.
चुपल गो चुपल. Salmon bhai, hi.
So Fnatic
जी इंडियन टीम है.
start
हाँ.
to reconsolidate control on this defender's side. An effective retake with no ultimates invested, so plenty to fall back on. This shot from Kayak. Fully through the smoke, took a timing on it. Same can be said of Chronicle. In fact, it feels a little unlucky.
Guy through the hobby smoke, bro. We've all.
Well, just one round in it now. Kayak and these defender sides have been a real focal point in these last few maps that we've seen him play. A real upturn in form where he was being sacrificed a lot on the attack. He's enabled now with the sniper in his hands.
Yeah, not only that, a showstopper in his back pocket. This looks pretty straightforward on the C site as GX look to hit into it. Kayak just not quite finding the fight on B main. West side winning that out, and Ara caught out as well.
भाई उसको हेल्प करने के लिए अंदर ही नहीं आई टीम. बेचारा.
Ara representing
मेरे साथ भी यही होता है. टीम हेल्प नहीं कर रही. इसलिए मार नहीं पाता. 5-6 एंगल्स एक साथ कैसे देखो ना.
Rubinho will be left behind, detached from the rest as
Ult है क्या उसके पास? हाँ, उसके पास ult है.
So it's A that they're
वो अलग
going
खेल
with
सकता है.
Flickless's wall, but you wonder if there is a late pivot.
So zero information except for that Cypher cam being shown. Waiting for the Toxins to come back.
Why?
That's a big pick. Still Fnatic have ultimates to come
Oh
back
my
in
God.
with if they really need to
मेरे को
as
लगा एक और
well.
मारेगा.
This is looking like a quick B pivot.
As perhaps expected, and Grubby's managed to catch the timing on this as well. Kron on site, they exchange looks, but I don't know, did Grubby spot him or not? He's looking to take this a step further either way. Alpha lining up the lockdown, and yeah, Grubby swivels the head back around,
kill,
looking
bhai,
for Kron
kya
now
mara
to try and
hai
take
usko.
that fight. He'll lose it,
2v2.
but it ends 2-on-2, and the spike is in the ground.
Not only that, Viper's pit invested by Flickless. This should be easy enough to close out for GIANTX.
Poster trying to interrupt the timing. Kron fanning the pit across. The Venn diagram of green circles on site, but Cloud is ready for the jump up, and with 3 to his name on round 18, GX do have double digits.
I mean, and that's the big
उसको
aspect
drop
to
दे
it.
सकते हैं शायद.
Ultimates invested, double digits found, and no timeout for the Fnatic coaches either.
Such
Crazy
a smart
खेले भाई वो
play
लोग.
from Grubinho though, and that's what releases so much pressure on the round.
Cloud, nice! Nice,
Didn't quite catch it on the replay, but yeah, you can only assume he saw Chronicle and just decided we want to set up for B. See what I can find here. And with the lockdown in play, you're kind of expecting Alpha to be setting that one up. Still available, of course. At least the last real buy for Fnatic before GX can threaten map point.
यू इतना बोरिंग क्यों है भाई यार. ये लोग ने ना यही बना लिया है भाई, इमेज बना लिया है यू का. पिछले 4 गेम्स यू के ना इतने क्रेजी गए, इतने क्लोज गए.
First round at least towards the C site where Kron and Alpha hold things down. And it looks like when you look at the positions, they don't really want to fight the choke. They would
Alpha
rather play for a retake.
वो अर्ली अल्ट करेगा.
The lockdown readied as well.
A bit of a preemptive one, but Ara's going to go ahead and chase
उसने अल्ट
this.
नहीं किया ना तो ये अल्ट से वो टूट जाता.
Paint shell still in his back pocket, plenty of utility damage.
बड़ा प्लेयर गिरा है, बड़ा प्लेयर.
Chronicle removed from the space, and GX not even going to chase it up.
भाई इको आ जाएगा अगला तो match point मिल जाएगा.
That's because of that lockdown in play, right? And ultimates that Fnatic can use in their favour, which they try to do here. Nightfall in first, as well as the lockdown.
The nade from Arrow just to do damage on any players through Waterfall as Fnatic are swimming upstream into this retake, but the ult's invested, offset the chances. Now looking a bit more favourable. They need to fan out and fight the player's sand. Grubby in the meantime is wrapping around on the flank, but the kills have already been found inside of the choke. Alpha sticking it, a blind spray which won't connect.
GG chat.
It matters not.
It's a GG.
Fnatic have fallen out of this round and out of favour on Lotus, it seems.
It's a GG.
GX continuing to build on their lead and with a huge opportunity to end it in the next few.
The fact that Fnatic used 3 ultimates in that last round and didn't
ults तो सारे अच्छे थे.
is probably what's going to push
लेकिन वो लोग long से बहुत अच्छा खेले.
Go and win out this map. Go and push themselves forward.
Crashes एक और मारता तो जीत जाते.
Fnatic with the loss bonus are gonna throw as much into this as they
are
can.
buying a half
Both
shield
Stinger,
buy.
Alpha,
They are doing a half shield buy.
and with a
मेरे को लगा
full
buy नहीं आएगा
set
कुछ भी.
of light shields.
अल्फा ने कुछ ये नहीं buy किया.
Using the outlaw
Yotel और Chronicle ने भी नहीं किया.
Has to cross past it, but Westside's
Nice
already
shot
off
आ
the
रहा
board.
भाई.
Huge early win.
That's your lurker gone.
Oh, first pick मिला है भाई.
Presence across the map starting to thin out. Fnatic make their approach towards A lobby. Cloud only seen Boaster though.
You do still have other players that can fake that pressure.
Nice
We saw
moolie,
Grubby
bro.
do it in previous rounds. Looks like it's going to be Ara here. Still, GX committed to fighting Rubble.
Are they too committed?
Alpha का
Not
position
wanting
अच्छा
to
है.
overinvest any utility.
Alpha का position
We'll
अच्छा है.
focus on Alpha now in the corner.
And he wins the first. Can't quite get the second.
Bro, Omen को देखो ना.
Grubby's so deep. He's looking to try and lock round flank. See if he can find anything, but he doesn't.
Oh.
Cloud holding on. Was only able
Why
to
is
find
going C?
Crashes, so
He's so
in a very
confused.
weird spot on the map. The fact that Flickless needs to try and get close to Grubby is the big component here.
Yeah, he's had the call from Grubby though that the A site should be completely clear, that he can go ahead and plant it. Cloud heard the steps of the push coming in from main, so the rest of the team have adjusted.
Booster का ult है.
It's late alteration, they still have.
तो वो
to pull
ग्रुबिनियो
off
का
the
info दे
versus
सकता है
them.
अगर वो रबल टीपी करता है.
Shots fired forward. Presence in CT identified by Flickless, and he's going to hang around.
23 10 by
Hang on,
Flickless.
there's 3
No,
bodies
he's gonna
here.
kill 2
Kayak
guys.
as well, and that's the first to go. But Boaster there, and now it's up to Grubinho. Deep in main, with
Boaster
an
low है.
option to spam onto the spike.
Oh
Against
my!
Kron, and it's now up against the captain of Fnatic, and he's able to clutch out GIANTX on map point.
And a Red Bull clutch for Grubinho, bouncing back after a heavily critiqued performance in the upper bracket. Flickless does well to buy time here. Fnatic are so slow to get towards the site because they know GX are at a disadvantage. They're going to be looking to take those jewels, so they don't want to entertain it.
भाई
Grubby over-delivering from that position.
उसने
Yeah, shouldn't have had a chance. The fact that
काजू को
Kron gets
क्या
caught
मारा है?
trying to move on towards the spike is a disaster. Seems as if GIANTX happy to try and fight A once again. They're much more forward this time round. Fnatic, so much more regressed.
Similar sort of positions that we've seen. In fact, Boaster further forward on this close corner through the main choke than you would typically see. It's because he has Kron in support off his shoulder in the stairwell.
वो लोग all
His timing to perfection.
commit. Oh!
And he's done it. He's gone, not able to get the second, but Kron is.
Wow.
And the spam goes
भाई
West
Westside
Side's
पागल
way
है.
of all people. The neural theft identified.
Nice
Taxis,
help.
but
Oh
Kayak
my
gets
God.
support and keeps
1v1
us in
आएगा
a
ये.
position that's winnable. It settles in a 1 versus 1. Flickless versus
दोनों का
Alpha.
गेम बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है अल्फा का भी और फ्लिकलेस का भी.
League and now hitting the scene. Flickless!
क्रॉसर में वॉकिंग किया भाई.
Cross to tree by Alpha.
What a shot.
Line
Come back.
drawn in the sand from
Comeback is on.
Fnatic. This one not getting any further than 12 for the time being. 3 more opportunities for them to give us another extension of play.
clutch on clutch. It seems like GIANTX trying to clear their corners, maybe a little bit too aggressive in the way they were trying to take backside as well. Works out in Fnatic's favour. Anxious are the coaches.
इतना प्यार है दोनों में.
And they'll be allowed to speak to the players for the first time in a long time.
Timeout! Timeout आ चुका है.
Timeout.
Comes on the other side of the server.
क्या लगता है GX कहाँ पे अटैक करेगी?
Or so you would think. I mean, usually, sort of as he said, he was happy with the calls that Cloud had been giving, even in the tenuous of times for
मेरे को लगता है वापस ही जाएंगे.
When it looked like they were really struggling, still with the full confidence.
They are shaving.
And the same can be said from the management and his.
उनके पास पैसा है, but they are still shaving, and that's because they don't want to give the match. I mean, they don't want to play OT.
With Giants since he was a player, the history goes all the way back, but. Now with multiple revisions
ये अगर वो लोग ने next round के लिए buy किया तो उन लोग के पास पूरा buy रहेगा पूरा game.
Yeah, and no stranger to make an international event.
And Fnatic तो अभी भी ये buy.
Champs back.
They're not rich.
Was it 23?
Well, yeah.
Split करेंगे, C2B करेंगे.
Sort of the C2B that Giants have had, but the problem is it's the absence since then, and Cloud was talking about it.
Allah, that's racist, by the way.
In the previous game, that you know they're putting in hard work, hard hours, and they have been over the years.
Freaking idiot!
It's just they want to know that that work was put to good use and that they tried their best, whether they succeeded or not.
Well, back to the C side, where Kron and Alpha have been able to somewhat hold, but Ara's so deep, he's taken a lot of delay, a lot of decay, and Alpha, combined by Kron's snakebite, is able to deny the C site.
It's just textbook Lotus from Fnatic. The double layering of utility, Viper and Sentinel. These fast C pops will get punished if they continue playing into that GX.
ओए ads नहीं लगी भाई. Chat ads लगी है क्या? Stream के start में ad लग सकती है लेकिन बीच में नहीं.
Just seen the shoulder crashes straight away, dips away, doesn't want to give anything.
Toxin screen down.
Still
we are close to 500 likes, by the way.
And he's done.
वहाँ चालू थी ads.
And still
बंद कर दी.
Remote controlled the Viper wall on A for the rest of his team. And now given the call to do so from the in-game leader, Cloud continuing to scale onto a site currently only held by Crashies. So it's a complete forfeiture of the A site from Fnatic, playing a retake, 3 versus 5.
I mean, good decision. You don't give anything away to your opponents, but the bad decision, or the bad thing about it is it allows GIANTX to go and try and set up, but
नहीं, Fnatic के ना अगर guns गिरा सकते थे ना ये round में, तो बहुत advantage मिलता. मालूम देखो ना, credits देखो ना 0-0-0 है 3 जगहों पे.
Sheriff, it's not weaponry that you would want.
Fnatic, it should just
Fnatic को भी एकदम संभाल के खेलना ये round.
5 players from spawn side, Kayak first in, and a quick trade onto Grubby. So no messing around, no silly business. Fnatic now at 10, and GX's opportunities to finish this in the fashion that they would like,
and it's a professional round as well, the fact that they're able to get through that. Only really losing Kayak on the re-entry towards the A site. And the big thing about it is the fact that the lockdown's back online. So is the
like to see him finish subscribe to the channel.
Away from his Nightfall. These are big components to finish out the map. And ones that can counter what GX have online. For instance, the Viper's Pit.
Alpha with a real uptick in form. Interesting to see here. Typically performs better on the attack halves than the defense, but 23 and 14 as it stands, and nothing getting past him on C. Fnatic with an adaptation. Heavy fight on A. Kayak call, but the showstopper flares off and
finally coming back, bro.
Getting traded out.
Poster stuck in the corner, trying to TP away in towards the attack smoke, and is
ये round हारे तो GG है.
Instantly, multiple rifles light up, and it's at the cost of both TPs and Crashies as well, who through the main line. Now GX converging in position on the B fight, and it's only Alpha in Waterfall. The Viper Pit is going to spread out onto the lockdown so they can challenge this, and one by one they will break it.
Back to the lockdowns committed with no support.
अच्छा खेले भाई, बहुत बढ़िया खेले आज GX वाले, बहुत बढ़िया खेले चैट।
Like it could have been Fanatics has been completely turned on its head. A Chronicle that has to go up into a 1 versus 4. And if he loses this, it's GX's map.
GX taking a huge step forwards into their hopes of champs qualification with a map win here. A step forward in this series, 13-10 on Fnatic's pick of Lotus.
कल किसको हरा के आए ये लोग? हाँ चैट, कल लोग किसको हरा के आए? ओ ये लोग लिक्विड से 2-1 हार के आए लोअर ब्रैकेट में। ऐसा विषय तो लिक्विड ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में, मां कसम नहीं, अपर ब्रैकेट फाइनल्स में लिक्विड। भाई ये मैच क्रेजी होएगा रे। नावी का रिकॉर्ड कैसा है? ये अच्छा मैच होगा मेरे को लगता है। कुले 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 कुले, अरे कुले कुले कुले।
Sending the first rat to the moon, boys.
I got the second car. उई बेटमैन। ओ अच्छा ये बेटमैन है। क्रेजी ब्रो, बेटमैन। हुश भाई, what do you think? I think I can reach immortal. ओ ये तब का फोटो है जब मेरे बाल छोटे थे। या ये आज का ही है चैट? यार ये इसमें तो बाल छोटे हैं बहुत। आज का है क्या ये? हाँ आज का है बे, छोटे बाल लग रहे। पैसिफिक पंच ये सब मत पी, अभी खाना खा। A big valor noob guess who stuck a freaking idiot. नया जूते कितने के का कैसा है? हेलो हाँ ब्रो, टीवी भी वर रही है। चलिए असली है या नकली है, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? मेरे को एक चीज बताओ, असली है या नकली है, उससे भी क्या फर्क पड़ता है? ये कितने के आते हैं? शिट, थैंक यू। भाई ने सारा पैसा अपने सेटअप, माउस, कीबोर्ड और माउस पैड में लगा दिया और मॉनिटर स्टैंड में। भाई साहब, ओ माय गॉड ब्रो, What the hell? क्रेजी है भाई ये। भाई इसके पास स्किन्स भी है, स्किन्स भी है इसके पास। 2000 की स्किन ले ली, 5000 में टेबल आ जाएगा। अच्छा पद्दुराम, क्या हो रहा भाई? चैट, एक सर्दी वाले इंसान को अमरुद होता है सूप से जो फीलिंग आती है ना, अंदर गरम गरम, गले तक, नाक में गरम, हर जगह गरम, सर तक जाता ही है। रैंक ऐसे सेटअप पे भाई चैट इसका रैंक तो हाई ही रहेगा भाई। मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ इमॉर्टल है ये, मालूम ये इमॉर्टल है। चोरी किया है सेटअप इसने ये सेटअप चोरी किया है। अक्रोस भाई ने 1 महीने का सपोर्ट किया, लिखा है गोल्ड। ब्रो यू वर क्लोज अक्रोस। अक्रोड, आप अक्रोड नाम लिख दो ना। शिट सॉरी मजाक में बोला। डब्ल्यू डिनर, ये डिनर है। दोपहर में कुछ हैवी खाया रहेगा। लाइक कर दो इसी बात पे, लाइक कर दो। ये ना चैट मैंने एक बार ही ट्राई किया है, तुम ट्राई करने चाहिए। जेनो भाई आपका डिनर बेटर हो जाएगा। मैंने ट्राई किया है एंड 100% क्लिनिकली प्रूवन है। ये कुरकुरे के इसमें ना अभी जैसा खोला है तुमने, परफेक्ट खोला है। मॉन्स्टर ऐसा ऊपर से डालो, बंद करो और ऐसा करो और खाओ। ब्रो दैट इट्स डिफरेंट। मैंने ट्राई किया है इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ, जल्दी करो। नाइस सेटअप ब्रो। व्हाट ए वॉल भाई, सब लोग लेडीज वॉलपेपर रखते हुए, घरवाली कुछ बोलती नहीं है। ये लेडीज वॉलपेपर रख के क्या होएगा बताओ? हाँ अरे what a cheddar. Oh my god bro, look at this, look at this भाई क्या क्रेजी। ओए अबे बॉल बियरिंग सेटअप, ये देखो बॉल बेयरिंग लगा है ये शायद। ओ ये भी बॉल बेयरिंग ही है भाई, डेंजर रे। गेस द रैंक, उधर डाल तो पहले। यू मस्ट बी सिल्वर। सस्ता सेटअप। डब्ल्यू भाई सस्ता नहीं है सेटअप, ग्राफिक कार्ड तो है तेरे इसमें, वो भी RTX है भाई। इसके पास RTX है, 144 हर्ट्ज का डिस्प्ले और हो। इसका ये गायब करना पर आता नको पापा, भूखना है। हाँ नको आता, भूखना ही है। मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, इसका ये माउस पैड निकाल, माउस पैड बोल रहा हूँ, लैपटॉप लेके जाना चाहिए भाई। ब्रेक डिजाइन रिपोर्ट्स, लिंक, थर्मल एनालिस्ट्स, इंटरनेशनल शिमने पोटैटो ताई 1v4 की अगेंस्ट बिंग्स। क्या बात कर रहे हो
ना हेडर भाई? एक
बट ये
4 पिंग
गाइस
ब्रो, नो फ्रिकिंग वे, माय गॉड पॉपिंग ऑफ।
ओके
तो बॉक्स के ऊपर
ये क्या है? ये क्या वहां पे?
मैं देख रहा
इट्स आवाज
हैक
सीटी था।
चलो जी
Camera taken out.
कहां है वो?
सिटी आउट,
कैमरा डिस्ट्रॉय किया ना।
हेवन आउट।
थ्रो करूं क्या?
करो जो करना करो भाई। दो
क्या कॉल किया है रियान भाई ने? रोको क्या पूछते, डेंजर है ना। अबे किधर है, कहां पे? मैच चालू हो गया, बताओ।
I think it's fine. On attack, you're going to see a lot of Yoru walking out A and baiting the breach stun. They're going to do a lot of things to bait the util out and then playing together and looking for kills.
I do like the when they played against Paper X. You know, if you can't beat them,
Heretics
maybe
single ही
try
नहीं कर
and
रही
show
है,
them a little bit
GIANTX
and go double
double ही
gaming.
नहीं कर रही है।
What about the jobs of GIANTX here? How do they just make this a 2-0, make it easy for themselves?
I think that they have to be careful. I think that it's more the ball is on Fnatic's side, because I feel like, for example, on Haven, maybe being too passive is something that wasn't working for them. And I think that if they commit the same sin here, it will go in the same fate. I think that GIANTX are going to be looking out probably for the plays of Kayak and Alpha.
तेरे को फ्रेम पतली करनी चाहिए थी, मालूम? तेरे फ्रेम ने तेरा आर्ट है ना वो कर दिया, नर्फ कर दिया भाई। क्रेजी बनाया यार, लेकिन तूने बहुत क्रेजी बनाया। वेरी वेल डन, very well done.
I am biased.
I always think Fnatic is the best team in the world, but I think that Giants, because of how they're playing individually, they can
भाई जैसा तू खेल रहा है उस हिसाब से पोटैटो ताई तुक्का मार के इमॉर्टल पहुंच जाएगी।
They have a real chance here to close this out 2-0.
Is this real or fake?
They don't just eliminate Fnatic here at playoffs. They are one step closer, Hazard and Khelraay, to champs.
That they are. A map that we haven't seen from Fnatic yet, but the last time they showed that they were able to win it 13-1 against Team Heretics. That's some showing. It's the exact same composition of agents. Can GIANTX go and win it
13-1 जीती है Fnatic.
Well, that's going to be the question.
Heretics
They
के
have a
against.
positive record for it at this stage. We saw them take the loss to Liquid, but the question is, has that shaken them?
आज अमेरिका's watch party है. Yes, baby.
Continue to hold place. It's a lot of what I was talking about before. Those agents, those roles have been that much more nailed on, fine-tuned from GX from the start. You're going to be expecting to see a lot of set pieces from them in the way that they play both defense and attack. That's where they'll start. And for me, more than anything else, it comes down to this pistol round, because we know that this is an area that they massively struggle in. Could already
Liquid 13-1 जीती थी, bruh.
Very good. Alpha, the duelist towards A, Kayak, the duelist on B side, but it's neither of the extremities that GX start. Through mid that they go, are caught in a trap. And that being said, Fnatic well aware of this. Postalo jumps up and gives himself away, as does Chronicle. Alpha's
crazy decision, crazy.
Push forward, try and grab the weak arm of the push, but instead, no, it will go GX's way.
भाई वो ब्रीच का फ्लैश भी अच्छा था.
Wrestle, they outmuscle Fnatic on the push to A, and now setting up in post. There is plenty of space. It's back in short, both players Fnatic.
Kayak up first.
पहला भी पिस्टल ये लोग जीते थे ना.
Prince of Pistol, and well, he was going to have to show his royalty here. If there's going to be anything to go
Chat यार मैटर नहीं हो रहा रे.
But instead, no.
BBL में कैसे बस हाथ छोड़ना बाकी रह जाते थे. Stand up, stand up.
This is the sort of start that they needed if this is to be a 2-0, because the attack side went royally wrong for them
नहीं
in
करूँगा.
that Liquid game.
नहीं
Streak
करूँगा.
of rounds which spanned for the majority of the half. They were on the receiving end, just couldn't find lift off. And looking at the Fnatic side, yeah, it's different to what we've seen from them in previous games. The last time that they showed it in VCT, of course, was the Toronto Grand Final. But improvements have been made. It is their permaban, but at the same time, quietly in the background,
careful.
It's kind of a requirement.
Oh my God, Rubio. He got another one.
Yeah. Nice shot from
भाई अबे ये लोग danger
I
खेल
think
रहे
like
हैं.
this is still a map that you need to be very wary of. Sure, Fnatic haven't shown it, but like, what's the planning been in the background? What's the history like? Because I mean, at the end of the day, Fnatic have had really good showings. As said previously, a 13-1 against Team Heretics the last time that they played it.
Alpha with the bucket. Ooh, could have been the face of something there, but for GX, it's a confidently controlled second round to help bolster the bonus.
भाई cute voice में आरा बोलो.
An interesting one, especially for Fnatic.
बोलो.
It's unique in the sense, and I said it before, it was added 3 building towards kickoff, and yeah, they just never really gravitated towards it. The few times that we did see it for them last year in a chance environment, both 13-11 losses, very closely fought, but just not quite having that extra 10%. So any official reps here heading towards the business end of the year for them are positive.
Wow!
GX, it is the perfect start.
And for what it's worth, I actually do like Fnatic's composition and how they want to play the map. There's a lot of nice...
jumping on me like that.
There's a lot of nice set pieces that they tend to bring out. That being said, 4 players strong.
भाई गाना सुनो भाई chat. सबसे best गाना है भाई.
To hold down B.
Seeing GX immediately going for the jugular. It's Ara at the forefront. Bucky in his hands this time. The wall of the Neon hasn't quite cut across the sight line, but Kron playing from the opposite side of it means that he's not in a position to challenge right now. GX free roaming onto this site.
Bro, they're winning the bonus again. Lotus jaisa hi bhai.
And Fnatic trying to flood back in
into the post.
Connect
GX already taken up position. Ara up close with the bucket.
This is bad.
And making sure Fnatic know it.
जीतेगी.
Not want to step in, or there will be trouble. Bodyguarding the rest. The slow
nice decision to save. It's okay. It's okay. अगला round निकल सकता है.
Their bonus.
It's a great way to break down the B site. The fact that Fnatic tried to flood in, right? You see Kayak trying to support Chronicle. Trying to see if they can
games
catch players off
trailer
guard,
देखे.
I don't even think they'll be allowed to leave. There's so many bodies being sent their way. Crashes trying to get close to Boaster. Instead, Spike will detonate. GIANTX will get the third. Fnatic allowed to keep those 2 rifles.
Yeah, and in comparison to Fnatic, there's plenty of tape on how GX want to play this map, both attack and defender's side. And
Timeout ले लिया क्या 3-0 पे ही?
Yeah, there is that level of directness that you have from them, but even the choice to go straight to market there for me is crazy.
This is
right?
SK Rossi if he was white.
With plenty of center utility, and here 2 players who are the anchors on either side in a pretty key matchup.
Yeah, and I think for me, these 2 players are going to be very important as we move through the map because they are your site anchors and both the Cypher players. Come back to that conversation in a minute as we find ourselves in an A brawl, which GIANTX have won out already in the entry pick.
Whoa.
Ooh, nice shot from Crashes on the fadeaway though. Keeps things interesting. Boaster wants this gun and he's going to get it. Fnatic have made moves in middle at the same time and be looking with having Kron's cam and B main at the same time. Have plenty of information on what this execution should look like.
Nice artwork, Harshit bhai.
The doubt about GIANTX.
ये round Fnatic निकाली तो they will close down the half very nicely.
It's him exactly.
नहीं तो तब तक तो मेरे को GG लग रहा है. अगर ये हाफ I mean ये राउंड निकलता नहीं है Fnatic का तो 4-0 हो जाएगा bro.
Top mid trap broken. Fnatic still remaining resolute in their positions, partnering up 2 and 2.
ये सेना में पड़ता हूँ सुबह
Moving away from the B site that GX are closing in on.
That is true. For Fnatic, 20 seconds remaining. Alfie's
Good
here.
flash.
Let's have that rifle in hand. Chance to drop out of a smoke, find a player or 2. Chronicle the back of sight gets caught off guard, but perhaps a red herring as Alfie's not considered. Players all lit up. Lighting up Fnatic. Sending them back to the
भाई ने 100 रुपीस दिए हैं सुपर चैट पे और लिखा है हर्ष भाई मैंने आपकी फोटोशॉप स्ट्रीम से सीख के 1.7 के अर्न किए मेरे कॉलेज में से दिस इज अ स्मॉल रिटर्न गिफ्ट फ्रॉम मी अरे क्या बात है लाला यार इट्स ऑल यू ब्रो इट्स ऑल यू कांग्रेचुलेशंस भाई
Fairly straightforward one for Ara.
Keep designing bhai. Thank you so much for the huge 100 Aditya bhai and all the best. Crazy bhai.
Yeah, perhaps just a bit of frustration there on the Fnatic side that
6 out आ चुका है
said before that they've made the right reads and maybe hadn't fully committed to them here. It's a little bit more of the same and another early timeout.
8 नंबर 5 नहीं मैं बस एक्टिंग कर रहा हूँ अभी कैमरा मेरे पे हाँ गेट नंबर 5 है अब भी का फ्लाइट है 13-0 कर सकते हैं अपन फटफट निकलेंगे क्या बोलते ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है अरे काजू को नींद आ रहा है उठा उसको ऐसा सो मत भाई ठीक है
taking the early A main space on the defender side specifically with the fault line, but when you have a stun on your Neon player as well, that's kind of what Fnatic have attempted to do in filling the gap here, right? And that you want to be able to just quickly release that and respond with the same kind of aggression, but
Flickless भाई का अल्ट है कैसा नाम भाई
which the majority of those rounds in that 13-1 drubbing that you mentioned were picked up on.
5 players for GIANTX looking to brute force their way on a Fnatic priority placed on towards
What a stun,
elbow.
bro, what a
Kayak
stun.
looking to
What
maybe
a...
just play a little bit far forward, but leaves Boaster all alone and caught out he is.
Wow.
Entry found.
Yard भगा दी Boaster की. Yard भगा दी.
Strong positioning for GX. They like to get a little more aggressive and take the extra space where needed, but they can contain Fnatic from here. There's also a trap towards short, which will make things even more difficult.
Kayak's found a little gap to work with,
Oh, what
as
a round.
well as Alfie supporting him.
Easy retake.
Advantage in numbers.
Oh,
for
easy
Fnatic
retake.
to
मेरे को लगा
work
2 kill
with.
करेगा Grubinho.
Towards the spike they can possibly go, but not Westside can deny, as well as Cloud.
1v1 आ गया, लेकिन 1 HP है ये.
One against Chronicle. And
Plant
one
अच्छा है.
bullet would be enough to wipe out the pole. GIANTX holding out hope for a 5th. And Fnatic looking to try and grab the first.
Oh, he has no time.
Taken
Well
away.
freaking
Chronicle
played.
needs to get a move on. But Westside
कैसे round आया ये?
just in the corner.
ये round कैसे
Wins
आया
in the
भाई?
round for GIANTX.
We do get that big exchange between two of the top
अगर त्यांचा काही
performing
रिप्लायच
players
नाही
on
मम्मी
either
अजून.
side, but Westside wins
मी
it
त्यांना WhatsApp पण केलंय.
in
बघूया.
effect by doing absolutely nothing. The head on his shoulders more than capable of a reposition which left Chronicle with no options so late into the round. Retake attempt from Fnatic.
If
Showed all
Fnatic
the right
loses this,
signs in
they'll
terms
be out of
the play
EMEA.
off of one another. But already a player down in the early stages makes it that much more difficult.
No
to
comeback
turn
now
on its
नहीं.
head.
6-0 के बाद अगर Fnatic एक भी round नहीं जीती तो no comeback.
Fnatic actually too slow
Yard भगा
to
रहे.
try and
Yard
get
भगा
out
रहे. Yard भगा रहे.
of market, allows themselves to get picked up, but Kayak with a rifle in hand, playing from Petra.
Actually going to follow this up as the footsteps fade away. Kayak closing in.
Oh, sees
Wow.
the head.
Bro,
Does
big
a
kills.
decent bit of damage.
Big
but
kills.
Takes loads himself.
अबे आ रहा. मेरे को लगा 1 HP रहेगा Dink वाला.
GIANTX have the numbers to just
Oh, what a
overpower this
spam.
site.
Arrow low HP, but the Outlaw has the cross.
And that it does. Coaster, the player to do it.
I miss you,
right
Tens.
here. Right now, denied it.
Wow.
GX
Wow.
completely wipe out any players left in market. 6 rounds
भाई
in
ये
a
क्या
row.
player है? कितने round?
Huge turnaround from the former UCAM duo as well. In that situation where Fnatic had players closer to the site, good work from Kayak to kick things off. Even then, it just feels like right now, there is no savior, no hero for them. Because if you look at the score sheet when it comes back up, everyone is sat just below par, but there is no
वो लोग
standout,
qualified
no
champions के
star.
लिए है. वो लोग EMEA के
The
इस stage
system
से बाहर
just not
जाएंगे.
enabling it in
समझ
terms
रहे
of
हो?
how the rounds have been
ऐसा है.
played. Kayak finally bringing the off out, but Arrow's chasing down a completely different lane.
Bro is so fast. Booster के headphone नहीं चल रहे.
Fabinho's so deep and
भाई
behind
comms बहुत
enemy
fast दे रहा
lanes.
रहेगा वो.
GX have so much space to work with.
It's that grubby double TP, the vintage move that he's made so many times. Kayak the one player to get rooted out, but there are 4 players pushing him.
Yeah, but he has a TP to get out if he really wants to use it, and that's exactly what he opts for. Hunter's Fury fires its last bolt, and that allows the spike to go down.
4 versus 3 situation. Fnatic back in with numbers, but the health pool is barren. This Phantom from Ara could cut through them like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, and it's the ultimate that actually pushes the players
Good kill.
away.
अबे यार, क्या मार रहे?
Steps up at the right time. Kayak shouting exactly where the Neon player is going. And well, he's going to be able to get more.
Ooh, nice. Oh, okay. Called it chat. 6-0 के बाद.
And get the first round.
Comeback है. मनीत भाई ने 2 months अपलोड किया, लिखा है भाई आपको पता है बहुत ही जल्द 5 गोरों से आने वाले हैं एग हेड पे. 5 गोरों से आने वाले हैं एग हेड. क्या बोल रहे हो?
Getting out of dodge
Chat,
with the TP.
explain this in unput language.
The reason for him diffusing it. Yeah, it's just how quickly GX are beginning some of these rounds make it really difficult for Fnatic. When they drop back to deeper positions, play a little more passive. All the while, Kayak holding on to elbow, it definitely helps. And it's also where you're seeing the value of Grubby when he wants to be so quick. He knows that the support is there.
One Piece reference था वो.
This
Chat को ही मैं टेस्ट कर रहा था.
implications elsewhere. As BBL watch on, see if it's going to be one of the first teams to be knocked out.
And Liquid as well, of course. They will also
Heretics
qualify. Heretics able to do so perhaps on their own terms.
Yeah.
Go, go, go.
Straight towards the B site is the next port of call for GIANTX, but Kron not identified. Back of sight gets caught out. Alfia at least managing to take a time in, so Fnatic can take a moment, wait for Kayak to get into position.
Thank you, Manit Bhai, for the 2 months.
Spike committed late.
Monkey Jillafi, my god, bro.
Does end up going down. Oh, I thought so actually. Flickless drops off. It wants to go for this aggressive move.
Oh,
क्यों प्लान किया उसने उधर? अरे माँ! आ गया comeback. मैं बोला तुम लोग को 6-0 के बाद comeback है.
2 from 2 for Fnatic now, but yeah, Flickless getting caught there. It feels frustrating, but
Good morning,
you understand the rationale behind it. Thought there was a little more time on the smoke. Wanted to cater this post plant towards Boba. 2 quick shots from Kayak completely removed the possibility in the last one. Utter filth.
Fnatic already qualified है. अरे वो सिर्फ इसके लिए qualified है. शेमड़िया champions. ये stage चल रहा है.
Not looking too great for the Spanish attack.
ये lower round चल रहा है. वो ये हारे तो घर पे जाएंगे.
Ara is immediately into Ivy through short, and it's Westside that finds the shot on the revealed crashes through the side of the Radianite box. Kayak still playing a little bit deeper here. Move made by Alpha in the meantime,
काजू की ऑफ चालू, काजू की ऑफ चालू, सामने वाले बाजू.
Plays best when you push him, and as the op back on the line, has to be a little cautious. Doesn't expose himself as he whips around the corner.
That's a
with the
big
rolling thunder thrown back in. GX again forcing the issue. But buying themselves time in the process.
Are they trying to force it too much? That's the question. Are they leaving themselves a little bit under
Bro,
power?
am I watching Alpha or Neon?
Apart. It's Alpha clears everyone out. That makes it.
Alpha Neon खेलता है Sunset पे?
Yeah, he waited a while.
That's crazy.
Alpha Neon, but we know he has the capability. His agent pool so wide. I remember actually he was back in Copenhagen 2022. We met up with him at the Fnatic Cafe with everyone else, and the one question we asked was, what's the one agent you want to play the most? And he always said,
Shame out आ चुका है क्योंकि चड्डी फट रही है.
In the side that he wanted to give it a go, and in this 1-2 punch, this left-right good night from him and Kayak.
टेंशन ना लो.
Starting to respond, and that's a problem.
टेंशन ना लो, फ्लाइट डिले हो चुकी है, आराम से कम बैक करो. अरे आराम से, नहीं कोई वांदा नहीं, आराम से हाँ. Yes, all good.
And for Pipson, a lot calmer than what we've seen him through. I mean, the fact that they're ahead, it's about capitalizing on this advantage that they currently have.
Half पे देखते. याद दिलाओ.
Also allowing a chance for Milan to prove things have been going. Sure, the past 3 rounds have been successful.
ट्रिपल शेजवान राइस मंगाया है, अभी मजा आएगा ना.
Absolutely, and I'll be interested to see coming out of the timeout where Kayak wants to position this op next, and what that adaptation looks like on GX on the opposite side, how they want to approach this, what they're expecting, because for the most part, we've seen Chronicle
मेरे को बहुत खाने का मन कर रहा है यार, लेकिन डर लगता है खाने वालों बाहर का भी.
Maybe double layer it, see if GX can get caught off that way.
This goes here.
Speaking of the breach, seems to have a favorable win rate against a non-mirror. So when breach,
bro, what is this stat? वो caster को समझने के लिए analyst बनाना पड़ेगा.
The Cypher util more towards B, but slotting into main.
But the duelists looking to make their approach, be aggressive, and getting value off the back of it. This is big information for the defense.
Such an early clear. The question being, does Alpha go past the trap? He does. It's broken now, and Chronicle's just dropping off. Ooh, doesn't want to overstay his welcome and fight it, but Westside finds it regardless. Now Alpha, a little more trouble.
Yeah,
but safety to be found in main.
And that's the big point, right? Now Fnatic have a little bit of space to work with. GIANTX get the back of sight. That's where the spike's going to go down, but Fnatic make their approach from there. And Cloud in mid can do a big job.
He's only going to get one.
मेरे तो 3 मार देगा उधर.
Status quo in that situation as Fnatic is still floating around on this patch of land they've been able to recover on the B site. Alpha flashed in by Kayak, but takes a second step, a second guess. Kayak needing the shot, missing, still
How did
surviving.
they? But ठीक है. 1v2 है. This is so winnable.
And with the hat off West Side's head, it should confirm he is walking away from this round empty-handed. GX up to a 7th now.
Careful now.
Getting themselves back on track post-timeout.
Yeah, confirming that advantage.
आप बोले तो 3 बार मर
Moving
जाते.
into the next couple rounds. That being said, Fnatic did have the economy probably to give that one a go, perhaps.
It's also an op though, so I think we're just happy to save that residual at this point in time. In terms of the macro though from Fnatic and how they're setting up players on the map, it does look like an improvement, knowing where their win conditions lie, completely repurposing B main for themselves, and Kron knowing that he has to drop off, but even then the kill from West Side is absolutely huge.
आसुना कैसा प्लेयर लगता है? ये बार मैंने देखा ही नहीं आसुना का गेम. Mid op hai.
Been passed over to Alpha here actually, as he's watching on to mid.
Still though, an important round as Alpha tries to play in front of the smoke. Drone to help him, a player broke the dart for him, but it's
काजू का पोजीशन अच्छा था भाई.
Completely cleared out. My point here is Fnatic or GX able to win this. This is a big swing round.
But look at the quick reposition from Alpha though. He's immediately on the line from market, looking down to tiles, and that's where Fnatic now want to make further moves towards A, or so you'd feel. Kayak also repositioning in the process, as are GX. They've left behind West Side in mid, and this is going to move into a B execution with 2 traps on Chronicle's right-hand side, where Arrow will be looking to very quickly run through his own fast lane, you expect.
Cypher utility, an operator trained to main. GIANTX need to be careful. And then they
Bro,
go
उसकी wall miss हुई.
Alpha with no
Alpha
line
का
of
shot
sight
miss हुआ.
because of the paranoia. And Ara
Bro,
changing his
yeah.
approach, but Kron doesn't look and gets caught off guard.
Comms नहीं दिए क्या लोग?
Look to hit it. This Fnatic cannot stop this attack.
इतना फास्ट हुआ कि कॉम्स नहीं दे पाए.
The races, Arrows open things up
भाई
again.
बहुत अच्छा पोजीशनिंग किया उसने. नाचा है भाई आरा.
His position here, but only if Fnatic can clear him out.
Big F, because he's doing so well to just hide away from Kayak's Vandal. Crashy's now called in to support. They need to try and find
no way
this
West Side gets
Cypher, but
7-1.
they're taking their time doing it. And that's going to play into a GIANTX favour. Taking so long, finally Kayak gets rid of
टाइम काफी अच्छा भाई किया उसने. उनके पास टाइम ही नहीं. They have to save this. Crazy भाई. 8-3.
Utility and delay.
मेरे को लगता है 9-3 आप होगा.
Failed attempt. Fnatic throw in the white
दक्ष का चैट देखो. ब्रदर हाउ इज द लोगो 1K का चैनल पूरा फ्रेंड सब प्राइवेट पढ़ ले भाई. अच्छा लग रहा है.
Lose the rifle for his efforts. Alpha still holding
मतलब
on to
decent
the
है.
op out
अच्छा
of
नहीं है इतना.
range of the spike's detonation, but 8 rounds secured on the attack for GX. They've come out of the block swinging. Ara's pathing on site is fantastic, but there's just no one looking for it, and Chronicle stumped in that position. So quickly able to pull the wool over their eyes. It's just lightning fast how these rounds are changing completely, when it felt like Fnatic had the right setup at the start there too.
Yeah, I agree. And post-timeout, GX have won every round, stopped Fnatic's onslaught.
There are a couple of ways that you can play against this directness. Either you combat it with some more aggression of your own, which you've not quite seen. That could be the first resistance, and we will get it.
Crazy. 8-4 half है शायद. नहीं डिले करना पड़ेगा. मैं बोल रहा हूँ कमबैक आएगा चैट. Attacking map
to the attack, but it seems as if there's a decision made. That Spike's heading quickly towards B, where it'd be a 1 versus 1 on Chronicle of all players.
It does definitely feel like more of a retake setup, or at least one which allows Fnatic to flood towards backside. Alpha still watching overplay in middle from tiles. West Side emerges into the light. And that's exactly where he will go. Sent to the heavens. Still GX playing to divide and conquer the 2 remaining players. It's not like they can get to one another quickly.
Poppy.
Well, Alpha has
Poppy,
hit the shot here. Bringing Cloud down to 3, and Dimensional Drift invested just for good measure. Spike's going to go down on the other side.
1v5 clutch है breach का देखते रहो. 1v4 clutch.
Cloud getting 1, meaning Flickless has 4 targets to get past if GX are to secure the 9-3. Nearly a full belt of utility. He does have one less flash than what he would want, but hey, 4 players coming up to him. He's basically going to have to just hope for the best. Flashed in the face. He pauses on the trigger. Flickless first. 2 straight through. 3 in the end. But Fnatic reaching their 4th at long last. It took a while to find the antidote to GX's aggression. But that's exactly what the Doctor ordered. A foundation for this attack as the side swap will come through. Just about hitting the baseline. Fnatic by themselves, a lifeline to move into the second half. GIANTX though could finish this out on 2. If they're able to have a successful defense, we'll find that out though after the break.
पोटैटो आई का क्लिप देखते हैं अभी आ जाओ.
अरे मार के घुस.
हाँ, नाइस. आउट.
आओ हम लोग.
गैस आ रही है इसमें से.
ऑपली आ रहा भाई ने ये. ईयू.
रेबल भाई.
ड्रोन बचाओ, ड्रोन बचाओ, ड्रोन बचाओ.
ठीक मैं ये सादा लेता हूँ. Max. Relax. Okay, now we can play together. नीचे आप कुछ सुना ही नहीं.
क्या बात है.
अच्छा 8-3.
दुश्मन साइड है.
करना है. कर दे लॉन्ग.
फ्लैशिंग साइड. फ्लैशिंग शॉट राइट है. फ्लैशिंग.
अरे बेंच वाले को मार देता है इससे. एक यूल एक शॉट. शॉट. Nice, last you all. Good one. अरे इस था.
क्या बात है.
What was that? ये क्या था? ये क्या था? Most luckiest clutch potato ताई. Show me a one tap clutch. कब देखने मिलेगा हमें ये सब? Please. Frickin' पद्दुराम. रैंक प्लेट. ये दूसरा मॉनिटर आपका ऊपर क्यों है? पहले खुद तो एक टैप मार ले साले. हर गेम 5 टैप मारता हूँ.
Second stage of last year, the story with him was transitioning from a star player to someone who can call and become a leader, and I think that's where he's really excelled. Even the stats, I think, not necessarily.
ज्यादा मत बोलो पोटैटो ताई को कुछ. टाइम आउट नहीं, डायरेक्ट हाइड दे दूंगा. Freaking idiots.
I don't think with this team the issue was ever the overall calling. Just those small moments where things can go wrong, and Fnatic are hoping there's plenty more of those.
Recommendation क्या दूँ लाला? नया बना कुछ तो वो मतलब अच्छा है यारे. ऐसा तू अगर ब्लैक प्रोफाइल पिक्चर भी रखेगा ना, वो तेरा प्रोफाइल पिक्चर बन गया. समझ रहा है? ऐसा होता है. तो तू कुछ भी रख सकता है. प्रोफाइल पिक्चर पे कुछ नहीं होता YouTube पे.
This is probably the fastest we've ever seen Fnatic actually go for an execute. As Kayak goes to backside, but GX battle weight everything.
10-4 comeback by Fnatic incoming.
That spike can be attempted at least. It's because the trap wasn't broken at the very start. Crashes has a little bit of space, but Fnatic want to find a jewel here. They need to find pits as well. They need to find some semblance of safety.
Whoa! Round घुमा दिया.
There's also a flying.
Oh भाई ये कैसा लो HP पे मार रहा है Flickless. Well freaking played. भाई क्या खेल रहा है वो Flickless भाई. क्या खेल रहा है वो, कितना मार रहा है वो.
A lot of rounds you'll see Grubby floating around outside A, and he closes the net there in the end. GX were ready for the B-pop with the util that they had in place. The slight missed shock, not able to take it off, and yeah, I think that ultimately makes the difference. They lose Alpha early at the start. Just helps consolidate this backside control.
Deep ZX, thank you so much for the sponsor.
Pulling pistols
Welcome to the Power Gang. Deep
now that's 2 for
ZX.
2 on this map. When they only picked up 1 in the entirety of the series against Liquid. 1 from
गाड़ी का नाम लग रहा ना? Deep ZX.
Not looking good whatsoever.
Chapti दे दी.
Makes it look easy.
Alpha trying to slide his way. He'll be sliding back to spawn as he continues on his
10-4 chat 10-4 के बाद comeback या GG क्या लगता है?
So deep towards Ivy.
Because Fnatic didn't get the plant in the previous round, it's not really a force. Kayak has a sheriff and it's a nice shot, but
भाई क्या track कर रहा है ना?
Expecting too much more here. Players split up for the time being. So a regroup. Collection of the orb.
Main
issue, there's just not too many rounds left to play with here for Fnatic. They've got to figure out what the end game looks like for them. Taking it one step at a time to build themselves back in. If they can get the spike down on B here, then it would be a silver lining.
Yeah, but sure it's a silver lining. Still so much to get done in this match. Spike will go down, and it looks as if Ara is waiting for his teammates before he makes his approach towards the site.
Fnatic already 1 foot in the grave. GX looking to bury them, and on the anti-eco
10-4 Fnatic out of stage 2, not yet bro, comeback आने वाला है.
The retake. No resistance from Fnatic there, defuse coming all the way in, and now with GX on 10, they're in a prime position to start closing out Sunset.
And a strong bonus round to come up.
Nice guys, good job. Nice guys.
Fnatic have looked a shadow of their self probably since that Team Liquid game, you could say. Sure, there's been problems here or there, but they have been, all their weaknesses have been identified through this stage 2.
Standing ahead. You get cleaned up with the shortest round in the stage, then it tends to do that to you. And here's another contender. Arrow down middle, instantaneously two taken.
Chad!
Fnatic forced into an uncomfortable reaction as they're immediately setting their sights towards
this
is the rifle round. This is the buy, the last chance maybe to stave off GX from having an easy road to victory. Robusta wins his, and that's a little bit more calmness now created, I say that.
Crashes identifies the flank as well, at least, so Fnatic have a good picture of how this round looks, but as GX come back in, that spike's not allowed to be planted.
Still fighting, still on the front lines. The in-game leader.
Oh my god! Bhai Boosty!
Rubinho still closing the distance.
Booster round निकालेगा ना ये?
Here by Fnatic and is
Fnatic.
But Grubby catches him, and it has to be Crashies now.
Does have one shot, but it's the info dart that's important, and that comes up in 5 seconds.
He will be given the time to bring it back online. It's the shock first to just create a little bit of damage on the area of effect, and the recon to follow it up has to land, but immediately broken. Panic setting in for Crashies. The peak has to come through.
Oh!
And when it does,
Oh!
it's absolutely wonderful for Crashies.
A little smirk and a Red Bull clutch. That's
Arey bachchi gamer in a Crashies to bro kept his team in game.
To look that far ahead.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
That's next level.
Time out आएगा Fnatic का भी.
Talk about him.
That's the one. Lifeline. Lifeline. Lifeline from Austin Roberts.
And so it is AR in the RGA who has stepped up.
Fnatic queuing up outside of A main. Grubby with a paranoia to try and disengage, but there's players getting interested. Grubby the most as he finds Alpha here.
Fnatic still trying to fight this though, and Kayak has got one back. Now, need to escalate things a little bit. Full drop back to site and focus on short for GX.
My ult is ready.
It's only the fake, poster up high, Kron down low, and he's the one that actually gets
Oh my god!
Opens up this A site. Spike can go down. The last 2 players have to come from that B site.
About the timing, Cage giving away the audio.
Bruh. Comeback है chat. Heavy comeback है. अभी time out आएगा देखो.
And Kron finish it out.
Time out आ गया GX का.
That they do. Fnatic with 6 rounds now, difference of 4, wind in their sails.
आज चिल्लाने ही नहीं है कोई FNC.
Course correct. I'll put in position of power.
One enemy
ushered onwards by those in the audience.
क्या बात है सोमनाथ भाई, enjoy.
GX going to be on a low buy, and all of a sudden, this gap looks to only be a couple of rounds when you think the investment.
That's the big aspect to it, right? That gap now starts to get a little bit easier to try and close. For every rifle round you win, it goes back to a Thrifty. Rolling Thunder and Flickless's back pocket. Should there be an opportunity to try and win this round?
Eco round है GX का.
But Fnatic have met some resistance on the A side, so they're going to try and move elsewhere.
Although GX do love to go for their set pieces on defense, so perhaps saved a little later on here.
Try था भाई, try था. Oh!
Create something.
Good recon.
One with the Sheriff, but Kayak quick to close the gap.
The last 3 remaining players nowhere near the B circumference, right? They tried to make their way through market, but Boaster up to the task.
अभी अगला राउंड काजू का अल्ट है. Bro, यार Crashes ने मजाक से हट के मैं I won't be shocked after game if Boaster and Crashes kiss.
An individual taking their chance in the limelight.
भाई लेकिन GX के अल्ट्स काफी crazy है.
Leading the headlines.
Flickless और Cloud के अल्ट्स है. So a breach. That's actually impactful, भाई.
They can eliminate one of the previous stage's grand finalists. Hell, a Toronto grand finalist.
क्या क्वेश्चन मार्क्स डालते हो यार तुम लोग?
Right?
हाँ? तुम लोग कैसे दोस्त नहीं है क्या वो वाले?
GIANTX seem to be fading
Come on,
away,
bhai.
1 round away from winning out against Team Liquid.
And the Heretics game, even from the previous stage, you think in the groups and how that one looked. Going for now that piece from the playbook we were talking about. It's the Hunter's Fury in and Fnatic course
हक दिया ना हारा. हक दिया ना ये भी हक दिया. देखो जा जाके. बोला. अरे भाई बड़ा किल. वो बड़ा किल था. 3v2 आ गया ना अभी.
When they're trying to rush towards the A site. Look at Cloud in towards Elbow.
Alpha का ult है.
That's what Fnatic need to find. That IGL and he's hiding. He's able to survive just a bit longer.
Thinking about dropping back down to the drone. Fnatic still fighting.
Big kill, big kill. Oh my god, west side, east side, south side.
Comfortable enough in the end.
Woo.
Just 2 away now, GX. Familiarity to finding themselves in these sorts of positions, but if you're to go from Dark Horse to Champions Contender, it's in moments like these, and it's a brilliant call to set up the round, which they eventually convert.
Fnatic now look to bring out their timeout, the last of this map and perhaps the last of this series, considering what GIANTX have been able to do. They do have a buy in the next round, they do have ultimates to use, so there is perhaps contingencies being thought up for the attack.
There have been points in the game where it felt like momentum has set with Fnatic,
Just enter on any side in the last 7 seconds.
And now
7 seconds are enough for plan.
Watershed moment if they're going to keep themselves.
Kaju जाके plan कर देगा.
GX all the way to the bank.
What is this? This is not Fnatic. Please. Last case 7 seconds में plan देना है.
Stop further qualifications from taking place today. I'm sure members in the audience are not too happy about that one. Those Liquid or BBL inclined, but Fnatic have the tools, and that is what they will be looking at building with here. 4 ults. Flies in the face of Flickless, soul rolling thunder.
Rex will rise by net 20 rupees दिया है. Thank you so much Rex will rise. मैंने miss किया था. I'm sorry for that.
This is a nice spot.
Well, 2 rounds is all GIANTX need. An operator on Ara through mid is where he makes his appraisal. Let's go Alpha Years here and caught out by Grabinho. They're happy with what they've found and they'll dip away.
huge opening pick forces Fnatic to reconsider perhaps what that initial call might have been coming out of the 60-second intermission. They've left Kron towards B, a site which they've rarely attempted in the rounds that we've seen gone by. It's all been about this A-duel, and that's why we've seen the shift of the setup from West Side in anticipation of another push here, which is looking all the more likely. I think the scariest part for me is Boaster has his ult and the spike, so if we're talking Fnatic running the clock down here, it could get very messy.
Yeah.
Who's next?
It wouldn't surprise me. We saw something similar on Haven the other day as well from Fnatic. It seems if we are going to reach Fnatic time indeed, as we are in towards the last 35 seconds. Kayak identifying every single one, and Boaster tapping the spike. Kayak getting the spam, bringing us somewhat into an equilibrium.
देखले सब तक अर्ट नहीं खोल रहा है. Crashes with ult.
As well. Fnatic still slow rolling the round and crashes.
एक को लो किया, एक को मारा. That's a big ult. That's a big ult. 3 जन ult हुए.
No, it's not. It's getting too close for comfort. Fnatic finally
that was the call. That was the call.
Down, but Cloud
Kaju on 1 HP.
Deny. Instead, it's Flickless's aftershock.
Bro, Kaju.
A 2 versus 1.
1 HP पे मार दी. Crazy.
With both Fnatic players on short.
Flickless has been so good in these positions before, and the plant is not ideal for Fnatic.
And it's not. Flash in pocket, but there is 2 shocks that Crashes can work with. First flash in. Flickless identifies Kayak and gets the kill.
Oh, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. Well played, bro. Well played, bro. Well played.
It seems to be that player that clutched up before.
But they are rich, and Fnatic is not rich.
Just keeps them going.
Fnatic एक राउंड भी हारता है ना तो उनके काम पच्चीस से हो सकते हैं.
Being on the big stage for the first time in a couple of years, even domestically, you're seeing the best of him. This ult so important in giving a release to set Fnatic up, and even the aftershock there makes the swing a little difficult. Can't deny the spike.
He don't wanna lose. We don't wanna lose.
Booster in song, so.
बराबर है.
Everything is all right.
क्लच भाई की क्लिप देखो. चैट वॉच पार्टी बंद हो चुकी है अभी. हम लोग क्लच भाई की क्लिप देखते हैं. अरे अग्रो देखने दो मैच जरा.
The kill he was looking for, the angle either. Fnatic were already making their moves through mid.
He's gonna take this fight, you know it. Kron, angle. He sprays away, finds nothing. Fnatic into
big kill, big kill.
Bucky waiting.
Oh yo! No way they're losing like this.
He delivers.
Oh, this recon is good. Never mind.
The thought that GX might just be in it to win it here unless they can turn it around and it's crashes again.
If there's any team to try and turn it around, it would be Fnatic, but they're positioned towards CT, and GIANTX are circling the site.
Look at Boaster, up in his own smoke. Flick, the only one on the other side here. The remaining players towards market and main. This is the one avenue that Fnatic can look to force the issue, and when they do, it's Grubby to catch the coattails on the back line.
That's a GG, chat. That's a GG.
This side for GIANTX as 12 rounds will be reached. We said that Fnatic were on the ropes, but even when you see those signs that they might be coming back into the game, reality quickly hits you in the face again.
Yeah. Boaster was singing about how he doesn't want to lose, but he might not have any other option. GIANTX have ideas about making it to champs, about making it all the way through this lower bracket run. And you look at Fnatic's buy, it's not looking complimentary at all. It's not looking to give any of the Fnatic fans hope. Maybe Alfie's overdrive.
Deep breath.
And it seems as if
bro, buy देखो ना यार Fnatic का.
on A main for the defense.
But ऐसे राउंड जीतते हैं मालूम टीम्स. जैसे Fnatic अभी अपने को जीत के दिखा सकती है ये वाला राउंड. क्योंकि वो Fnatic है. Fnatic है, Fnatic है. ठीक है ना?
I don't think any fake out is safe in 2025.
Remember, 50 साल पहले Masters Finals 11-3 comeback. Fnatic है ये.
Embedding himself just to the side of top mid. Fnatic are really waiting for that GX proactivity. You're expecting something to happen, and it will come in the form of an Aldrone B main.
The simplest of defaults. One player towards either extremity and 3 in mid.
क्या उसे कहते हैं?
Fnatic will get
जिताएगा अगर कोई तो वो तो अल्फा रहेगा या तो क्रैशिस रहेगा बनता है.
Aftershock breaks their own trap wire as Chronicle was just searching to see if there was one place top mid, but
आखिरी 7 सेकंड में जाना है. कॉल सुनो.
Placed by west side as well, and numbers
वापस मिड आ रहे देखो ये जाके.
To congregate on this left hand
Heavy B
side,
खेल रहे.
Fnatic willing to play
mid to
into
B
it.
वगैरह करने जा रहे हैं. That's actually a nice idea because उनके पास guns नहीं अच्छे.
This is the execution, and GIANTX.
Oh, that smoke is crazy.
To pull the rope on Fnatic's head.
On west side.
Good stun by.
Ready, primed. Alpha trying to clear backside, has information through the
Good flash. निकाल लिया काजू ने round. Crazy.
Keep themselves alive a bit longer.
Crazy भाई, big round, big round.
Plant in with seconds to spare. GX still gonna give this a go though.
Insane. Duelist भाई, duelist entry.
Robbie from market.
कुड़े बुक तू.
Taking their time to clear the angles, make sure not to get caught off guard, and when they do make their approach, Fnatic pounds. The barrel being seen by Flickless, he's trying to grab, crashes, and even nearly gets a headshot. In fact, does. Players are low here. This is doable for Flickless, but with the time ticking away, you can't help but feel this is all but a Fnatic round. You're just waiting for the
ये round अगर एक दो kill ले लेता ना ये तो फिर वांदे हो जाते Fnatic के. काजू 22-15 है चैट. उसकी डिफेंस में ऑफ चली भाई थोड़ी बहुत.
Of our kings of EMEA, there will be no regicide just yet. 3 rounds between them and 3 more opportunities for Fnatic.
Bro, GIANTX का eco आ गया.
One more timeout, I believe, but confidence in the calls. Pipson stressed it. This won't be a huge opportunity.
Bro, GIANTX को ये राउंड में अल्ट फार्म करना है.
Break the balance.
ब्रीच का. सोवा का तो एनीवेज आ जाएगा. And सोवा अल्ट बहुत ह्यूज रहने वाला है Fnatic के अगेंस्ट क्योंकि Fnatic का प्लांट रुकाया. गेम जीता.
We've seen it before. Do not count them out. Kayak.
Ooh.
Close to TP away.
Yeah, Breach got the orb.
So with that being said, GIANTX win the B main fight. Keep
now he has to get just one kill.
Get an orb.
And his
push
good with it.
Through mid, where Kron is extremely deep.
Fnatic finds something that works for them on the attack. They like to work that space continually. It's why you're seeing Chronicle sat in the same position he was.
Like the stream gang, if you're new, check करो किसने किसे like नहीं किया एक बारी.
Rotations through the footsteps of GX as well. Drone from Khelraay is not quite going to tag Grubby, but it's forced him to dip into his pockets. Paranoia used and an intelligent clear from Kayak, and with Flickless removed, it is the B split we were anticipating.
There's a time in for the players in top mid, but Poster wins it out, and Fnatic in prime position to win this round.
West side though, there's the burst, needs another, but it blazes over the head of Kayak.
Black expect to करेगा booster.
Just about squeezed between
one bullet booster and he's dead. Oh, Kaju! Oh!
Booster is going to fall, and Grubby will continue to ply his trade in main, but it's not going to suffice. And honestly, as easy as it can be at times to dunk on Boaster, he's had a couple of rounds now.
I guess now it's the timeout time.
Kills to keep Fnatic
timeout बचे भी है.
You also have to say the same for Kayak. They rely on his entries the same way that GX did with Ara, and now having the dimensional drift online, it's such a big piece in these final couple rounds.
Something that Fnatic have not been able to do at all is unlock this A main position. Grubby has done well to hold on, and he's got support in the breach of Flickless and the neon of Ara. The fake out being used to make this A side, and it's a very quick read to try and bolster the B side.
It has been completely conditioned at this point in time, and with the knowledge that GX do have that Hunter's Fury piece, they like to try and rip into this same space. There's some mutual respect shown on either side to any kind of early challenge in Garage. Fnatic have been doing very well to take control of B main as the round drags on though. And
attackers का breach किधर है?
that's where they'll look to plant their feet.
अच्छा, defenders में breach है.
Expect another split to come through here.
Sorry.
Top mid.
ज़्यादा ध्यान से देख लिया game.
The combination that we've seen so many times.
Look at the possessions. They don't really want to take the duels top mid. They're allowing Fnatic to scale off the back of it. Ara forced back.
Wow.
Cloud there to support. He's found the neon. And the players on site. Kayak.
ट्रेड करना पड़ेगा. काजू 2 मार देगा नहीं तो. Oh, crazy trade. 3v2. दोनों से inside.
3-2. Spike just going in. Bullets whizzing over.
Bro, the beam guy, he flashed both of them.
The crunch coming in. It has to be Chronicle now. A 1 versus 3 that he can.
Fnatic is out. GX 2-0'd Fnatic. Nah, this is not real, bro. 2-0'd by
Many would not believe their eyes had they seen this result coming into the playoffs, but with Fnatic having already established themselves in champs, experiments were made and lessons learned, hopefully for them. The Kings of EMEA have been toppled, and if they want to find themselves in first place for the first time at the end of the year, then it does rely
Fnatic
on those
out of
improvements taking
EMEA
place.
and GIANTX
I mean,
one
a
step
shallow
closer
belief
to
that Fnatic
champions.
can maybe take a break, an extended one.
GIANTX को और 2 games जीतने
champs आने. Now, after now they don't have to focus on next week, right? So with that being said, perhaps other teams disappointed as well. BBL were hoping that GIANTX would lose. They'll have to wait a bit longer. Still getting the kind of respect you expect from Fnatic, the audience paying their dues, but GX, the ones that we hold in high regard after today, it was so many times we saw them get into a similar.
अभी क्लर्च भाई की क्लिप देखते हैं. अब वो क्लर्च भाई के स्ट्रीम पे देखना है या हाइड्रा भाई के स्ट्रीम पे? जल्दी बताओ. 5 करोड़ साल से क्लर्च भाई की क्लिप लगा रखा है. अरे क्या यड़ भगा रहे हो? अभी मैं कैसा देखूं कि 3 घंटा 49 इस पे कैसा है? अच्छा, क्लर्च भाई के चैनल पे ठीक है. 349
चैंपियन से गन खरीद लो भाई, रुको देता हूँ. अरे ये आवाज
He almost died there.
I'm back.
Plant.
Time to jump.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Spike down, B.
Gotcha, fun! My turn!
क्या क्लिप भाई? क्या क्लिप भाई? हाँ? आज संडे स्ट्रीम नहीं होगी भाई. क्या क्लिप? हगरे.
Last player standing.
अब तूने प्लांट का बोला है ना बहुत.
ये
कसम से तेरे को फेल दूंगा.
ये गाली सुनाने के लिए मुझे क्लिप दिखा रहा है.
5 of them or 50 of them.
अरे चैट हर्ष भाई आ गए. रुको मैं तुम लोग को हर्ष भाई से मिलाता हूँ. हर्ष भाई बोलो क्या हुआ? हर्ष भाई कैसे हो यार? मैं बहुत अच्छा हूँ. अरे चले गए.
बच्चा है ये. बच्चा समझ के छोड़ दो. बच्चा है. हंसरेगा को हंसी मजाक वाला था क्या कुछ ये? हाँ हर हार्ड स्टक प्लैट डायमंड अस भाई.
नो लेडीज वॉलपेपर, नो लेडीज वॉलपेपर. संस्कारी लड़का.
W. लाइक कौन करेगी? हाँ, मैं आपके घर पे आके लाइक करूंगी. फ्रिकिंग पद्दू. वाओ स्वीट स्वीट. अरे बस करना भाई, हंसना बस करो. दैट वाज नॉट इवन दैट फनी. कैसा है ब्रो? अल्ले ये कौन है? ये माले वाइपर है? नहीं, ये पुराना वाला कार्टून है भाई जो आता था. नाइस ब्रो, नाइस है, नाइस है. केस कापनी चाहिए उसको थोड़ी. क्या बात है, क्या बात है. चेटअप है, ब्यूटीफुल चेटअप. दैट वाज नॉट फनी चैट, प्लीज स्टॉप. देखो है वो. अच्छा अच्छा, हंटर एक्स हंटर का मैंने देखा है. ओ क्रेजी फिनिक्स गोजो सातारो मंकी डी लूफी माय गोट सोलो लेवलिंग लाइट यागामी गोकू गोजो चेनसॉ मैन नाटूरो. बस भाई आई एम अ बीट प्रोड्यूसर. ये कैसा है सुन के बताओ. Nice bro. क्रेजी यार. चैट मेरे को ये सब करना सीखना है रे. मेरे को ये सब करना सीखना है. वेल वाइफर भाई ने रैंक भी डाला है. जिस हिसाब से आपका चेटअप है, क्या ये ऑफिस माउस है? आई गेस ये ऑफिस माउस है, लेकिन माउस पैड बड़ा है. तो क्या वो सही में ऑफिस माउस है या वो फेक करने के लिए रखा है? आई गेस वो फेक करने के लिए रखा है. वो क्लिप फार्म कर रहा है, क्लिप फार्म कर रहा है. ठीक है ना, उसको करने नहीं देंगे हम लोग. इसका रैंक है प्लैट या डायमंड. आई विल गो विथ डायमंड या असेंडेंट. बोला क्लिप फार्म कर रहा है. पागल बैठे हम लोग यहाँ पे. पागल है. नहीं नहीं, कल पैदा हुए क्या हम लोग? इंटरनेट आज इंस्टॉल किया क्या हम लोग ने? बद्दूराम G304 नहीं है वो, उसमें पीछे लोगो है. कोक वोक मत पियो यार अभी. कोक, ये देखो इधर कोक का बाटली रखा है इसने यार. कोक और फिर क्या उसे कहते हैं, मॉन्स्टर, रेड बुल पियो. ठंडा मत पियो, उबाल के पियो, अच्छा लगता है. मैं उबाल के पी रहा था. पद्दू यूनिवर्स का क्या हुआ? व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय पद्दू यूनिवर्स? थोड़ा सा स्लिप ऑफ माउथ हो गया. फाइनली ठीक कर लिया. क्या बात है, बढ़िया बढ़िया बढ़िया. हम क्यों नहीं पिए? अबे घसा गरम ये हो रहा है ना, सब लोग को सर्दी हो रही है. दुनिया में कितना, अपना पॉपुलेशन कितना है वर्ल्ड का जो पॉपुलेशन है ना भाई लोग, वो 500 करोड़ मिलियन एंड $1000 का है. तो उसमें के 400,000 मिलियन डॉलर्स के लोग सर्दी में अभी जूझ रहे हैं. ये क्या गेम है? ये कौन सा गेम है? Some fun sketches, time pass, you know. Rate it, please. मस्त बनाया भाई. Damn. नंबर. अबे शिट, अबे रोल नंबर है यार. मैं तो फोन लगाने वाला था. भाई नेवर माइंड. अगर अपन कॉल करते और किसी और ने उठाया, किसके सर्वर ने उठाया रहता, भाई सीन हो जाता ना. नहीं करना चाहिए ये सब. नहीं करना चाहिए ये सब। नाइस ब्रो, आई लाइक योर मोन्टाज। क्लच गेमिंग को डिफ दिया, क्या बात है। आज भी मैच हुआ, क्या बात है, क्या बात है भाई। कैफे में जाके खेलीस, क्रेजी। अब कोई मैच होगा या गुड नाइट होगा भाई, आज पूरी रात है, ये स्ट्रीम डायरेक्ट सुबह तक है। गेमिंग सेटअप विद पाव। अल्ला पाव खा तो श्यामड़िया। स्ट्रीम हेडफोन्स पे सुन रहा हूँ, मेरे घर वालों को उठाना नहीं, ये जानबूझ के चिल्लाता है फिर। चैट मेरे को हो रहा है यार, मेरे को हो रहा है भाई। मैं बहुत गरीब हूँ, कृष्णा रोनाल्डो को आप बहुत बड़ा फैन हूँ, कोई कुर्सी और टेबल के लिए पैसा दो। ब्रो नो वे भाई, ये एक्टिंग कर रहा है गरीब होने का। What? क्या मजबूरी है भाई इसकी, क्या मजबूरी है भाई, ये क्या। EMI पे लिया रहेगा। क्या है भाई, नकली गरीब, ऐसा गरीब मेरे को भी होना है। What the hell? टाइसॉन, और ये है ना पद्धतशीर चेटअप, माँ कसम। अगर इसका बस चलता ना तो ये वो टीवी के ऊपर तक भी पैर रख देता। मत रख। We have your package. Your package was stolen by हर्ष। ये बच्चों वाली हरकतें बंद करो भाई, ये हर्ष हेटर वाली क्लिप्स मुझे रील पे भेजना, स्पैम करना बंद कर दो। हर्ष की ये वाइफ होगी, मैं सिर्फ हर्ष से ही शादी करूंगी, ये सब भेजना बंद कर दो यार। नहीं करना चाहता कोई, मैंने पूछ के देख लिया, प्लीज। ये लो भाई 50 RR फ्रॉम इमॉर्टल 14। यो प्लीज हेल्प कर दो, हाइड्रा भाई को बोलो। हाँ? आप 14 साल के हो, आप 50 RR दूर हो इमॉर्टल से, तो मैं हाइड्रा भाई को बोलूँ आपकी हेल्प करने, पैसा लगेगा, अपने घर वालों से बात करो। $50,000 लगेगा। सेटअप अच्छा है भाई, लेकिन ऑल द बेस्ट, मचाओ, मचाते रहो भाई। डायरेक्ट 50,000। ये भाई इसका ट्रैकर देख, अरे ये तो यड़ भगा रहा है चैट, अरे ये तो यड़ भगा रहा है बंदा, 14 साल का है। हैक कर रहा क्या भाई, डेंजर है रे, करते रहे भाई, खेलते रहे भाई, इतना अच्छा है यूज करके मिट गया लोगो। डैम G3 ऑफर पे तू भाई ऑलमोस्ट इमॉर्टल है, क्रेजी। पढ़ाई चटअप बिकम, ये ऐसा नहीं मिटाने का यार, ये ऐसा मिटाने, एक लाइन मारने की। ये देख इधर भी मिटा दिया है, क्या कर रहा है यार, ये देखिए ये क्या है। लव यू, या क्लोज टू 1K लाइक्स।
ये मेरा सस्ता सेटअप।
ये भी डाइट चोक पी रहा है भाई, ये देखो। हाँ अरे क्यों, सुर्दी हो जाएगा ना।
तो कप सिरप संपलं का?
हो संपले ते
सांगायचं कधी, कुठलं आहे नाव काय?
थांबा एक्सोटस फोटो पाठवू हाँ नाही नाही हे बेस्ट है
ये मेरा सस्ता सा सेटअप और भाई वो बंदा बोल रहा था लेडीज फोटो भाई संस्कार गया भाड़ में। और भाई तुम्हारी तो देख रहा नहीं भाई मैं हर्ष भाई श्रीमान भाई ऑन द टॉप।
कैसे लोग हैं यार चैट
हे सगळ्यात बेस्ट आहे हलवायचं आणि घ्यायचं
डिसलाइक किया भाई हेवी हेटर है यार ब्रिटिश एक्सेंट ब्रिटिश मराठी एक्सेंट कुछ भी ब्रो यू आर माय फेव वेलो यूट्यूबर लावे फ्रॉम कलकत्ता ब्रो उसका ओ नहीं चल रहा नहीं चल रहा है बिग फैन वाई नाम ले लो एक बार साहिब शाउट आउट टू यू ब्रो मेरा बाल है कफ सिरप के बाजू में मैं भी अपना बाल कटकने वाला था भगवान थैंक यू बचाने दिख रहा है बाल गिर रहे अभी ये मेरा बाल नहीं है मम्मी का है माँ कसम दवाई है
ये मेरा सस्ता सा
अबे चुप भाई ये वीडियो भी बनाई है भाई ने फिल्टर लगा के अबे यार क्यों हार्ट हु केयर्स नाइस ब्रो वाओ ब्यूटीफुल भाई वो फोटो कितना एस्थेटिक लग रहा है बिकॉज ऑफ दिस रिफ्लेक्शन ओ भाई ये भी कितना प्यारा है यार क्रेजी ऊपर रखा ना डायरेक्ट पीसी दिस इज सो एस्थेटिक ब्रो चैट स्पॉन्सर प्लीज बॉल चली गई यार अब लेके आना है कहाँ गई ओए चैट मैं बताता हूँ एक स्टोरी सुनो हमारी बॉल है ना ऐसे हमारी बॉल नहीं हमने ना बैट रखी थी या कुछ तो रखा था ऐसा ठीक है एक ऐसे ऊपर फ्लोर पे तो मेरा दोस्त यहाँ पे था ऐसा ऊपर था वो मेरे को बोला वो बड़ा था मेरे से मैं तभी छोटा था वो मेरे को बोला तू मेरे ऊपर चढ़ दहंडी वहाँ फेंक और मैं तेरे को उठाता हूँ और वहाँ से बैट निकालता हूँ मतलब तू बैट निकाल तो मैं उसके ऊपर चढ़ा और इसने अभी देखो कैसा तो मैं ढूंढ रहा हूँ ठीक है ढूंढ रहा हूँ वो बोलता है राइट में देख थोड़ा राइट में देख तो वो राइट में आया थोड़ा राइट में आया और मैंने ये पकड़ लिया ऐसा जैसे इसने पकड़ा है और ये कैसा डिसबैलेंस हुआ है तो मैंने ये पकड़ लिया और वो जा रहा है राइट मैं रुक बोलने तक वो और राइट चले गया मेरा हाथ छूट गया और मेरा ये है ना ये वो जिस पे चढ़ा था ना वो मार्बल का था तो ये मेरा मार्बल पे अपटा पहली बार जिंदगी में इतना जोर से अपटा था ऐसा हो गया था भाई मैं बचपन की बात है इसकी वजह से आज मेरा रैंक अप नहीं हो पा रहा नहीं लेकिन मजाक से हटके चैट यहाँ पे गिरना सही नहीं होता है और गिरने के बाद ऐसा होना बहुत डेंजरस है भाई लकी था मैं, मजाक से हट गया कि वहां पे लिटरली वो मार्बल का बेंच तो था एटलीस्ट, अगर और हाइट नीचे गिरता ना। बचपन की भी बात नहीं है, स्कूल की बात है। तो भाई लोग ये ऐसे सब रिस्क है ना, थोड़े कैलकुलेटेड लिया करो। ये देखा भाई हमने। लाइफ टाइम पिंग हाई हो गया। ट्रू भाई, बहुत जोर से अपटा था। सॉल्विंग आफ्टर 2 years। 1 मिनट लगाए तुझे करने के लिए, शर्म आती है? 20 सेकंड में कर सकता हूँ मैं, करता नहीं हूँ लेकिन। मेरा एक दोस्त कोमा में चला गया था, शिट भे। मैं जाके रिटर्न आ गया, मतलब 2-3 सेकंड में। वाओ, एस्थेटिक सेटअप, अंधेरा सेटअप, क्लीनिंग टाइम। देखा नहीं जा रहा है। Oh my god, oh my god. अब स्मूथ चलेगा वैलो। ऑनेस्टली इफ ड्राइड प्रॉपरली इट विल वर्क नॉर्मली। सही में चैट, मुझे एक चीज बताओ, जेन्युइनली जेन्युइनली जेन्युइनली, अगर नहीं भाई नहीं हो सकता भाई, कितना भी ये ड्राई हो, इसके अंदर तो पानी गया रहेगा बनता है। यस लिख रहे वे। हाँ अगर पूरा ड्राई हो, हाँ क्या, चलो फिर अपन भी धुलते हैं अपना पीसी। कौन निकाल रहा है पहले? चलो एक्सपेरिमेंट करना पड़ेगा बनता है। प्रॉपरली ड्राई होना चाहिए, पावर सप्लाई उड़ जाएगा। तू कर, हाँ मैं ही बकरा तुम्हारा। हर्ष नाम के बंदे फेमस इतने हैं कि उनके ऊपर सब व्यूज लेना चाहते। ट्रू भाई ट्रू, इसने रियल चीज बोली है ना। VCT चालू हो गया।
Great, like you've got it. Yes, good come.
जीत गए?
That
अच्छा,
is an
अच्छा।
incredible.
ओए नावी में हीरो है ना बंटाई। माय फ्रेंड मेड दिस इन मोबाइल, प्लीज टेल हिम टू मेक वाईटी चैनल। भाई बना यूट्यूब चैनल बना, मेरी बात सुन। आज नहीं बनाएगा तो कब बनाएगा? जब बच्चे होंगे, तब उनकी शीशी साफ करेगा या यूट्यूब पे वीडियो डालेगा। अभी कर ले जो करना है भाई, टाइम बहुत कम है अपने पास, जो है आज करना है, ठीक है? प्लीज आज भाई ऑन टॉप। क्रेजी। आई एम 15 year old, गेस माई रैंक। आपका लैपटॉप तो ब्रॉन्ज वाला है, लेकिन आपका माउस जो है उसकी वजह से आपका रैंक हुआ रहेगा गोल्ड। इसका नाम 21 है, इसने डीपी ऐसा रखा है, उसका IGN ये है, दे आर शाय। से हे टू ब्रेक द आइस, और ये 15 साल का है। That's horrific. That's horrendous. ना bro chat, वो actually 15 साल का हो सकता है भाई, जिस हिसाब का लैंग्वेज और वो यूज कर रहा है। ऐसे लैंग्वेज यूजर्स 15 साल के ही होते हैं। ओ हॉट व्हील्स, ओम साई राम, गणपति बप्पा गणपति बप्पा या नारे आपको नहीं मिलेगा, मत गूगल से फोटो उठा के, मेरे को कुछ नहीं होने वाला, ठीक है ना। रैंक बताओ आपका इमॉर्टल।
फाइनली अब रीज़न पता चल चुका है कि हर्ष भाई क्यों इमॉर्टल नहीं पहुंच पा रहे, क्यों अभी असेंडेंट तक नहीं पहुंच पा रहे, क्यों इतने पोकी ही रह गए हैं, क्यों सख्त नहीं बन पा रहे। सर पे टपली नहीं, सॉरी, बहुत जोर की टपली पड़ने से समझ आता है।
ट्रू। ये दोनों ने सेम जर्सी क्यों पहना है?
A massive effort from Navi already, taking out Team Vitality to make it this far. But it is Team Heretics that are going up against
Team
today.
Heretics.
Even if Team Heretics lose their form just a little bit in playoffs, we expect them to bounce back. We expect this game to be a lot.
Chat, Heretics qualified है ना? हाँ?
Gonna go to
of course.
They are not gonna move away from the Corona
बू
ban, but
और
they
मिनी बू
will
दोनों
ban
मिलके
out
करेंगे
Sunset
ये मैच विन।
As you're saying, like I understand Navi, they've been doing very well on Icebox. I understand that they want to go there, especially with the showing that we had. I do think that Heretics had very good ideas. They will maybe be able to execute if they play the double duel.
टॉप 4 आना है, अच्छा मतलब उनके लिए मस्ट विन है भाई। मतलब हेरेटिक्स अगर घर पे भाई, नो वे, ओ माय गॉड, चैंप्स रनर अप्स, तो आज मेरा सपोर्ट नावी को।
And that is not a good map for Navi, I would say. But they decide to go for Bind, and Navi really like Bind. Like Angel loves that map. Results on and all when it comes to the decider, and especially if you have a long game, anything can happen. So comfort is above everything.
This is one of those matches after seeing the map, because I am insanely confident.
अगर नावी ने हेरेटिक्स को हरा दिया तो हेरेटिक्स भी क्वालीफाई नहीं करेगी। दैट्स क्रेजी। हाँ ना बनता है ब्रो, उसका स्लीव्स कितना अच्छा है।
Super comfortable map for them, and also the bind. I'm also questioning it because Sunset's been great for Heretics, and bind is obviously Angel loves the map.
It's really funny. I would never want to go up against Heretics on Sunset. Like I would rather
आपने
not
वॉच
go
पार्टी
up
राइट्स
against
कैसे
Navi
लिया?
you know? But who knows? There must be a plan. Even that's
जिसके पास ऑलरेडी वॉच पार्टी राइट्स होते हैं ना, उसको एक फी पे करनी पड़ती है 20k की। 20k का फी अगर आपने पे किया ना, जिसके पास ऑलरेडी वॉच पार्टी का एक्सेस है, फिर वो बात करेगा आगे राइट वालों से, और फिर आपको वॉच पार्टी एक्सेस मिल जाएगा। एक्सक्लेमेशन यूपीआई अगर आपको चाहिए तो। और क्या उसे कहते हैं, आज डिस्काउंट है मेरे चैनल पे इसलिए 20k है, नहीं तो यूजुअली 50 होता है। सस्ता चेटअप बाय द वे, हॉर्स ऑन टॉप, लव यू। डाल दे और रील्स। वे क्या है ये? ओ माय गॉड, दिस इज वेंटिलेटर सेटअप। भाई ये डेंजर बनाया इताची उचिचा।
I agree with you. I think that the way that Yumpy knew when Miniboo was committing to some of his TPs, and he was just watching it like a hawk, and when not to watch his TP like a hawk was an incredible level of awareness. But that is the type of awareness flyer you expect also from everyone.
मजा आ रहा है वो, पता है, मैं तुम लोग का नॉलेज चेक कर रहा था।
I mean, Rook said yes, Hero yes, Shao yes.
Keep going.
Alexic, he doesn't need to do that. He's somewhere else. And Angel, who like that's a coin flip in every situation.
Yeah, but that is what you have to love, I think.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at Agents Select, see if we will
They
get
got
that
glitch.
same double duelist comp, which only Envy pretty much in the world that plays right now.
Alexic,
we will. And
नया
I
player है क्या
guess
chat
by
Navi का?
Navi set up because of the
For
stage.
sure. I love their comp, but they have Jet.
अच्छा player है क्या Alexic?
So, we're gonna have to see. I like
देखते
Omen. I
आ
like
जाओ.
when they played the Omen more because they played Omen in stage 1, I believe. Stage 2, they played the default comp. I like the Omen more, but Alexic is great on Jet, so it's good for them.
Yeah, I want to see Xiao in comfort, of course. When you're on the stage, you're going to be in the plant duty and whatnot. But I think that he needs something to up his trust. He's been so good when he's been playing on the Fade. I feel like he's much more online, and he could be the difference maker. Because Team Heretics, yeah, they got that
middle
nod,
player है,
whatever,
middle.
They are very
Ruxic
very
player है बे इनका, ये
competitive. They're
Ruxic.
not going to let you have an easy win. In fact, Navi has never won a single map against this iteration of Team Heretics. Like that is level of firepower. It's always been there.
ओए भाई तू रेडियंट जाएगा लव यू भाई बताओ ना सही सही क्या चीज वॉच पार्टी एक्सेस अरे वो राइट सामने से देता है हॉट व्हील्स का फोटो डाला है देखो एने होगा आज यस अगर ये मैप मतलब दो मैप देखेंगे ये मैप का ये मैच का फिर जाके सो जाएंगे फिर एने करेंगे ओपा जगह मगा आधे में भाग जाता है एने में ए अगर एक गेम देख के जाता हूँ ठीक है ना आधे में भाग जाता है अगर आधे में नहीं भागा और मैं खुद भाग गया तो कौन देखेगा मैच beautiful beautiful
Player standing. One enemy remaining.
aimbot pure aimbot that was pure aimbot
this one though, because as you said, Tom, 4 times we've seen this roster of Heretics clash against Navi, and in none of them were Navi able to score even a map. And now tournament champions' life hangs in the balance, and they have to right the wrongs of history,
playing on
change
B
the
of
course
Navi
of their own fate. You see Navi early looking to pressure towards that B site. 3 players over here, but the majority of the body of this attacking side looking for a slow bit of space.
सामने वाली शक्ल क्या दिख रहे हैं
to start.
तेरे जैसी प्लेयर लग रहे हैं
As mentioned on the desk, map pool for Navi looks pretty good. The Haven maybe not so much, but the next 2 could be interesting. But it's only really been BBL that have managed to exploit Heretics on this map as of recent. So let's not pretend like this is going to be a walk in the park, especially with the individuals they have on their side. A solid start to this pistol round already for Benji. A man who is definitely looking to make it back to
भाई ये रुक्सिक कितना नीचे देख के खेल रहा है
Well, there's so much here for Navi left to do.
Last 2 or 3 weeks, this guy's been impressive. He blocked out of any further space towards that plant, though. Navi at least getting the spike down, but Heretics are going to be happy enough with this. 2-man advantage on the retake. Waiting for everybody to be here. Boo on the rotate from the B side already. The wall being chipped away at. We'll see it broken. We'll see the reveal go through in the attempt to find value on it. But Ruxic, he found a gap in that reveal.
अरे ये सही में प्लेयर है अबे निकाल लिया इन लोग ने
So many
राउंड
departments for good
भाई
reason as he cleans up
3v5
alongside Hero, and Navi win the 3v5.
Yeah, it looked like from
Player
the start of the round
ये
it was going to be an incredibly difficult one with Benji Fishy doing so well with a couple of openers. But the fight back in, impressive. Ruxic, he's been one of the shining stars when it comes to the league, not just this Navi roster. And what an explosive start to the game.
Goodness.
For the Navi players. I can't believe we got an action replay of them spilling water.
That face is going to be clipped, I'll tell you that. If not by one of you,
W
by one of me
replay.
when I get home. 1-0.
Replay we didn't know we deserve,
Strong start,
but
as
we
said.
want.
And this was not a
Because
round
we
that you
need.
expected much of them. Once you lose Alexic on that push-up, I think it was Hero as well going... Oh, no, Hero was there in the late stage. Whoever the second player was.
पूरा rotation आ गया एक drone पे मार कसम यार भगा रही ना
I'm
Heretics.
sure the wall from Xiao bought them a little bit of time, but it's ridiculous that Rooksic's able to get away with so much, and Hero doubling up on backside late. Now it's just classics at Sheriff for Benji Fishy, and what should be a very easy round to connect for Navi. They have got a lot of numbers grouping up on yellow, though. I mean, this could get dangerous with the challenge.
Oh, crazy! कैसे connect हुआ Angel का shot?
This is his spot.
कुछ भी.
I'll never forget the clutch he pulled off with what was it, 8 seconds left, running into
कुछ
the
भी मारता है Angel. पर he बहुत danger.
Becoming a mainstay of getting you into those post plants, and for
मारा
Navi,
कैसा
this is
इतना
looking
major.
squeaky clean and in zone flawless in round number 2.
Shot मार रहा है
With the
जैसे
purchase
laser.
they nearly always go for, that means 2 more rifles are coming. This will be a tough one for Heretics to face again.
Chat गाना लिखना है यार चलो. एक live stream करते हैं जिसमें एक पूरा rap बनाते हैं. क्या बोलते हो?
It just feels like it's a mainstay. It's very difficult to play this map without it. We'll see if Heretics are going to have that become a consistent problem. This round should have been an issue. It was, but as you said, now here come the rifles. Here comes the real brawl.
I'm going to say as
You
well,
should
if you look
be
at this
put behind bars for
I
these
really
bars.
am not a huge fan of Heretics comp. Like, you're throwing in an extra duelist, almost like old school Icebox, but they were running it with the Omen before, but evidently just feel that Miniboo is that little bit more comfortable trying to utilize some of the more individualistic nature and going from 0 duelists back to 2 to basically see if they can frag out in this scenario. Now, ult already online. Angel was lost early, but he's immediately back.
Xiao as well had a belter in their last matchup. Someone that I think we've seen one of the quietest years from in week-to-week play. When it comes to playoffs, he stepped up. He's found his old level. That's a nice pick for Alexic, who has been consistent, reliable in so many of Navi's matchups, and of all the rounds to step up in. When you have those couple weaknesses, but Heretics putting all their credits in, that's a huge double opener to find.
Hero's now having a fight on the other side of the map. He's managed to hold a couple of players here just by taking that zip line. And that's going to be something they consistently now have to think about. You'll see Woot likely continue to check his backline, but the fact is getting back into this scenario is not going to be easy. But Rien's always a safe pair of hands. The peak players of Navi have given them a chance.
6 shot.
Well, that res from Xiao, though, keeps it into a 3v3 at least. Despite those numbers falling, they've still got quite a bit to fight back with. And Rooksic spearheading that effort. He's found 2, and Benji, he shouldn't have the time. But he's isolated. Out of position early. Now there's an opportunity, but in goes the Nano, and the shot to the head seals the deal.
भाई क्या एमर लोग देखने मिल रहा है आज. भाई
exactly what you wanted. This is
game
their
play
pick.
हो रहा है.
And as we said, they haven't won a map
What the
up against this
hell?
squad the last 4 times that they faced. But it's looking like it's a different Navi on the server today, at least starting out Icebox.
What, to the last time they won?
Yes.
It is a different Navi. That was a 2023 team.
काश तू भी ऐसा ही खेलता. भाई लोग मैं अगर मेरा ऑफ स्ट्रीम गेम प्ले रिकॉर्ड करने लग जाऊं ना.
Alexic, like there are a lot of moments where you'll watch him be thrust
लोग
into
अंधे हो
positions where he has very little support and is expected to thrive. This was a round where he succeeded. Like, he went over. The fact that he gets 2 kills from that scenario, it still comes a little bit too close considering that was a 5v3 retake, but hey, they won the round. They still have the economy. They're going in with Outlaws in this one where the light shields are galore over on the Heretic side. It should be a comfortable one, but
अबे इतना अच्छा गेम प्ले कभी जिंदगी में देखा नहीं रहेगा इसलिए.
Seen early plays by Heretics towards this B main spot, so no surprise Angels playing nice and passive, clearing it out with drone. Miniboo is there early. It's already been tagged to 10 HP, and
मारूंगा 10 किलूंगा 1. समझे ना?
Here in A heaven,
ज़्यादा
so
टैंटे पे मत करो.
on that B side if there is a pace here hit. I do like that element of the comp, having that quicker rotation. You'll have a player with flashes, regardless of where that battle's coming in.
Defense are still fully committed to the A site. Well, yeah, they threw a drone through early as well. They're trying to bait players here, but maybe with how far they've got, they may even call for the team to come back. Instead, they continue
3 days to
push further and further into the trap.
Ganpati
Heretics
Bappa Moria.
have pulled their bluff. And actually, they've even thrown in a lockdown. This is now a problem. They either have to try and run through it or just wait until the last few seconds of the round for their execution. The lockdown hasn't forced them back. There's a rotation in from Ruxic, but they need a plant. And with so little time on the clock, they have to go now. They have to be in now, and then they run out of time. As long as nobody dies, or everybody doesn't die, the round is over. That is one of the weirdest rounds I think I've ever seen. And Heretics are on the board.
That is an incredible round coming out of Heretics. They make the right read. They don't fall for the play towards the B side, and then
fantastic class play.
Lockdown. What a commitment! But the value found is unbelievable. Another man generating value is Ruxic. I mean, this guy. Those stats speak for themselves. A lot of arrows upwards. And he has been a big factor here, 7-2 starting out this map, but that last round certainly not the way we wanted to go.
Yeah, no, a very, very messy round from Navi. And it was weird because they were trying to sell that ruse, got so far in, you almost think that maybe there's a moment where you go, actually, guys, you need to come back. But with Heretics just holding their ground, and the lockdown as well was just genius. Like, just putting it in at that moment basically ended it there and there. A pretty hefty mistake, but a good read from Heretics. They've now got a big bolster of economy, and let's see if they can build from it.
At least a Viper's Pit for Ruxic if they can get onto that site. A minute on the clock, denied the A control, and the slow shift back to this B site comes into play. It's an unusual setup from the Killjoy. It's going to contain a lot of the space for the walk-up through the tube and into kitchen. Your alarm bot covering off B main. Where there is a gap, though, is towards mid, and with this orb going up, Benji can't.
Heretics round जीती लेकिन उनका इकोनॉमी थोड़ा सा
be the flank towards the A side. Navi have chosen the right direction. Only one player waiting.
Snap करता है ना
aim Benji. And he finds one, but Hero opening up kitchen, and Navi they manage to keep a decent bit of control here. As they'll get that spike towards the site, but Benji still to be dealt with.
Ruxic. I was going to say maybe going on but he's quick enough to take down Benji.
Riens निकाल सकता है भाई player है.
Riens in a clutch. If there's any man you want in these moments, it is Riens, and Angel looks to take the fight. Ruxic, he's now vulnerable to a single shot, and that's exactly what he
भाई Ruxic ने round निकाला है ना. भाई चैट ये player है रे Ruxic.
And Mark, you saw the stats just a moment ago of how good he can be. Currently 9-2 on the scoreboard.
That's another double added up for him. And
अरे अमित भाई कल तबीयत थोड़ा heavy हो गया था. इसलिए सो गया. इसलिए कल Photoshop stream भी नहीं गया.
The wall that Benji steps through makes that outlaw deadly, even if he's on 150.
चैट अगला हफ्ते अगले हफ्ते इस साल की आखिरी नाइट स्ट्रीम होगी यार. मतलब मिडनाइट स्ट्रीम obviously.
They're not liking what they're seeing.
भाई टाइम आउट ले लिया Heretics ने. Heretics को ये गेम बहुत important है.
They're facing into a very low buy in the next.
Again, you also have to give the
सब players है हाँ ना भाई. It's some danger gamer है.
Throughout the tournament, we talked about points and where teams currently are, and like you know, Heretics, they're probably good because at least a couple of them will get top 2. Well,
वो भाई का अंडा फटा नहीं अब तक.
If Heretics go out, that only leaves one team left to get that top 2, and that is Liquid. That would leave this Heretics roster
Champs रात को नहीं है. Champs 8 वगैरह बजे होगा ना, 8-9 बजे. मैं मिडनाइट की बात कर रहा हूँ भाई.
Well, actually, I kind of hope you lose, because then we qualify. We don't have to have the stress of anything else going on at the same time. Obviously, for the other teams, well, there's a few that will want Navi's defeat at the same time. BBL,
Navi must make a run to the grand finals to qualify for champions.
GX, as it now makes things a lot more interesting. And as you can see, Navi as well as GX are teams that need to make the grand final if they are going to qualify for Paris.
rank up नहीं होता.
I'll tell you for free.
हाँ मैंने शकला वाली पेंसिल ली थी. Dream था यार chat वो.
We made that deduction. We'll have to show your workings a little later on, Tom.
I'll get Captain Cow to check that just in case.
Double check. How many lower brackets are there?
One lower bracket and back into no.
Yeah, so for Navi, there really is no substitute for that grand final. They've got to make it to top 2. And honestly, with the performances they've had recently, I wouldn't have said it coming into playoffs even.
और ये एक ड्रोन पे रोटेट कर जाते हैं इको में.
Starting to believe, but the same can be said for GX.
GX more so. The way that they've been able to recover and even dismantled Navi in their matchup.
हर्ष भाई सर्दी हुई है, दुआ दे दो.
They might just do the hardest work for them as Heretics.
मेरे दुआ में भी सर्दी है.
A tough cookie to crack all the way through stage 2, but as was
भाई ये
mentioned
बार
on the desk,
डिसिप्लिन
it
से खेल
doesn't
रहे
really
हैं, हिल रहे नहीं
matter if
है.
you peak in groups
एक
unless
बार
you get the exact
अटके वो
amount
लोग
of
अभी नहीं
points to
अटक
qualify.
रहे. ओ लेकिन रोटेट कर रहे भाई.
They have not. For Navi, again, a tentative round. It's similar to the last. Not a lot to play with for the side of Heretics, but they do have a couple of ults that if the round gets late, it could get dangerous. It seems like this time, though, Navi have done a better job, or more so, Ruxic has done a better job of feeling out the other side of the map. It leaves one player, and that player has been caught. Boo's rotation also dealt with, and I don't think there'll be the same shenanigans.
मैंने क्रिकेट बैट ड्रॉ किया था एमआरएफ का सचिन वाला. वाओ.
One out earlier on.
That's
now
not
it's
bad.
Heretics' turn. Bladestorm finding
बूट
the
एस
first.
करने वाला है, देखते रहो अभी आंखें खोल के अपनी.
Low HP on Rienz.
और क्या प्लेयर है ना ये तो, क्या प्लेयर है ये तो.
Now playing into a pit's going to be difficult. And the pit actually blocked his vision just as he peeked. That is so unfortunate.
W ult by W
Rienz is
ult.
done for, and Navi have sealed their 5th round.
Yeah, normally you might sit there and look at that being an eco and go, oh, they used a Viper's Pit. That
Hello,
seems like a bit of an
Silmoon.
overcommitment. They have 4 other ults, so I really don't mind it. You make sure you keep your economy strong.
भाई ये
You put
कैसा लग रहा
yourself in a
है
position where you still have
ऐसा
enough
लग
to
रहा
use
अभी
in the
कोई
next
तो
round, and
क्रेजी
you're still
इन्वेंशन
winning
करके
that
आया है
ultimate
मां
battle by a
कसम.
long margin. So, yeah, it's
Danger
a bit
ना.
of an investment, but I'm absolutely fine with it.
Happy birthday to me.
Good timing as we move into round number 7 for Navi. They've used their pit, but they still have 4 ultimates to fall back on. This is a very powerful round, and remember, this is where Heretics are finally putting their credits on the board, on the line, buying up as much as they can, and looking to fight.
He's going through. He's gone through. He's walked past.
Oh
dear. Oh, Miniboo's going to be frustrated with that one. That is a blip, and you can't give those sort of mistakes over to a player like Ruxic. He is going to capitalize. It's also just put so much doubt in the minds of the Heretics players. They are having to worry about mid, and Ruxic has left. He's just gone all the way back to his own spawn. He's nowhere near that position anymore, but they are still looking around the map for him.
Yeah, but Ruxic in a good spot here either way to throw in a snake bite from Belt in the late round, and it may well be needed. The lockdown coming into play makes this very difficult now. As we said, too many ultimates on the other side. There's still a Hunter's Fury if needed for Navi to
way,
really
bro.
lock this round in,
nice,
but Alexic
bhai.
is holding onto control towards that lockdown. And even as some
Bro,
teammates
क्या
fall,
positioning?
it's Rienz
क्या positioning
left
भाई, क्या
alone.
positioning माँ
Hunter's
कसम
Fury
क्या
and
round.
attempting to
भाई
break the lockdown,
बेंजी
but
को
they're
जो
still
मारा है ना
locked
एलेक्सी
out
ने.
of the round.
Yeah, I'm actually
क्या
sort of surprised
player है
when we
भाई
saw that come
ये.
in. It felt like it was a little bit too late. Maybe hoping that a few of the players were low and could have killed them off at the same time, but it is looking a bit panicky from Heretics thus far, and you can see that I think the comfort on this map just isn't there. They're being exploited by, in a lot of cases, just some individual plays from players like Ruxic.
Just to add to your point as well, Tom, by the time we see that Hunter's Fury come in, Angel's around here. So no matter what, there's a Hunter's Fury from Navi to deny the defuse, and the time's too low to outlive that on the clock. So a very strange decision, and it does, yeah, I agree with you. It feels like panic stations. We've already seen a pause come through. It's 6-1 up
लोगों को मालूम नावी का नाम नावी क्यों है? क्योंकि नावी ने सबसे पहला जो बूट कैंप सेटअप किया था वो नवी मुंबई में सेटअप किया था.
Opening fights for Heretics, they're left to pistols
उसके पहले उनका नाम
again.
जूनी
So
था.
7-1, not unlikely at this point.
Take flight.
The only counter I have at this point is that the only round they've won was with pistols. But that's about it. There hasn't really been a lot of, well, silver linings for Heretics so far. Navi have been dominant, looking like their road to champs. It's already looking good.
भाई वो वापस मिड लग किया है ना वैसे ही सेम. ये बार भी कोई पनिश नहीं किया उसको और कोई देख रहा भी नहीं है. अरे क्या भाई ये Heretics लॉस्ट है थोड़ी वाह. उनको टाइम आउट चाहिए. नहीं अभी तो अरे रे मिनीबू ई दबाना भूल गया जंप किया है भाई ने लेकिन. भाई थोड़े रफ गेम प्ले तो चल रहा है Heretics का. मेरे को लग रहा है ये वार्म अप गेम है Heretics का. वो लोग बाकी बाद में जीतेंगे.
They attempted it last round. Miniboo was the one left with the duty of holding on to middle and couldn't spot the player walking down below.
अरे वो फुल फॉर्म कवर अप करने के लिए रखना पड़ता है अंश भाई. कैसा समझोगे?
I'm not certain, but I assume that Benji had put the turret in the normal spot, which is right around here, so it watches these angles inside of middle. It stops them crossing here, it stops them going through the window. But the issue is, it's very common to throw like a nano swarm up and over and destroy that. So that's why you see these spots repositioned to. That gap then tries to be filled in, he misses his timing, and again, Rux's able to just run riot in the back lines. It seems like at this point, there are so many problems for Heretics in terms of containing basic map control that I'm not surprised.
Like the stream, subscribe if you're new.
They're gonna save
बाकी
this
घर
map.
जाके जीतेंगे हर्ष भाई क्या?
It needs to be
But
now.
नवी मुंबई में
Navi
नया
are
क्या है?
utterly
जोक होता तो
dominant
हंसी आती पर
so
हंसी नहीं
far.
आई.
Well, I'll give you a
जेन्युइन बातें कर रहे हैं हर्ष भाई स्प्रिंग का वही तो.
statistic if you're a Heretics fan.
नहीं यार लिफॉक्स
Navi are normally better
भाई
on the
आप
defense.
दूसरे प्लेटफॉर्म के साथ मल्टी स्ट्रीम क्यों नहीं करते? क्योंकि मैं यूट्यूब पे करता हूँ और मल्टी स्ट्रीम पे शेड्यूल वगैरह नहीं कर सकते.
And here you go. Win and
भाई आप
it will be Navi victory.
टाइम आउट फोन करो. अरे अभी फोन की जरूरत नहीं है. ओए ये देखो ये देखो.
Oh, they have to do it themselves.
अगर हेरिटिक्स आज हारती है
the one thing that isn't mentioned is if Heretics
तो
lose,
लिक्विड
then
जीतेगी.
have to save them by making it into the top 2.
ओ अगर हेरिटिक्स आज हारती है तो लिक्विड चैंपियंस क्वालीफाई करेगी.
It doesn't get messy
नटूस भाई.
for Navi. They are just out. There's no complication there whatsoever. They are in the tough spot of having to make that lower bracket run all the way through after an early defeat.
This has been a very slow start from Team Heretics, and it's not just individuals going missing. You look more so to how manipulated the map has been. This is their defense, and they failed to lock down so many of these pieces of the map. And
Mini
well,
Boo
it's
is
not
on,
gonna
baby,
be
with
the
the
case
zap.
to start out the round. We've had Mini Boo pull out the operator, take one down
Zap.
on B, but again, we've said about how many ults are available, and one of those is the res.
Liquid में
With all
Scream
still
है ना,
available,
या फिर
Shao
गया है
should
ना?
be able to correct that mistake.
Seems like they
Scream
have
है,
an idea
Yampi
that
है
is coming over on the
और
Heretics side.
Shroud.
I'm more interested to see.
Bro,
They're
look
about
at
to do. They're
that
gonna swing off
tree.
the back of it. I like the idea. Play on top of the wall, see if they can deny any further aggression, catch someone as they go. Boo's now going to place down the Viper's Pit. Now the Boo brothers have been struggling. That was Mini Boo's second kill, and Boo is only on a singular. Under pressure.
भाई Fnatic 2-0 हारी
You
है.
know there's a good chance that Lexic will try and go over
और
this, but that's
नावी
why
के वो
Mini Boo is
क्या
watching.
प्लेयर्स है भाई रुक्सिक
They
और
still had Throne,
उनका
thanks to
duelist
bringing Angel
Jet.
back. No reveal, but the chance to fight through that, maybe with a Hunter's Fury on the back. They
ये वुड
could
का अंडा अब तक नहीं
eliminate
फटा
Boo
Jet.
from this pit, make it very difficult.
नहीं सॉरी
for him.
बू का
But
नहीं फटा था
instead,
ना.
the idea is to leave one player whose job is to contain. Now, as we'll see, Hero holding onto
Angel
the
का
front
ult है.
side of that pit.
वो
while the
Benji के
rest
लिए
of them
रखेगा.
look to
Look at
wrap
where the
around
turret
behind.
is.
The
Oh,
weakness
Benji's gonna
has
get
been mid
two.
every time. Reposition turret though is covering the cross, and they've heard it. They've realized Benji Fishy is waiting for his moment to strike, but he gets punished. And now the
Alarm
pressure
bot ने येड़ भगा दी भाई. नहीं तो दो मार देता वो actually. 10 सेकंड है. They have to rush B लेकिन B पे ulted है and Mini Boo की off.
They've got to be quick, and Mini Boo is picking them apart one by one until they're all gone.
Hero, there's just no time. No time for him to get anything
Good round
done.
भाई, good
Of course,
round.
It would have needed to be the 6K.
Op
in
save
this
की,
round
that's
for him to
crazy
kill
cause उन लोग का
absolutely
buy नहीं है
everybody.
अभी.
But even still, Mini Boo, what a performance. As said, he was on 1 kill at the beginning of this round. He ends it with 6. And just the constant
मारी भाई ने.
positions from him. I love this sort of play. Like, there was no angle hit the same time. He was always moving, always repositioning. And his brother covering the backline at the same time. A big round for him, but still a mountain to climb. That operator already making a huge difference.
कटिया करूँ, कटिया करूँ.
It's been an operator in a
तेरा
lockdown
रू,
that won the
कटिया
rounds now.
करूँ.
An ace, but
तेरा रू, तेरा
how
रू.
repeatable is it? For Team Heretics, we need to see Mini Boo keep that level up, or we need to see adjustments here. Again, Benji, the reposition of the turret last round, I liked it a lot. It was a good strat, but I think it was Shao that was so quick to take him down. I don't even think he was looking the right way when the peak came in initially, so great adjustment from him.
Right here.
Navi.
एंजल ने अभी भी अपना अल्ट रखा
है. So far.
बेंजी ने भी अभी भी रखा है.
Are a few
Fighting is qualified, yes.
individual plays. Mini Boo going to throw out the dimensional drift. This will clear the entirety of the B side. It will give the information to the remaining players. You can already see both Benji and Boo already making their way in towards the site. Utility being used to try and deny Alexic, and there is Rien's ready and waiting. Lockdown being used for Angel attempting to counter it, and it will be destroyed. The problem is he's losing his players along the way. Hero needs to try and step up to the plate. With the time ticking and such a huge advantage, Heretics are sitting patiently.
Plant will be stuck eventually. Heretics just, as you said, playing patient to avoid that early peak. Great flash. Hero's blind as can be, but he gets an angle now. A chance to drop one. There's a few fights here that seem to have some hope to them. But now this should be it. Call reloading.
No way.
He got too much.
निकाल लिया था बंदा है, निकाल लिया था.
But Heretics correct to put 3 on the board, and the slow ascent back into this map has begun.
Yeah, I think we've seen some good ultimate usage from them. The Viper's Pit utilized in a prior
आसपास कौन सी टीम में आसपास टीम में जो है वो घर पे गई.
This time the dimensional drift was definitely the one
Reload
that
नहीं करना
made the
चाहिए.
difference. Like being able to give them so much information, allowed for early rotations, put them with a stack on the
one
side.
chap. तीन सौ में आ गया वे.
They just won around.
Chat, MIBR का full form क्या है?
When you're a team that has been as good as they have in stage 2, the fact that this match could genuinely decide your fate, it's scary.
Yeah, without a doubt. Like the reality is for Navi,
Made in Brazil.
I think coming into this year, and especially for
MIBR
Heretics,
qualified है. क्या बात कर रहे हो?
up against this squad, like
MIBR
the
qualified है,
stakes
ये नहीं
are
पता
this
मेरे को.
high. It's not where you want to be seeing a close matchup like this, where you want to see easy, repeatable map control.
I didn't know MIBR
from
qualified.
Navi being handed over, and now we've finally seen those solutions. But we've also seen an abandonment of those attempts to make more direct hits to a site in the late round.
Left one, so they qualified.
On
Okay.
the side of the map, we see from Navi quite a bit, and the mid control being pressured as that hit's coming through. We haven't seen that, and I think it's going to be a return to form of that same attempt to put pressure on Benji and that mid hold.
1000 लाइक हो गए. Thank you दोस्तों. 1000 लाइक करने के लिए 500 साल बाद.
Loses value for that defensive side because now your entire back line is wide open, and they've so many
भाई कौन-कौन सी टीम क्वालीफाई हो गई है?
to make those flanks and force you into uncomfortable fights.
7-5 half.
Check करना पड़ेगा.
Things started. Be a godsend from Heretics. Navi are trying their best to make sure that doesn't happen. Woot on the angle. He's been gifted the operator on. Miniboo is going to bite the bullet instead. And the second
almost
shot isn't
connected
connected.
that.
Angel on the swing. This leaves Boo somewhat isolated, but they've actually got a second player in support as well. Might be a bit of a surprise. The problem, though, is that there are gaps elsewhere the Rooksik may look to exploit.
That's what we said, right? Direct hit into that mid play. Rook6 looking for it, waiting a little long though, and now Rien's on back yellow, finds himself a single. It's going to stop Boo from being able to peek. He's out in the open. They know there's an op on the other side.
हग्गी gameplay हो रहा है. ये नया knife लिया है.
Benji's locked out. There's no way to play this round
नया knife काफी fast है भाई, मजा आता है. I mean वो इसका वाकड़ी गन का. वाकड़ा गन ही मस्त.
And where he's going.
रात को शूट ना कैसा गया, लाइट गई.
But coming towards this late stage of the game, maybe Xiao's going to be the man eager for that fight. One away from his res. Same for Ruxic with the Viper's Pit. Big ultimates to have online for the next, and it will be Ruxic getting contact at least. Actually, if they both go down, that's probably ideal.
Oh, not going to be the case. Ruxic
भाई दोनों टीम सोलो स्मोक्स खेल रही है वाइपर.
And that will be an 8th round for Navi.
हाँ भी मैं अभी नोटिस
pressure as well onto the economy.
क्यों खेलते यार ये लोग वाइपर? इन लोग ने वाइपर नहीं खेलना चाहिए. तभी वाइपर को है ना कुछ तो करेंगे लोग. भाई लेकिन मेरे को एक चीज बताओ. देखो मैं जेन्युइनली एक चीज बता दूं, ठीक है? फिनिक्स ना फिनिक्स का फ्लैश बफ किया उन लोगों ने, सब कुछ ये किया. फिनिक्स फिर भी वीसीटी में कोई पिक नहीं कर रहा था. फिर उसके बाद में उन लोगों ने फिनिक्स का फ्लैश नर्फ कर दिया. फिर भी फिनिक्स को कोई वीसीटी में पिक नहीं कर रहा था. इसका मतलब उन लोगों ने क्या स्टैट्स देखे रहेंगे कॉम्पी के. तो वाइपर कॉम्पी में कौन खेलता है मुझे बताओ.
In a more standardized position, aggressive push over towards that B side. Now that's because they've got some serious weaponry disadvantages. But if Woot gets one, that is the Blade Storm.
Take flight. Yeah, this final round, there's a lot of ultimates close to being in play or already active. A Bucky, that should go under the radar now. Minibu's down, they want to accelerate, but they're coming around behind him. Angel's being phenomenal in terms of taking these fights towards B main. It does, you said it at the start of the game. It feels like it's his territory and somewhere he will not be challenged. Already a huge advantage with a Viper's Pit and a res in play, a lockdown proposed play. This round looks impossible for Heretics to even have a chance in.
ये दीवार क्या डेंजर है देखो, इसके ऊपर बीहॉप करके एक ऐसा येलो पीक ले ले।
Just buy a load of extra time for those post plants, either force their enemy forward or force them back, and while they're forced back, the operator is swinging. The weaponry is just utterly diffed at this stage, and while Boo, he is at a rotter of a half. It would need to be a miracle for him and Rians to turn this back, and he's already gone.
Bro, 9-3 half.
Rians is soon to follow.
Comebackable तो है Heretics के लिए, लेकिन ये मैप डिफेंसिव लगता है मेरे को थोड़ा.
Yeah, just a sensational showing
very less pick rate. Exactly. Replay system कब आ रहा है? भाई replay system किसको चाहिए यार? Viper buff.
Opponent like Heretics, who this roster has not managed to take a map off before.
9-3 cool से हो चुका है. Half time हो चुका है. This is the right time to like the stream. Exclamation WH check out करो, watch us check करने के लिए. And this is also the right time for the most important part of our life. Susu. गए कि नहीं तुम लोग भी? हाँ? गए थे कि नहीं तुम लोग कि नहीं? अरे जाके आया करो यार, जाके आया करो. क्रॉनिकल ने ट्वीट डाला भाई, एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा.
Welcome back, folks. 9 rounds on the board for Navi. They are not far away from locking in this victory.
क्या बात है? हो गई? कैसी थी? White? If it wasn't white, chat, you are cooked. You should drink more water.
Especially when you look back to that first upper bracket match where they played versus GX, it went horrifically for him. I think one of the worst performances we've seen. Comes back in versus Vitality, fantastic game, especially on the attack side of Bind. He basically won them the game. And in this map, 13-5, him and Ruxic leading that charge. And well, to be honest, everybody's been looking great for Navi. I feel like it's a rarity to have everybody online at the same time. And for Heretics, that is a very bad sign. Of course, up next is their
transparent.
Map. It has been their map. No one in EMEA has managed to beat them on it in quite a while. But at the same time, with how Navi are currently performing, I am starting to feel a little bit nervous for Heretics.
Yeah, you know, one of the surprising things for me is like how clean Navi look right now in terms of there doesn't seem to be players ahead of the pack. They're playing together. How many rounds have we seen Angel just run out in the open when they have an advantage? In this map so far, none. And it's the attack side where he's normally criminal for that. So it's been very nice to watch this current form of the roster. Now, deep TP is put through. I don't know if anybody actually heard it as it was going by, but it will just be a fake to draw their eye as the push comes in. That buys some space on back yellow and a couple of kills. Team Heretics heating up here as they need to on the attack side pistol.
A couple of sheriffs being spammed, but Minibu is there to defend. Nice shock dart for Angel. Boo's not going to be escaping that one. It's at least one. Moved slow. In reality, be difficult to find a gap. Rians as a likely first point of contact. He looked to actually shoot that. Maybe should have been a teammate, and Heroes quickly found two. This was looking like an impossible scenario, and now Benji is left to do it all. 2 players remaining, And they're both looking to fight him. No one get on that.
इतना क्यों चिल्लाया कास्टर
Hero
चैट?
is sticking it at least to halfway, and Benji
Oh,
maybe playing the bluff.
Joy versus Killjoy. Hero versus
He knows
Benji.
his opponent let go at least for a second, but needs to find this final shot and is baiting that time perfectly.
No time.
Hero will land it. I don't know if there's enough
Oh,
time.
he's time.
Just about. Hero is going to
डेंजर खेला क्या हीरो बहुत? उसने दो शॉट मारे जैसा मैं एंटर किया.
Carrying on from the first half.
2v4 निकाला उसमें के 3 हीरो ने मारे. भाई हीरो कितना बड़ा दिख रहा है ना अभी. ऐसा लग रहा है प्लास्टिक सर्जरी की है.
When he went back out for that final fight, that's disastrous, Tom. 2 pistol rounds where they're 3v5 up and they lose both. Oh, Heretics have got to be
Crazy,
feeling
bhai,
their soul
crazy.
crushed in the palm of Navi.
Crazy.
I win those.
Perhaps under their boot, and look, I could lip read that. I'll tell you that. A 5 versus 3.
Oh, what did he say?
2. I can't say it. There's a reason we muted the replay. But like, you lose 2 pistols like that with 2-man advantage. That honestly, I don't know where the mental is at right now. You would love to have a pause in the next, coming into the next buy round.
Come back to करेगी by Heretics.
They're already
I don't want Heretics to get out of Champions chat. क्या बोलते हो?
Navi also only have 1 left, so I don't know if we're going to be seeing the it's 12-4. Let's take a pause. I think maybe Happy will wait a little bit longer today because he doesn't have 2 to burn. The Outlaw was in the round. And now it's not in the best spot. They're going to try and get it back. I think we'll do that thanks to the Viper screen. That will help them out at least a little bit. As they look to head back in towards the A site. Now the A site currently doesn't have anyone on it. They are potentially just waiting to have the full force of the squad already with an advantage and the weaponry in a good position. But if it gets post-plant with an Outlaw, there's potential.
It just depends really where that Outlaw is going to go. Like if Wook goes over to Belt or stays where he is right now,
Sarangi.
and the plan's going to be
यार ये
somewhere around
सारंगी
this
वाली
area,
नाइफ सब लोग
really
ने
good
यूज करनी
opportunity
चाहिए चैंपियंस में.
for them to make that a very difficult post-plant, maybe costly for their opponents, which I think, let's be realistic. If they can drop like 3 players here, maybe 4, it's then a fantastic round. They can be very happy with that.
Yeah.
But there are weaknesses for Navi. They brought pistols in.
Ooh,
as a
he
result
got his.
of that, they can afford to lose a few. And 1, not great. They did get 2 though.
Comebackable है भाई. 11-3 comebackable है.
Navi, so they don't lose.
What do you guys feel, chat? Comeback or GG? I feel it's a
Navi
comeback.
doing that
Because it's
well,
Heretics.
They weren't even Navi yet.
They are
They've been buying
Gammas.
3 guns. And then coming in with a couple of pistols, and it just means that they can afford
Liquid finishes top 2, then they are in. ऐसा नहीं है. If they lose, Liquid are in, and if they win,
those lockdowns can be.
If they lose, they are home. If they lose, Liquid are in, and if they win, they are in.
This does have a bit of a
ऐसा नहीं है कि कुछ Liquid के ऊपर नहीं है कुछ.
I think Heretics have.
Liquid का मैच थोड़ी ना बाकी है अभी.
Especially Boo.
ये last game है इस week का.
Roughest maps I think I've ever seen him have.
No, the wall goes down.
Nice idea.
Yeah, I think it's good that Boo is aware of the gap in the wall.
Thank you.
1 HP left.
Yes.
Yes. Decay, of course, so he's going to be back up a little healthier and has the heal to buff himself up.
Heretics ने कभी इतना बड़ा comeback किया होगा यार, याद नहीं.
Oh, no. Still going. Still going. 99 in the end. Okay, so he's still in a pretty healthy spot for late round fights.
Losing Hero early. Not ideal. That was the player with the ult online. But the fact is, this bonus round is almost as good as the actual buy that's coming through. Even still, not having that wall, cove, whatever you like, to get you into the post plant does mean that Heretics have to be a bit more proactive with their pushes, with their aggression. And you can see that the goal from Navi is to sort of play around and utilize
Crazy pick by Benji.
whatever utility they have.
अच्छा
Even
पीछे आ
still,
रहे थे
though, the
सिर्फ.
rotation has been caught. And in a 3 versus 5,
Oh, Alexi देखो भाई नॉइस कट किया इसलिए इतना ओवर पिक कर दिया. राउंड खिला दिया ना भाई. उन लोग का कोच पागल हो रहा रहेगा. बोल रहा है भाई क्या कर रहा है, राउंड थ्रो कर रहा है.
He allowed the player to
Kai के लिए pick करने का भाई.
greedy. Rook 6 got 2, but it's okay.
Ui.
It shouldn't spiral out of control too far with the heal for the second time. Xiao is going to pull himself back in. They say band-aids don't fix bullet holes, but I guess a little bit of ice will. And a good opportunity now. He's looking to isolate them. The big wrap around Yellow. He'll get a one-on-one against Benji, who's only got a pistol, is looking the wrong way. Now it's down to a single fight, and Xiao's got it across the line. Unbelievable!
How did he went through?
to 3, and it looks like Heretics just cannot catch a break.
Oh, we should just send it to map 2. Honestly, send it to map 2. They're
about to.
Lost so many massive advantages. What was that? Was that 2v5? And like, yeah, sure, Ruxic did
वो
well,
लोग
but then
पीक नहीं
the
किया
1v3
टाइमिंग
that
हुआ
Xiao's able to win
ओह
is just madness. And yeah, that's manic laughter at this point. Whether that's not him laughing like, ah, this is funny. That's him slowly losing his mind. And well, yeah, it seems like Neil is well, he's at the stage of anger.
He was talking to the gods there, man. I don't know if he's looking for Kratos to come down and start swinging at these guys, but it's about all that could help out. This is an outrageous performance. 2 3v5s and pistols, then they lose a 2 versus 5 where most of them are armed to the teeth. They've got post plant. Now they almost had time on their side, and now coming into what should be the final round, they've just been wrecked with Rien's on the
Heretics का नाम
floor.
सोच चुका हूँ ना
He got the orb. Fantastic.
तो
Can't use that till next round. And next round might be a pistol.
कांग का वो 3K याद आता है भाई सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट राउंड का शायद इको रहता था इको था EDG का कांग के पास सिर्फ गार्डियन था अभी इसमें चैंपियंस फाइनल्स
shown on one side and the other coaching staff not even really being shown. There hasn't been a lot for Happy in terms of notes, I'm sure. Well, for the performance coach of Zuza, I don't know what she can hope to improve for the team at this stage. They are absolutely trouncing Team Heretics. As it was mentioned, a team that they've never
that was insane
since this iteration
उधर गेम
taken a
निकला
map
है
off. And they're about to do it in style.
He
Heroes
stepped up
already
for
got
his
rid
team.
of the lurk of Benji Fishy. He thought he found a gap, and instead he was found. Angel does fall. Maybe a little bit further ahead. Alexic waiting, but doesn't want to
इधर देखो क्या हो
fight
रहा
too
है
aggressively.
13-3 हो रहा है भाई चैंपियंस के रनर अप के
The rest
अगेंस्ट
of the team are being patient, being passive. Should at least be a post plant. Miniboo trying to give them a man back, instead puts them further in the ground.
This Navi doesn't look the same. Not as a few days ago. They are playing this so cleanly. A fight taken in the open by Xiao, but it's all to try and defend that lockdown. That's why they're battling. It may look a little disconnected, but there's logic behind it. 13-3 for Navi.
World champions
I don't know
again.
what's changed in the last few days, but this team is battling against some of the best. And hell, if this series didn't matter,
it'd be too difficult for Heretics.
नावी का पिक था चैट
to them.
अगला हेरेटिक्स का पिक है तुम लोग एक चीज नोटिस करो ना नावी कितनी काम है
What the? He just spent. Bro, I'm like, what? It's a train? You wait. wait. I think it's Spark. Bro, I literally thought, how he did it open?
बाटली खोलने नहीं आ रहा इनको इला भाई मेरे को आता है ये क्या प्रो प्लेयर हाँ क्या है ये भाई ये देखो इसको ये देखो इनको लगता है ये घर पे रखने से इसका सोना बनेगा घर वाले परेशान हो गए रहेंगे कि भाई इसको फेंक दे ये प्लास्टिक है बिग 6-in-1 पिज्जा अकेले खा रहा है इतना बड़ा डेंजर रे ये खाना भाई पिज्जा खाना है यार चाहे एटलीस्ट 5 years हो चुके हैं पिज्जा नहीं खाया मैंने Fnatic still in champions? Yes. ब्रो आपके ये काफी अच्छे हैं स्पीकर्स। सफेद झूठ, अबे साले सही में नहीं खाया मैंने, सही में नहीं खाया पिज्जा। जी 2-0 हेरिटिक्स। मेरे को नहीं लगता ये कमबैक होने वाला है। बाय बाय, गुड नाइट। सोने जा रहे हो क्या सीन? और इसने डाला था पहले भी भाई। चैट देखो ना यार, ये रियल गेमर्स होते हैं, इनका चैटअप देखो, इतना डेंजर। इनका PS5, इनके पास एक्सी बॉक्स ही है, इनके पास PS4 है, सब है, क्या चाहिए? इधर गेमिंग करो, उधर PS5। ब्रो व्हाट एल्स पर्सन नीड इन हिज एंटायर लाइफ टाइम? टेल मी चैट, टेल मी। एक इधर फेंक दो। हाँ ना यार, मेरे भी मुंह पे फेंक के मार दे भाई, एक कैच कर लूंगा। जो मेरे को टाका पड़ा तो भी चलेगा, एक मार दे फेंक के। ये मॉनिटर फेंक के मार दे भाई मुंह पे, सॉरी टीवी फेंक के मार दे। मॉनिटर मेरे पास है, व्यूसोनिक ऑन टॉप। मंगा ले, पैसे की कमी थोड़ी है। ऐसा नहीं होता है लाला, ऐसा नहीं होता है। बिग फैन बाय, थैंक यू। हगड़े बिना मोमोज की जिंदगी नहीं है। अच्छा, सांस नहीं आती? मोमोज बीमोज खाना बंद करो, जिम विम जाओ, कुछ है कि नहीं? हाँ, मेरी जैसी बॉडी कब बनेगी तुम लोगों की? दिन में वर्किंग, रात में गेमिंग। वाओ, भर दिया माँ कसम पूरा। क्या खा रहे हो? मैं राइस खा रही हूं। नहीं बनाना आपकी जैसी बॉडी, ऐसा बोलेगा? ये क्या है? मॉड्स लगा के खेल रहा है, क्रेजी वे। ये ऐसा सेटअप मेरा करा के देना भाई ये गेम का, मेरे को भी ऐसा खेलना है। चैट, मैं बहुत बड़ा फैन बॉय था जॉन सीना का, मैं बहुत बड़ा फैन बॉय था। आई मीन हर एक जन होता रहेगा, हर एक जन बचपन में जॉन सीना का फैन बॉय तो रहा रहेगा। क्या बोलते हो चैट? हाँ नाही,
2 मिनिटं जराशी घे धुरी, चालू आहे का स्ट्रीम तुझी? 2च मिनिटात येऊ दे म्हणा मुलांना.
ओके,
हा जराशी धुरी घे, हो जरा सर्दीला फरक पडेल.
Think they can be this good globally?
I think so. I mean, dude, if you watch Roxy play, he plays so
दोस्तों,
confident. Like, I feel like if you were bringing him on a
लिमिट्स में
championship
आ
stage,
रहा
he
हूँ।
could play just like this.
अबे
And
रोमन
Heroes
रेंस बाद में
as
आया था
well,
भाई।
last year at Champ, so I believe in both of them.
दो लिमिट में आ रहा हूँ दूरी लेके।
Dude, they're so confident. I think that if you put them just like by themselves on anywhere on the map and they were to fight 5 people, they take 3 to the grave every time. And I just think they're so strong individually.
Yeah, I think as well, Team Heretics were almost kind of fearing Rooksik's presence throughout this map as well, because Rooksik was just able to get so much mid control time and time again through those lurks, and it's not something that we've never seen from Navi before. You know, they do this on Icebox, so they knew to expect that, but they didn't have any sort of punishment for it. They didn't even want to face check it because they knew it was Rooksik that was coming up on that mid. And as we look ahead to Haven, we know that Rooksik and Hero are exceptional on that map too.
Yeah, I just think it's so funny that people sort of miss out on the fact that this is also a Turkish duo. This is currently the best Turkish duo on the server, and it gets even more dire for Team Heretics, because if they do not win the next map, if they get 2-0'd here, they are in serious danger of not making the most important tournament of the year. Of course, if Navi win today, they lock in Team Liquid, and then Heretics just have to pray for BBL's downfall. And I don't think anyone can pray for their downfall right now. So they have to win. But the good news is it's Haven. The good news is at this point, Flyer, everyone else has moved on from this comp. People don't like it anymore, but they are just the best. Do you still think it has legs for them?
I mean, for them, it's a completely different story. Watching the game yesterday of Navi play as well, I really feel like Navi does not play the comp to the full potential that they have on defense. I think that Heretics is going to abuse them with double.
आज NMA match है Lev का और
playground at this point.
Red Reeves का शायद.
This year, like it's the map that we expect them to absolutely
crazy matches तो है.
So yeah, Navi are going to have to
and आज ही
find
Lev
some
है
answers to that,
और
considering
100
there's
Thieves
so
Cloud है.
much footage on Team Heretics Haven at this point as well. So hopefully that will give them a kind of insight into how to play.
Yeah, I think even at this point there's enough footage for Navi's Haven as well. I think we pretty much talked that to death yesterday, but just for a refresher, Flyer, on the attack, what would you like to see Navi do?
I mean, the same as always I was speaking about. I just like the comp abuse.
I guess
like the comp
the rank कर तो अच्छा लगेगा पाव क्लिप में done
works on it.
And on
after
defense,
this
on
game,
defense, I like denying Garage versus the double duelist, and I like fighting A with the Neon.
Okay, I mean, very easy game plans. They executed it yesterday, and
वो 250
no
लिए लाए.
changes. What about Heretics? What would you like to
भाई
see
ये
them
कॉम्प अच्छा लग रहा है मेरे को Heretics का. ये कमबैकेबल मैप है. यहाँ से कमबैक जो शुरू होएगा वो रुकेगा ही नहीं और फिर 13-0 ये गेम, अगला गेम भी 13-0. वन साइड Heretics जीआर भगाने वाली है. अभी वार्म अप करके आई है. चैंपियन जाने से रुका नहीं सकता कोई. मैं बता रहा हूँ चैट, ये दोनों गेम्स वन साइडेड होंगे. देखो कमबैक वाले.
To go up against, if anything, especially considering he's the recent addition to Navi this year. And to be fair to him, he has got off to a great start in playoffs so far.
Yeah, well, Flyer, Yoru ISO, what's the win con?
I mean, you can see when the game starts that Boo's going to play A short a lot, and I think it's what you need to do against the Viper. They know how to play the map. They do that in general anyway. They're the one double duelist team that will put the Omen on A. I think it's super, super strong with this comp. They understand the win conditions against the Viper. I think that it's going to come down to form in the end.
Yeah, on the attack side, I'm such a big fan of Mini Boo's Yoru. He has so many different looks and layers. He can trick them with it, he can push spawn with it, he can pretty much get them an entire site with it, depending on how he feels. I want Navi
looking
to be
strong.
aware of that a little bit, but at the same time, I don't want them to be.
पर Heretics अच्छी टीम है भाई. वो मतलब ऐसी टीम है ना
we don't want to see a world where a team like Team Heretics get eliminated, Mitch and Tom.
मोमेंटम मिलता है ना उनको तो येड़ भगा डालते.
It is hard to imagine, really, even if their run to champs could still be alive with other teams and so on. It's more so about this squad who we've come
like the stream. If you're new, subscribe to the channel. We are close to 5 million likes.
Within EMEA, a conversation in which they're almost always in the top 2, but now that seems a long
Pacific Stage 2 में कौन-कौन qualified है? Pacific में अभी फिलहाल तो PaperX qualified है और दूसरी टीम पता नहीं, बाकी की टीम्स पता नहीं. PaperX confirmed है.
They're all right. They're kind of good. I think it's 9-1 with the only defeat being to Gen G, so I think they're okay. If Navi win this match, BBL must either make the grand final or beat the winner of the lower final, which also means getting to the grand final. So they need to get to the grand final. Yes. I think that's what that means. I'm doing a translation.
Ignore that. Sorry.
Very confusing way.
Sorry.
But yeah.
Sen भी है. अबे Sen Pacific में थोड़ी है.
BBL's life gets a bit tougher.
PaperX T1 RRQ.
If Heretics go out.
एक टीम बची अभी जो डिसाइड होएगा लोअर ब्रैकेट के बाद.
For Heretics, their life will be hanging in the balance.
Most probably वो Talon हो सकती है.
Nonetheless, this is the map where we expect Heretics to perform. Starting out on the defense, but I'll be honest with you, they've been very good at both sides of this map in the past. And I'm much more looking at Navi, who did manage to have a spectacular performance versus Vitality. But let's be real, Heretics are a different beast.
पिस्टल जो जीता वो गेम जीता.
There's not many teams in the world
Maybe Paris की बात कर रहा
dare to face him. When it comes to this Alexic deep sight play, Mini Boo, good to trade out to start
what a
with.
Recon.
Oh, around the sides of those boxes.
यार भगा दी.
From Navi, and they've claimed back.
जो पिस्टल जीता वो गेम हारा.
It's Alexic to fall, but the rest stand strong. And Boo and Benji Fishy, ones that have to try to fight back against what is a very difficult setup to fight into.
Definitely not the start they were looking for, but then again, they've had advantages in the pistols. Oh. Okay, Rooksink has just turned on his wall hack, spamming through.
भाई Wolves नहीं है यार चैंप्स में, मेरे को अच्छा नहीं लग रहा. मैं सुफाइट का भाई फैन हो गया था.
Navi off to a strong start once again on Haven. And we'll look to get that conversion in the next.
Yeah, that Viper orb being there as well. Even went up a little bit later than I expected. Wait there, about 45 charge. It just makes it impossible. You're on a pistol round already. The spams that are going to come through, and also the fact that you have Hero watching the back. So
ब्रो स्कूल वालों ने मेरे 3,100 रुपए मिसप्लेस कर दिया मैंने जो कंपटीशन में जीते थे तांडव कर भाई फिर
That's not usually the most popular option, especially on the 2v4.
तेरी गलती थोड़ी है उन्होंने गायब किए तेरे को तेरा ये चाहिए भाई प्राइस जीता काय को फिर
Got those 3 rifles, you've got 2 pistols. It gives you a good margin for error, the ability to play this one, lose 1 or 2, and come out still smelling the roses. And it's a very strong position to play from for them. That's why we see it so often. I do like that Heretics are stacked up. You're going to play the numbers towards the A site, but it does leave a lot of gaps, and it looks like Navi might be exploiting those.
Yeah, we have seen it before where they've felt out the map and then still walked into the stack, but I think this time it might be
Heretics वाले stack क्यों कर रहे हैं? Eco है ना?
They have walked it to see. There is no one.
Eco round है, second round है ये.
And Heretics probably the best case here is just to die to the spike. Like, don't allow them to farm up those orbs. You know as well that especially with a couple of pistol players, there's a good chance that some of the Navi players will go hunting.
MIBR qualify हुई क्योंकि level कल जीती.
Now, unfortunately for Navi, the one ultimate that is very, very close is on
ऐसा विषय हुआ.
Which from the shadows, it has impact.
level कल crew के अगेंस्ट जीती.
Everything else on the board, nowhere near as much.
भाई बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम है भाई लेव की वो कियोनोस बहुत डेंजर प्लेयर है क्लच भाई
for Heretics.
नया प्लेयर है उनका
Maybe take a few if the fights are offered and going down to the spike late. Name of the game. Xiao, I think, has just now sacrificed his life, not knowing what he's running into, and there are plenty of players
तो अच्छा है लेकिन कियोनोस बहुत डेंजर लगता है.
Going to look to save. Ruxic coming in for the same reason. He has a pistol. He wants his orbs. He wants his scalps, but he will not be finding them here today. An orb given in death to both Ruxic and Xiao, and a 2-0 nonetheless for Navi. A strong round for them.
Xiao that is his ultimate online. Of course, we always say if they keep those couple of players still standing, then it will be a full rifle round.
पेट भर गया भाई फटने वाला अभी.
Of course, an interesting matchup.
चैट सही में कभी पेट फट सकता है क्या?
Benji and Alexic, ex-teammates both coming up.
देखो कभी-कभी हम लोग इतना खा लेते हैं कि पेट एकदम ही है ना टाइट लगता है. तो क्या हम लोग वो टाइट पेट में और भर के सामान क्या पेट सही में फट सकता है?
Making their way step by step. Definitely been highlights. Both of them. There is that TP, but ultimately I think the steps were heard and it can't be stopped.
Trips है बेंजी के Mini Boo backside. थोड़ा nice turn.
They've got 5 rifles.
Wood मचा रहा है Wood.
Angel falling as well. Xiao and Alexa look to pick up the pieces and it's Xiao towards the backside.
कहाँ round घूम गया?
कहाँ मारे इतने? Now be planted. This is a huge recovery on those opening duels from Team Heretics. And look how far away Boo is. He's got his paranoia at least. They'll have a reveal by the time they go in with 10 seconds on the counter, but this is a difficult.
भाई ये वाले राउंड में भी सेम ये वाले गेम में भी सेम हो रहा है.
They're smoked out.
They're losing the bonus unless VNs pops off. Because Boo का तो दिन नहीं चल रहा.
Xiao's well placed. Orb is going to leave them even lower. There goes the paranoia, but that means they know exactly where Boo is going to be coming from. It is a conversion. It is a bonus round, although it was rifles across the board.
Attacking अभी चल रहा है वैसे. तो advantage तो है Navi पे.
And Xiao has been having a crazy game. Already 7-1 on the board. Already almost halfway back.
Heretics Cloud9 में मेरे को लगता है Cloud9 pop off करेगी. Oxy Yard भागेगा. Yard भगाएगा.
Come onto the board for Heretics, but they just can't hold on to them.
Yeah, I said this in the last map as well. Like Xiao, over the last couple weeks, I think more specifically in
You may vomit. अच्छा. Windpipe choke होके पहले ही जमा हो जाओगे.
Seasons, I don't know what the stats look like, but definitely from the games that we cast, and
I think he was in like the bottom 5 of players, maybe even lower.
पता नहीं है स्टमक में म्यूकस नाम का एसिड होता है जो ज़्यादा खाने से ज़्यादा अमाउंट में आता है फूल जाता है. अबे अगर ये म्यूकस तो शेम्बूड होता है.
Performance around 7-1 start here, and he might need another big round. We've already seen Hero fall early. There are a lot of weaknesses to Team Heretics buy, but they can find strength in those weaknesses. A Stinger up close, Sheriffs, and a Marshal that's already drawn blood. Navi have to be careful.
Blue's goal with the additional smoke is
HCL होता है अच्छा.
Almost create terror. Make the players on the other side nervous that maybe he's created some sort of smoke tunnel that he's gone through, and they take extra
शायद
time
तुम
to
लोग
clear
सब
it,
लोग बहुत
allows
पढ़ाई
the
की हो
Woot
रे
to be in position, but
मेरे
of
को ये
course,
सब कुछ नहीं
that
पता
weaponry is so
इसलिए
much
स्ट्रीमर
lower.
बन गया
4 players though will be on the site by the time the
Bro,
move
he's
is
back.
make that
Oh
two.
my CT
Xiao's
out,
just eliminated.
bro.
Make that just one, because Xiao's just killing everybody.
चार
You
मारा.
might have had a 4-man crossfire. Sure, you might have had weaker
got a
weapons,
collide
but
there.
it's one man that is currently dominating. And while Xiao is looking for that 5th and final piece, I believe he's someone who hasn't had an ace within the partnership era. And it will be Benji walking into the corner, potentially to close it out. And Xiao will ace this round, put himself even further up the top of the board.
Hypnotize Chale Lala.
So yeah, you can see he's been a little better here than those stats in the regular season. You know, it's against a weaker buy, but like we said, there were dangers there. We've seen many rounds like that one in the past, and an ace from Xiao locked in.
Bear in mind that the next
भाई
player
स्कोर
on
कार्ड
this
क्या
team
है
has 2
12-1-1-0-0
Like this is literally like when we say
Never
like
mind the next player has
this
2.
guy is carrying.
The whole team has 3, and he has
that's also true. He has 4 times the rest of the team.
हाइड्रोक्लोराइड एसिड
This
बस
is
चेक
the
कर रहा था
definition of
ये देखो मेरे क्या फेस कैम के उधर देखो क्या आ रहा है
And they're like, obviously you're going to call a pause just because things are going
Win and
wrong.
in.
But I almost just think they might just go, let's call a pause so that Xiao cools off a little bit. Like, bro, just chill.
Well, it's him and Ruxic.
अमेरिका वॉच बड़ी होगी ना बेबी
The 2 retakes that we've seen.
मेरा आवाज लेडीज जैसा आ जाता है कभी-कभी चैट तुम लोग को मालूम क्या जब स्कूल में था ना तब मैं फोन उठाता था ना तो क्या उसे कहते हैं लोगों को लगता था मैं लेडीज हूँ आप क्या करती हो आप अभी घर पे हो क्या मैडम ऐसा पूछते थे लोग मतलब डिलीवरी वाले वगैरह अभी मेरी आवाज चेंज हो गई है हेलो कैसे हो मैं रियल लाइफ में ऐसा बात करता हूँ ऐसा बिकॉज मेरी रियल आवाज ऐसी है लेकिन स्ट्रीम पे मैं ऐसा आवाज करता हूँ बिकॉज स्ट्रीम पे कैसा
throughout, I think it was the regular season of like how many aces people had and who hadn't had any, and that was Xiao's very first. Is it 11?
Xiao का first ace था वो.
Oh, it is 11. We actually have more. I can't count.
Yeah, you can't. Stuff. At least you never studied math. Anyway, we'll see if this pause has made a difference. Benji under pressure already.
Wow, wow, bro, are you serious?
Why is this man?
भाई zero respect चल रहा है.
What's he have for lunch? What's he have for dinner? I need to know the full routine.
They have to save down no other option.
Gravy right now. We know what the source is at least. Boo and Woo. Fight anyone else. Anyone other than
fight back ही नहीं कर पाएंगे.
He's low. He's got his ult.
And they're trying. And location revealed.
He is mortal. He's not in God mode.
There's a chance. Xiao's gone down. I barely believe my eyes. God is dead.
Ooh, wait.
Now it's down to the other 3 to pick up the pieces.
So
what can man do? Electric and Angel.
No. Oh, they won this.
Going to be a round for Team Heretics. As nobody else seems capable of carrying the mantle.
अभी से कमबैक शुरू. ये ऐसे क्रॉस तो नहीं कर रहे ना बस.
4-1 at last. Such outrageous.
ड्रॉ कर दी इसके वजह से ये राउंड आ रहे बस. चेक कैमरा ऑफ कर रहा हूँ एक सेकंड.
Everyone, not 80% of them. They can sometimes pick up that last guy.
Well, 14 and 2 wasn't enough to keep it flawless. From the remaining players, a solid retake. Boo doing well, and I think that's important as well. The last map was horrific from him. Like, he just had a rough time from start to finish. He's now onto the board. Similar fashion to the last map, a round that maybe they shouldn't have won, but a round that they've stolen nonetheless. Ultimates coming up, economy not in too bad a state.
My camera is destroyed.
This has to be where Heretics start to build into this matchup, because otherwise they're just feeling built. They're going to do the same again. Clearly feeling like they made a mistake, so they're going to continue in this direction. And they, well, initially lost the battles, but the trades were there.
Rien's heard reloading back left. They know he's there. The paranoia is perfect, but he failed to convert on that kill. Angel just about surviving, and he's pulled into a 1v1 with Woot, leaving Ruxic in the same position outside. While he'll win his first fight. But needs a little bit more. Knows where one
डेंजर स्टाइल में खाना खा रहा हूँ इसके वजह से मैं कैमरा ऑफ रखा
He might not need it. Bro, just on to Boo, and it's all Woot.
नहीं वूट निकाल ले.
He's watching the right spot to swing from Ruxic into the crosshair, but now
यही नहीं करना था, यही नहीं करना था.
The shorty's out. He's dodging the bullets, hoping the RNG goes his way, and Look is on his side at least to start. That jump not hurt.
भाई खेल लिया रुक्सिक खेल लिया. Oh my God! What a freaking round!
Another round.
And bro is ice cold after
Red
that.
Bull clutch, and one that again just we have to highlight him just in every single series that he plays. It started off so well, Miniboo with a double.
भाई पिछला round इतना crazy निकाला.
It's just the moves in the moment, using the
और ये round
Viper's
वैसे ही
hit
शिशी
to
कर
give
दिया.
himself an opportunity, and he's taken it home. And while the frustration continuing to build for the Heretics coaching staff, 5-1 down. This is the map that they have been utterly dominant on every single game they've played. I think it was only Vitality that managed to hit double digits when they played it in the regular season. GX only managed 3 rounds total.
2 limits.
Just look at the buy Mitch that's come back up.
It's a little miserable, isn't it? Pistols, single rifle, not counting the sniper. Even then, it's the third best sniper in the game. Fourth, I suppose, if we consider Chambers' ult. It's a specialty. For Heretics, a big gamble towards this A site. And I think Navi have been quite good, especially on the previous map, of feeling out that space and choosing the right point to hit. This is awful. Somehow that fight doesn't go the way of
Heretics out, yes, out
he's a
of
little
champions.
too patient, not
No
expecting the
chance.
player to literally be looking the other way. A nice conversion from Alexic to keep that man advantage in their favor.
It's now a much tougher spot.
चैट कैसा लगा तुम लोगों को मिस हुआ में हाँ 2 लिमिट जो अपना कैमरा बंद था तुम लोगों को कैसी लगी Please tell honestly.
Along the way, the smoke.
Please tell honestly.
Further shrouding, and Angel just waiting on the other side of it. They've at least managed to get a gun or two along the way.
Hero player
seems to
yaar.
have already noted Boo, and although Rians has managed to find one, anything more is going to be tough.
1v3.
They've got no reason to fight him.
चांस ही नहीं देंगे ना एक थ्रो कर लिए तो अभी वापस नहीं करेंगे अच्छा नहीं मिस किया अच्छा नहीं लगा लव यू यार मैं तो मैच देखने आया हूँ हर्ष भाई आपको
Try to recover a rifle and get out. Sure. Looks like he'll succeed. I think, again, though, this is another round for Navi where we look at those shotgun plays early where you just send everybody out like the pellets of a shotgun shell. Cover the map, feel out the space. They do well to find that fight on short because it could have been disastrous if Wu found that opening, manages to recover a rifle, and then the rounds may be thrown into a dark time. But for the most part, the read then after the initial fight, moving through B, claiming that space with Alexic's kill, and immediately pushing deep into the back of the C site.
Shame out aa chuka hai Heretics. Acha, is this a second shame out?
Of reading the
No, I don't think so. This is a second shame out.
Finding the gap and exploiting it, and I think again,
उनको जरा call लगाना पड़ेगा ये important call है.
Day performance, not just from players like Xiao to the regular season, but as a team, the way they're moving, this looks like there's been some big changes in the game behind the scenes.
अरे EWC भी जीते ना अरे उधर बहुत पैसा मिला है अरे मैं बोल अरे काय को पिछली बार भी अपन रनर अप थे सेकंड आए भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बस ना
They have always tried on this side of the map. We saw the stats about the retake percentage being above 50% as well. It really is just looking like a different team. And Navi, well, I don't even need to say it. Like the team that played in the upper bracket and the team that played in the lower bracket, you can tell me they subbed out all 5 players because it looks like different people. Everybody's had their moments. They step up. Xiao
मैं सोचा था जब मेरी नाक बंद होगी तब मैं ये सूंघूंगा
And on the other side of things,
लेकिन अभी मेरी सांस सिर्फ इस नाक से आ रही है इससे आ रही नहीं है.
There are players that we've talked about as these safe pair of hands, especially Rians or Benji. I think from like week 3 or 4 onwards was pretty damn consistent.
आ रही नहीं है यार.
He's missing right now and has struggled on that C side, so much so that the setup has completely changed. He's now on A.
This is normally where we look at, okay, Heretics, they're back on the horse, they've got a full buy, they've got 4 ultimates to play with, and this is where they should turn it around, and when we sell that story. But at the moment, Tom, the feeling I have is that Navi have plot armor. Someone has written a story in favor of Team Liquid, wants them qualified here and now, and for that to happen, Navi have to win. And so that's where the story's taking us, because these guys have just been unbelievable. Every disadvantage you see them in, bar the 2v5, where they were against the 2, they've managed to recover on.
Bye देखो.
They've made the right reads, the
अगला
right
नहीं है.
plays.
ये भी
Shao
half
is
shield
playing
by.
at a level that we have not seen from him
3 ults, 4
in
ults
a long time. Heretics, they look deflated. 2 timeouts used already.
Already. Pressure put in once more onto Benji, and now he
क्या
awakens.
खेल रहा भाई भड़क गया वहाँ कसम याद आ गया अचानक भाई को
has got off to a great start. Boo alongside
अरे
him as well.
भैया
Alexic trying to stand his ground.
अरे भाई क्या प्लेयर लोग हैं
Somehow has made this 1v1 double. Make it just 1v1. He's got to try and figure out where Wu is coming from. And at least
nah, he's gonna rethink. He's gonna rethink.
And for Heretics' sake, thank God he was looking the wrong way.
Heretics का eco है. Even they won the round.
If that goes 7-1 after that big
that was a very good round for Navi.
The huge advantage they had. You might as well call it GG there. Huge work being done by him and Boo. Alexic does well to find one, but from there, they almost had a hero on the side of Navi, maybe a villain with how this is going.
It's genuinely crazy that
सच बताओ तो तोड़ी तो पटी थी हाँ नावी बहुत चिल लग रही है भाई ऐसा जीते तो जीते माँ कसम उनको शायद पेरिस का वीजा मिलने नहीं वाला है तो वो लोग ऐसे ही खेल रही है गेम टाइम पास
the individual level of this squad right now genuinely seems unmatched, and well, a gamble and a half taken by Miniboo.
Diabolical.
I'm not sure.
That was some clutch gaming shit.
I hoped that whoever was there was completely alone or blinded, but it was neither.
There was not even a second, not even a split second, where I thought he was going to commit that. I saw the TP animation. I was like, nope, that can't be what he's doing. What a crazy play! And sometimes 6-2 down. That's where you kind of want a confidence.
Paris नहीं जापान.
That works. Great.
जापान में पैसिफिक के प्लेऑफ्स हो रहे हैं पेरिस में चैंपियंस होने वाला है अच्छा गावत कितना कंफ्यूजन है तुम लोग के दिमाग में दोस्तों पढ़ाई करना पड़ेगा तुम लोग को वीसीडी का अरे खेल लिया भाई खेल लिया बेंजी
Alexic goes past and what? It is going to be
overtagging guys. किसी को करेक्ट नहीं हो रहा. Bro,
stuck through a boost rift. He's not hit the guy who's coming out of the ult. Needs to recover and re-enter.
Nah,
maybe save
Navi's gonna battle this.
Hero still here.
Battle होने वाली है भाई, battle Navi की.
Looking to try and find the gap instead. He's going to commit the lockdown, but
that's actually a nice decision. Not gonna lie.
12 seconds before it goes through. They might just want to get in and try and deny this, try and break it before it causes any further issues.
अरे boo pop off. क्या बात है?
What's going on, man?
Well, this game is delivering. I'm just not sure what's in the package. 6-3 and a timeout called by Navi. This is our third timeout.
आज जिम करते करते आपकी स्ट्रीम देख रहा था. एक दोस्त बोला इससे अच्छा डायरेक्ट उनकी स्ट्रीम पर देख मैंने कहा तू नहीं समझेगा लव यू भाई लव यू ऐसे ही सपोर्ट करो
If that fight was delayed just 1 second longer, that would have been the most awkward ending to a round.
उसको दिखा देना फिर मेरे स्ट्रीम कभी.
One of, let's say, there's been some shaky ones.
उसको इंट्रोड्यूस कराना पड़ेगा अपने वोकैबुलरी से. अबे नावी ने टाइम आउट क्यों लिया यार? अच्छा नावी हार गई इसलिए यार.
Other than maybe a few of those early rounds from Shao.
Heretics का टाइम आउट है तो अभी एक मजबूत कॉल देने वाला था.
It's kind of impossible for him to not. He would have had to break all kill records in regulation for it to not be.
EMEA में कुछ भी होता है true.
And now the economy
Gameplay
of Navi is
दिखाया तो
actually in a
हंस
bit
दिया.
of an awkward state. See the Heretics are starting to get themselves back into this a little, and even from 7-5 down.
बाथरूम करते वक्त हॉर्स भाई की स्ट्रीम देखने का मजा ही अलग है.
Definitely wouldn't be out of this. I think a lot of it, though, is that Navi are consistently putting them under pressure. They're taking risks. A lot of them are paying off. Like even that TP from Xiao.
Bro, no one asked for this stack.
Onto the A site. It was a huge risk that very, very nearly worked.
Right here.
If not for Boo's recovery. And as you can see, the timeouts are being
What do they mean? By timeouts used? Oh, okay. Now the stat makes sense. Oh, Benji, crazy.
And he is gone.
टोटल 12 टाइम आउट्स हुए उसमें से 10 फर्स्ट हाफ में यूज हुए. अच्छा ऐसा अरे माँ क्या एंट्री रियंस मार रहा है ना. वेट 2v2 स्टिल. ओह 2v1 भाई क्या मार रहे हैं लोग.
It's only Benji Fishy against 2 and they're rotating around. He's just missed the boat. And the plant will come in now.
They both have guns.
He's got a tough decision on which
Rusik के
fight
पास
he looks
shield
to
है
take.
थोड़ा सा. He's 100 HP.
So Rooksik's waiting for him.
No more charges left.
That's a very good idea. Where one of his opponents is going to be, the other could be absolutely anywhere. And with such an open plant as well, this is an incredibly tough fight to take. He needs one of them to give him that fight a little bit earlier than expected. And while with Angel still having a throne because of how pacey this hit was, he could
Patience
sit
by
back and
patience.
relax. More utility to be thrown out just to try and make it awkward for Benji. And Rooksik is only just about to reveal his hand. And his hand
round
is a
निकला है
safe
chat?
fight. It's just buying more time. This
क्या
is a much
round निकला है
better
भाई?
looking Navi. No
Trust
risks taken,
round.
no gambles in this 2v1. And Benji, he's going to be able to escape.
Pateli.
But that's it.
Pateli Martis.
Yeah, claim another pick on the way, give an orb to Rooksik, and that's the only benefit of this one. As you said, Tom, very, very clean stuff from Navi. Once they're in that 2v1, I think every single decision they made was the best decision they could have in that moment. And this is, again,
Bro,
night and
crazy
day
round,
what we've
bhai.
seen
Oh
from
ho
this squad
ho.
before.
Nuste
But it's not
टपली,
just
nuste
that.
टपली रे.
The decision making, I think, for me is the most
Navi
impressive
try hard
part.
कर रही,
But the
try hard भी नहीं भाई, वो
individuals,
लोग
they
बस
look to
चापटी
just
दे
be
रहे.
in better shape. Angel's here, but he had one in the last. He popped off with the Sheriff, bought them that route to the C site. So it's all about impact frags, and so far the impact from Navi has been stellar.
It's not a reset this time. The Heretics had been a one and done over the last couple of maps, and because of that, never really got any second chances. This is their second chance. Dimensional Drift online. Ultimates fairly far away, other than maybe Viper's Pit, but even still, I think Rooksik would almost have to end the round to get it, or claim an orb or two along the way. They are making contact on that side of the map, though. Woo. I wonder if his ultimate might even be utilized just to get some
So,
HP
5 million
back
people
online.
on
He
A.
has to find a safe space to
Look at Cypher
pop
taking
it from.
control of long.
And he has fallen back.
मैं करता हूँ इसका handle.
Well, there's the ult off the back of the
Wood हारेगा
Dimensional
ये.
Drift. A nice pick up with Alexic, isolated in a fight. It comes close.
I'm lost, I'm
but
lost.
Wood is ultimately able to find that dub. Come
Hero.
on out of the ultimate for
Bhakti
the
hi
5
shakti hai
versus
gameplay.
3. Navi being picked apart piece by piece. Hero has claimed a little bit of space, but it's space they're
they know.
conscious they've given up. With a reveal coming through, they're certainly aware of
Crazy
the
ना
players
भाई,
towards
क्या
this B
recon
side.
था वो, उसकी वजह से वो cross कर
Attempted
पाया.
shock dart on its way to punish for HP. Hero looking for the deep play. There's 2 players around here. Woot still very low. This is a
ये
good
क्या पीक है
opportunity
भाई?
for Hero to maybe find the double. The
ये
jump
क्या
peek
पीक
in,
है?
but Woot is there
अरे
again.
माँ
That's 3 for him. He
कसम.
could be on for the ace.
ये मैं कॉम्पी में अपने दोस्त को समझाऊं कैसे? भाई तू डब्बे पे चढ़, उड़ी मार और फिर मैं स्विंग कर. अरे
That would definitely be a
इसके लिए
nail
पढ़ाई करनी पड़ेगी.
into the coffin of Heretics if they were to lose this round. He's already going to get himself a quick double. Both of those players incredibly low, but Benji is there to make sure that that does not go any further. A 4th round
What
for
was that
Heretics.
peak?
Considering the spot they were in, it's getting
That was
better at
enormous.
least, but I'm sure they'll want that 5th.
Oh, without
Udi
a doubt.
udi
I
jet
mean,
peak.
it was a very
True.
slow start from this squad, and ending up at a 7-5 scoreline, that definitely convinces you that you're
View
back
Phantom goated
on
or
the
L?
beaten
I
path.
feel it's an L, bro.
I can feel it.
Naya
So keep it up.
knife is a big W.
That's the thing I'll say about Benji. Like, even when he had like a couple of really rough weeks back to back to back,
Gazi
he
peaked
is the
bhai,
guy
for
that
real.
never puts his head down. Like, he doesn't let that frustration that I'm sure he's feeling. Like, it's got to be impossible not to. You feel like you're letting your teammates down. He tweeted about it, but he talked about it in interviews. But the
We are
reality
close
is
to
that, like,
1.2k likes. अगर आप लोगों ने like
he
नहीं
never
किया अब
lets
तक,
that affect
तो
the cons on the team.
आपकी
A
शीशी
bad day
अटक
for
जाएगी,
him,
बाहर
still
नहीं
a
निकल
good
पाएगी
game for the
please.
team a lot of the time.
Pacey B hit. He's considered early. They faked the TP. They're trying to get them to look the other way, and they are looking
Fact
the other way.
TP
They're
किया है,
nervous that
fact
the
TP.
player is on the other side of it, but all of this is
Nalli
somewhat
spot,
of Ruse.
abbe,
That Ruse
Nalli
hasn't
spot.
worked, though. Alexic's the first to go down. The rest of the team were challenging the garage control. It's the first time we've really seen bar the round they won.
Ooh.
A weaker buy for Navi, and now a disadvantage.
Bit of a poor start.
Right.
Jams does well to dodge those shock darts. He's the one they can maybe capitalize on, but he's got support. His cross covered by Miniboo. 2 players to garage, passive seat control, and a full Cypher setup waiting on the A site. Heretics have all the information. The problem is when it comes to duels, they'll be individuals. It'll be a 1vx to start with support close by, and Woot's the one man who has no support. He needed
Good swing.
it. Xiao with the trade, 25
Flash नहीं है ना बू पे?
seconds left. They will set
वो
their
B पे use
sights
किया
on
था।
this C side with Angel.
4v3 scenario. बू पहले तो अच्छा खेला भाई B back C back side and now अभी खेल नहीं पाया।
Should now be secured.
कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं।
Not being kept.
7-5 half अगर नावी होने दी तो कमबैक है। 8-4 पे भी कमबैकेबल है।
Get the
7-5 पे easier है।
singular reveal available for Ian's. Where he places it, it's a different story. Now the other two players on Navi are sat passive. It's Xiao up aggressive and he's been caught. Trying to throw out a smoke to maybe give him that extra little bit of space. It hasn't worked out for him.
Shock darty दी है।
Angel, very passive in this scenario. Hero's going to look for the fight, but they are just looking to stick this. Benji Fishy has been dropped though, and a couple of players
अच्छा वो मर गया।
tagged on. There's a really good chance for Hero, but it's already going to be taken over the line for Heretics. They have defused it ahead of him, and that will give them their fifth round.
Watch hell.
7-5 at the halftime. Well, considering how slow of a start this was, we were what, 6-1 up in favor of Navi. That is one hell of a recovery.
हर्ष भाई एक बात बताओ, पहेली है, मुर्गी अगर छज्जे पर छज्जा क्या होता है? मुर्गी अगर छज्जे पर चढ़ गई,
And see what he has to say about this matchup, because of course his tournament life
वहीं पर
very much affected by
अंडा
this
दे
one.
रही थी।
Over to you, Greg.
अच्छा छत।
I cannot believe
छज्जा
Mitchman
मतलब
will
छत।
disrespect
हर्ष भाई एक बात बताओ, पहली है मुर्गी अगर छत पर चढ़ गई, फिर वहां पर अंडा दे रही थी, और आप अभी तक डायमंड में क्यों आगा से इनके साथ? मैं भाई इस चीज के लिए टाइम आउट दे रहा हूँ तेरे को। मैंने इतना ट्राई हार्ड किया ये सब पढ़ने के लिए, भाई मैं टाइम आउट दे दिया, मैं मजाक से हट के टाइम आउट दे दिया।
Bit disrespectful that they forgot about you in this equation, right?
I think it's one common
भाई
denominator,
क्या
and that
था?
seems to be that everybody's realised that they've lost to BBL and then lose their minds. They can't quite handle it. So a surprise to us as well as them.
Yeah, so BBL are out here breaking these teams.
Absolutely.
All right, Yumpy is here. Are you nodding? You shaking your head? Yes, he's nodding. He agrees. He agrees. Now today we're seeing a lot of surprises, upset in the first game. Why are the teams like Navi and GX doing better than Heretics and Fnatic?
I think this is where we start to see when teams really want it,
नहीं बोलना चाहिए, हो जाएगा सही में।
when some of these guys have actually been in fantastic form throughout
Magnum
stage
बैठा है, फिर
2,
अपना
and
वो
also
पाशा भाई
teams
बैठा है,
like
क्या नाम
Fnatic,
है, लून
Heretics,
भाई।
etc. have had a very, very long season so far. So perhaps either being booked in for champs already or thinking that they're almost there anyway. Maybe a little bit of complacency, maybe a little bit of tiredness. But yeah, a lot of energy and positivity coming out from those informed teams.
Rude. I am the most rudest streamer.
Would benefit you a little bit. So what do they need to do in the second half?
Just keep doing what they're doing. They've absolutely got the skill themselves.
And you won't ever know.
They know how to break down this sort of the defensive setups that Navi will bring for sure. They just need to find those gaps and use the very talented players they have to break some of those gaps open a little bit wider.
And do you want to say anything to Midge as we cross this back over?
Hard. No, I think I'll save that for later, Midge. Don't you worry.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
Very quickly answered by Pal as well.
I cannot wait, Pal. I cannot wait for later to find out the result of this game as well, because this has been a mystery to me in terms of the rounds we've seen unfold. The players who've stepped up to the plate, Xiao hitting home runs. But there's so much more to do for Navi. Their lead 6-1 reduced to a 7-5, a gap of 2, and a pistol round could sway this into an even fight.
Yeah, we've seen the resurgence of some of those Heretics players that are definitely going to miss so far. For them, of course, I've already mentioned, if Navi win this, it will need to be a grand final from BBL as well.
Thank you, मेरे भाई.
Get 2 chances at it, but that doesn't mean it's going to be easy.
हाँ मिलते हैं कल stream पे वो भी.
Heretics managed to eliminate everyone for them. That's a slightly easier journey to champions. For now, at least, Heretics are going to get themselves into the B site and have that post plant. Now, there is a flank coming, but the trip is ready. I'm more interested, though, in the position of Woot.
Harsh by road to Plat Cab car.
Woot मारेगा ये.
Takes space in response to the loss of A control, but he goes down.
बेंजी मारेगा ये राउंड
needs this key piece of map control, the anchor
क्या बोला?
for this squad, and he has found himself one. But push through the door,
Bro,
the
what a double
peek, and they
peek.
get both.
Oh,
In
look
goes
at-
Alexis,
oh
stopped
my
up Benji Fishy, still good enough. But the defuse
What a
here,
round, what a
underneath their
round.
nose, it's Hero to put the pressure on. His third already found. Benji Fishy in the window, the only man standing in his way. Tagged up so desperately low, but the time, it's ticking away, and Benji
भाई हीरो को चांस दिया था भगवान ने चांस दिया था उसको
It's 6 on the board for Heretics. The
ये
gap
बेंजी की
now
मम्मी
down
को
to
बाय
1.
I was going to say, I've seen that one before. That's literally a round we had on Icebox where a hero manages to win it with just
Love
a
you,
split
Ange.
second to spare. So maybe the beginning of that redemption arc, as it will be Benji to close it out. I want to see this shot while stunned. That is filled.
चैट हाइड्रा भाई का बर्थडे है 27 को
Oh, well, a little bit unlucky that Viper
हाइड्रा भाई का बर्थडे है 27 को चुपचाप आज के आज सब लोग यूपीआई करो मेरे को
Heretics have a pistol.
हाइड्रा भाई को जो भी सुपर चैट करने वाले ताकि मैं उनके लिए एक अच्छा गिफ्ट लूं ना समझो मतलब तुम्हारी तरफ से
Very much so. Recency bias says they're the better squad. You think back to Icebox, think back to
the first
quarter even.
भाई ये देखो स्टैक क्या हो रहा है और ये कर रहा है ना भाई ये कर रहा है ना फार्मिंग हो गया 7 ऑल चलो कम बैक ऑन
Massive pickup, 7-7 now. At 6-1 down, it was starting to look like all hope was lost, but now they have relit that flame.
I'm starting to feel a little bit of deja vu. We got to cast them during their EWC Grand Final, and it was a horrible, horrible start to the game. And we saw that resilience that has grown over time for this squad. We always talked about the sort of chokes they had. The fact that when it counted the most, sometimes Heretics would go missing.
Thank you guys, thank you for
wishing.
wishing.
They are better at building themselves back up into games, but we also saw this from Navi yesterday. Let a hefty lead slip, but then
thank you guys, thank you so much.
It's happened a lot earlier this time, but I don't want to count out the mental resilience of this squad as well. And the fact that, of course, they did dominate their own map choice, and this will only be to take us to a third. Now with a buy of their own.
बर्थडे नहीं है चैट मेरा आज
Hero just
आज मैरिज एनिवर्सरी है
on a pixel angle. He's going to be put under pressure, but did at least have himself the nano to slow them down.
Yeah, I like this, putting the nano in a basically unchallengeable position unless the shot comes through. The door guarding it. The armor that it's gifted at the start of the round. Heretics, though, they only wanted to push that player back to
सुपर चैट नहीं दी किसी ने थोड़ा रियल एक्टिंग करना था शिट रे प्लान फेल हो गया साला मैं सोचा एक तो फंसेगा अरे क्या बात है एलेक्सी भाई 3 मार दी इसे तीसरा कैसे मरा क्या बात है पहला बाई जीत गए भाई तो ये तो बोनस है वैसे हेरेटिक्स का क्या बात है यार ये 2 रुपए की फैंटम से मार रही है रुकसिक
Timing here, though, is everything, and Shao ready and waiting. Puts this
in
Navi's favor again.
An important round for Navi. A comfortable bonus round victory, and Alexic individually looking stellar.
सुपर चैट के लिए किया
हाँ
यार
a quieter game
सुपर
so
चैट
far,
के
but
लिए
that's definitely something to ignite the afterburners. He will basically win them that round. Obviously that, as I said,
वेब सीरीज लगा भाई कोई लाइव पर
with the buy. No ultimates.
थोड़े से हो गया दिमाग से
is pretty close.
Eyes up.
Although the same can be said on the other side for the likes of Hero, maybe Alexic if he can find another multi-frag. Early shock dart, of course, used.
और क्या यड़ भगा रहे नावी भाई डायरेक्ट स्विंग कर रहे हैं ना 3-3 जन और
That's gone wonderfully.
This is crazy 7-9 हो जाएगा अगर ये राउंड आ रहे तो
Oh, the road to recovery, though, it has its perils. Benji Fishing proving to be one of them, but only a single kill found.
Kick किधर है?
Holder of Boo. Heroes on 8 HP. Lexic 89.
CJ Kushma, thank you for the 100 rupees. Super chat के लिए बर्थडे की थोड़ी जरूरत लाला love you.
Back in their sails as these past few rounds have.
WCJ goes bro. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Miss Kiva, thank you for the 40.
For me as well, it's the amount of utility that Navi still have left. Yeah. Like you're talking about the stun still available. They'll have the wall that can go up for
140 का
Alexis.
collection today,
More
baby.
importantly, You've got the drone
सुना chat सुनो
and the
सुनो.
recon.
Thank you यार
There's
Ghost
so
भाई
much
सबसे
to-
पहले and Miss Game अजीत धन्य. ओय 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 hold up.
Here's the drone, catches Angel. That was the one full HP player.
Bro,
Now he's
this
in
is
with
so
a real
winnable for
chance.
Boo.
He's also
He has done it
removed all
before.
that remaining
One guy is
utility,
one
but the
HP.
timing is going to be everything. Swing him together. Oh, there was a moment
अंश
that
भाई ने
Boo made
25
me
रुपए दिया
believe
लिखा
that
सुपर
was
चैट
as
के लिए
ballsy
बर्थडे होना
as it
जरूरी नहीं
gets.
है. लव यू अंश भाई.
I know.
लव यू.
Still not
थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 25 ऑन गूगल पे. हाँ सुनो ना मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ सुनो कल वापस ये ट्राई करेंगे ठीक है और तभी चैट में सब ने कॉर्पोरेशन करने का.
More the water? More than the water? Yeah, I think so.
सब लोग कॉर्पोरेशन किए गिव अवे
See
एक गिव
Boom
अवे.
materialize in front of you. That was some horror movie stuff there. Yep, we had to mute it. Look pretty close to that as well.
हड्डी पे मारा.
But understandably, he's a little shaken. Seeing that demon come from the shadows. Reality is, though, for Heretics, losing out that clutch close to
हड्डी और मारलस.
stylish as Boo's pick was. It doesn't matter. Their economy is trash. They look to make up for this with a deep fight up against Xiao. Outlaw in hand. The shield, the enemy of the Outlaw. He'll get one, but now the real pressure applied. What the hell? He doesn't know. Doesn't know that Xiao was there just moments ago. Looked the wrong way and.
Both omens
भाई शॉट से ना गए.
Houdini magic tricks to confuse the hell out of
Pick around,
their
ना ये.
opponent. And then Ruxic just runs in with an Odin. Another early start from the side of Navi that's starting to look stellar.
बर्थडे बॉम्ब भी मिल गए. तुम लोग को यार झूठ लग रहा है आज बर्थडे ठीक है अभी.
Yeah, he knows that there's a decent chance that he's been locked in from behind. The trip has been clipped, but even still, the weaponry is at a severe disadvantage. And for Benji to get close enough, wow, there'd have to be a pretty severe error. It's an in-zone flawless for Navi. Just 3 rounds away from sending Heretics out of the playoffs, but not
भाई
out of
रुक्सी
champs
की
contention
ओडिन पर
just
कितना
yet.
फाइन लगेगा
And
नहीं
more
लगता.
importantly,
ये डू और डाई मैच है ना.
keeping themselves
डू और
in
डाई
the
मैचेस में अलाउड रहता है.
and sending Liquid to champs.
I love that.
ग्रैंड फाइनल्स वगैरह में अगर किए ना तो फिर भाई तो फिर तुमको मालूम एट टाइम्स ऐसा भी हो सकता है अगर एक बंदा सिर्फ ओडिन कर रहा है ना तो अगर वो लोग जीत भी गए तो पैसा जीतने वाली टीम को मिलेगा लेकिन ट्रॉफी हारने वाली टीम को. ऐसा होता है.
Tricks and now it's 10-7. 3-round gap and 3 rounds for Navi to indeed eliminate Team Heretics from this.
भाई हेरेटिक्स पॉप ऑफ करो बनता है. ये क्या सीन है भाई चैंपियंस में हेरेटिक्स के बिना नहीं जमेगा.
Qualify them on the points.
This is one of the better buys from the side of Heretics. Dimensional drift.
कभी-कभी खुद सोचता हूँ इतना कैसे भाई.
Minibu's actually stuck this. He's got in behind them.
भाई हेवन आ गया मिनीबू.
Hot flashes out. Is just trying to make sure everything's clear.
क्या यार भगा रहा है.
And when you look at
अबे वो आइसो भी किधर आके बैठा है. अबे कैसे कंट्रोल मिला इतना.
That they're going to put in immediately, but I think it might be just a little bit too late. Woot, he's caught the perfect timing. Angel and utility out has been a bit of a burden for him so far. A beautiful double. Come on, the second.
Yard bhag gayi Rian's ki. Yard bhag gayi Rian's ki.
Comes in from behind. This is both.
They are so cooked. They are so cooked, Chad.
Wall in their ultimate, and that lockdown hasn't gone. This leaves them trapped. They're going to try and escape this one, and Benji's gone forward. The remaining 2.
Bro, वो लोग stun में मारे. They both were stunned. Oh my God, are you serious?
That's an important one, and all this time, the clock has been ticking. Xiao is just trying to stick it within the smoke. A second rifle needed for this man. He's sticking it in front of him. How was
Match point आ जाएगा अभी.
The smoke didn't even fully cover the spike. It narrows down the angle for you. Those shots grazing his cape, but not taking the man himself.
What are we witnessing?
Outrageous.
We are witnessing this obnoxious sight.
And they commit the Hunter's Fury because, of course, they have to at that point with the lockdown to play against. But perplexing that there's not more cover for him there. I mean, they just sent Rian's down the river Styx and not even a paddle. 11-7. Navi 2 away. Economy full invest from Team Heretics. Ultis put into the previous, but still some here.
Oh, hello.
These visuals are crazy.
Well, Xiao has been caught. Maybe not the man you want to catch, and that's exactly why this man has not been missing. He's even been caught from an angle where they can't punish him. He's outside. Nice shot from Minibu. Needs a little bit more though. Alexic goes back in for the fight, and he's already managed to catch one. Keeps the advantage for Navi. Ruxic selling the idea that there could be someone coming in from behind. In fact, Wu starts sorry, Boo starts to look in that direction. Ruxic gets one, the trade's back, and it comes down to just Rians. He is the clutch king, but he's called upon once more. First is not quite going to plan, and Ruxic will be there to close it. Plenty of time for this defusal. Navi are now one away from sending Heretics out.
These teams have played 4 times in the last 2 years. Every single battle a 2-0. And it looks like history might be repeating itself again. A 2-0 on the board. And I'd say most people came into today going, yep, 2-0, locked in, easy peasy. I don't think anybody out there would have thought it would be Navi winning 2-0. If they take it soon, they won't even give Heretics enough rounds to win 1 map if you combine them.
The thing I have to ask is, at this stage, whose pick'ems are still going? No one's. If there's anybody, you've got multiple accounts. I will not believe that it's legit. Because we could be seeing Fnatic and Heretics going out.
कैसे ये क्या confidence है? And he's going for more. Bro is a controller.
Weak by Ruxic is still going. He's looking to put the nail in the coffin. The man who's been superb all the way through wants to end it with an ace. See you later, Heretics. It is Navi that go marching on in the playoffs.
You see this squad in the lower bracket coming up against Heretics, and you think Navi have got 1 foot in the grave, but that was only to seal the coffin of Team Heretics in playoffs. The Champions dream still alive for both of these teams. Navi can take it themselves. They can do it by making it all the way to the grand final. Top 2 is what they need. For Heretics, it's out of...
अच्छा, अब एक चीज बताओ, एक चीज बताओ, एक चीज है, सुनो मेरी बात, देखो अपर फाइनल में तो मतलब लिक्विड को अभी बीबीएल के अगेंस्ट हारना है, फिर जायंटेक्स के अगेंस्ट हारना है, फिर जाके हेरेटिक्स क्वालिफाई होगी. इज इट रियल और फक है? हाँ चैट, यार हेरेटिक्स बाहर है अभी. Oh my god, no way they out, bro. No way they out, bro. No way they out. Rematch, 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 rematch. Rematch.
We've finally seen the return of the Xiao Show. Plenty of games where he had his impact, where he started.
Bro. ऐने करेंगे ना बनता है. No way. AWC winners are out of the main game, out of the VCT. Oh my god, I'm sad. I'm sad. Cheat. Cheat. अब सुनो, 2 घंटे अपने पास, 2 घंटा मैं निन्नी लेके आऊं या फोटोशॉप स्ट्रीम करके आऊं? अभी आउट नहीं है, तुमको कैसे पता? मेरे हिसाब से एक नींद लेनी चाहिए, क्योंकि फिर रात को नींद आ जाएगी. वैलो खेलो, वैलो खेलो. मेरी टट्टी खाओगे? इतना खेलू वैलो. अच्छा सुनो 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 सुनो, अगर वैलो खेलेंगे तो एक ही वॉच पार्टी कर पाऊंगा, अगर वैलो नहीं खेल रहा हूँ तो दोनों वॉच पार्टी कर पाऊंगा। तो बताओ। और इसलिए ये गेम तो 2-0 है। ये वाला मैच सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग है, जो एक मैच है स्टार्टिंग का। फोटोशॉप स्ट्रीम कहाँ करते हो? यहाँ पे। और व्लॉग यहाँ पे। दिल ने जिसे अपना कहा, तू है यहाँ मैं हुआ, टट्टी खा लो मेरी तुम जो दिखे ओ आहा।
Abe Champs points deck EMEA K.
रुको रुको, मेरे को नहीं पता। पॉटी टानी भाई, आपका नाम टानी क्यों है? तो हैक्रेटिक्स अभी भी इधर ही है। तो बीबीएल अगर जीती तो क्वालिफाई होगी बीबीएल। ओ बीबीएल को लिक्विड के अगेंस्ट जीतना है, तो अगर लिक्विड हारती है तो हैक्रेटिक्स क्वालिफाई होगी। ओ सॉरी, बीबीएल अगर जीतती है, हाँ हारती है तो नहीं, फिर भी समझ रहा नहीं है, समझला नहीं है। लिक्विड को अभी फिर जीतना पड़ेगा। कोई चीट, कोई चीट, कोई चीट में बता रही हूँ, मैं बता रही हूँ। मेरा शेमबूट बाहर आ रहा है। कोई चीट, कोई चीट, मेरा शेमबूट बाहर आ रहा है। क्या बोल रहा हूँ यार, मैं क्या करूँ? फोटोशॉप स्ट्रीम कर लेनी चाहिए और फिर वॉच पार्टी करते हैं, ठीक है? वेलो वेलो, अरे वेलो अपने को रॉन्ग ट्वीट नहीं है, रियल है। शिशु कुमार यादव, तू होगा शिशी, तू होगा शिशी। फीफा लिखता है भाई। चलो चैट, मिलते हैं एनए वॉच पार्टी में, ठीक है? हंड्रेड शिशी। हाय, मुझे मिस करोगे ना आप लोग? मिस करोगे ना? प्लीज मिस करना। बाय, सी यू, टाटा। नहीं लिखोगे तुम लोग तो क्या, सो जा, हट, बाय।